Introduction to the Last Journals of David Livingstone in Central Africa from 1865 to his death, Volume 1 of 2, 1866 through 1868. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. The Last Journals of David Livingstone in Central Africa from 1865 to his death, Volume 1 of 2, 1866 through 1868, by David Livingstone and Horace Waller. Introduction. In the midst of the universal sorrow caused by the intelligence that Dr. Livingstone had lost his life at the furthest point to which he had penetrated in his search for the true sources of the Nile, a faint hope was indulged that some of his journals might survive the disaster. This hope, I rejoice to say, has been realized beyond the most sanguine expectations. It is due in the first place to his native attendants, whose faithfulness placed his last writings at our disposal, and also to the reader, before he launches forth upon a series of travels and scientific geographical records of the most extraordinary character, to say that in the following narrative of 7 years' continuous work and new discovery, no break whatever occurs. We have not to deplore the loss, by accident or carelessness, of a single entry from the time of Livingstone's departure from Zanzibar in the beginning of 1866 to the day when his notebook dropped from his hand in the village of Ayala at the end of April 1873. I trust it will not be uninteresting if I preface the history with a few words on the nature of these journals and writings as they have come to hand from Central Africa. It will be remembered that when Mr. Stanley returned to England in 1872, Dr. Livingstone entrusted to his care a very large Letts diary, sealed up and consigned to the safekeeping of his daughter, Miss Agnes Livingstone. Upon confirmation of the worst news, this book was examined and found to contain a considerable portion of the notes which her father made during his travels previous to the time of Mr. Stanley's meeting him. The doctor's custom was always to have metallic notebooks in use, in which the day's jottings were recorded. When time and opportunity served, the larger volume was posted up with scrupulous care. It seems, however, that in the last 3 or 4 years of his life, this excellent rule had to give way to the toils of travel and the exhaustion of most distressing illnesses. Whilst in the Manyuma country, he ran out of notebooks, ink, and pencils, and had to resort to shifts which at first made it a very debatable point whether the most diligent attempt at deciphering would succeed after all. Such pocket books as remained at this period of his travels were utilized to the last inch of paper. In some of them we find lunar observations, the names of rivers, and the heights of hills advancing towards the middle from one end, whilst from the other the itinerary grows day by day, interspersed with map routes of the march, botanical notes, and carefully made drawings. But in the meantime, the middle portion of the book was filling up with calculations, private memoranda, words intended for vocabularies, and extracts from books, whilst here and there the stain of a pressed flower causes indistinctness. Yet the thread of the narrative runs throughout. Noting but his invariable habit of constantly repeating the month and year obviates hopeless confusion. Nor is this all, for pocket-books gave out at last, and old newspapers, yellow with African damp, were sewn together, and his notes were written across the type with a substitute for ink made from the juice of a tree. To Miss Livingstone and to the Reverend C.A. Allington, I am very much indebted for help in the laborious task of deciphering this portion of the doctor's journals. Their knowledge of his handwriting, their perseverance, coupled with good eyes and a strong magnifying glass, at last made their task a complete success. In comparing this great mass of material with the journal brought home by Mr. Stanley, one finds that a great deal of most interesting matter can be added. It would seem that in the hurry of writing and copying despatches previous to his companion's departure, the doctor rapidly entered up as much from his notebooks as time and space permitted. Most fortunately, he still carried the greater part of these original notes till the time of his death, so that they were forthcoming when his effects were subsequently saved. This brings us to the second installment of the journals, for we have thus acknowledged the first to have reached us on Mr. Stanley's return. When the battered tin traveling case, which was with Livingstone to the last, was opened at the Foreign Office in the spring of this year, not only were these valuable papers disclosed, which I have mentioned, but it was found also that Livingstone had kept a copious journal during his stay at Unyanmbe in some copybooks, and that when his stock of notebooks was replenished, a daily record of his subsequent travels had been made. It was with fear and trembling that one looked to see whether all had been saved or only part, but with satisfaction and thankfulness I have subsequently discovered that his men preserved every single line, besides his maps, which now come to light for the first time. Thus much on the material of the diaries. It remains to say a few words on the map which accompanies these journals. It has been compiled from Dr. Livingstone's original drawings and notebooks, with the corrections and additions he made from time to time as the work of exploration progressed, and the details of physical geography became clearer to him. The compiler, Mr. John Bolton, implicitly followed the original outline of the drawing as far as possible, has honestly endeavored to give such a rendering of the entire work as the doctor would have done had he lived to return home, and superintend the construction. And I take this opportunity of expressing my sincere gratification that Mr. Bolton's rare technical skill, scientific knowledge, and unwearying labor have been available for the purpose. Amongst the last words that Livingstone wrote, I find an unfinished letter to myself, in which he gives me very clear and explicit directions concerning the geographical notes he had previously sent home, and I am but carrying out the sacred duty which is attached to a last wish when I call attention to the fact that he particularly desired in this letter that no positions gathered from his observations for latitude and longitude, nor for the levels of the lakes, etc., should be considered correct till Sir Thomas Maclear had examined them. The position of Casembe's town and of a point near Pambete at the southeast and of Lake Liamba, Tanganyika, have been computed and corrected by Sir T. Maclear and Dr. Mann. The observations for latitude were taken at short intervals, and where it has been possible to test them, they have been found very correct, but I repeat that until the imprimatur of his old friend at the Cape of Good Hope stands over the whole of Livingstone's work, the map must be accepted as open to further corrections. The journey from Kabawata to Mpara has been inserted entirely from notes, as the traveler was too ill to mark the route. This is the only instance in all his wanderings where he failed to give some indication on his map of the nature of the ground over which he passed. The journey from McKennedy Bay to Lake Nyassa has also been laid down from his journal, and latitudes in consequence of the section of this part of his route, which he left at Ujiji, not having arrived in England at this date. It will be observed that the outline of Lake Nyassa differs from that on any published map. It has been drawn from the original exploratory survey of its southern shores made by Dr. Livingstone in 1861-3. For some reason, this original plan was not adhered to by a former draftsman, but the lake has here been restored to a more accurate bearing and position. How often shall we see in the pages of this concluding chapter of his life that unwavering determination which was preeminently the great characteristic of David Livingstone. Naturally endowed with unusual endurance, able to concentrate faculties of no ordinary kind upon whatever he took in hand, and with a dread of exaggeration which at times almost militated against the importance of some of his greatest discoveries, it may be doubted if ever geographer went forth strengthened with so much true power. Let us add to these a sincere trust that slavery, the quote, great open sore of the world, end quote, as he called it, might, under God's guidance, receive healing at his hands, a fervent hope that others would follow him after he had removed those difficulties which are comprised in a profound ignorance of the physical features of a new country. And we have the marching orders of him who left us in August 1865, never to return alive. Privileged to enjoy his near personal friendship for a considerable period in Africa and also at home, it has been easy to trace, more especially from correspondence with him of late years, that Livingstone wanted just some such gigantic problem as that which he attacked at the last to measure his strength against. That he finally overrated and overtaxed it, I think all must admit. He had not sufficiently allowed for an old wound which his constitution received whilst battling with dysentery and fever on his celebrated journey across Africa, and this finally sapped his vital powers, and through the irritation of exhaustion, insidiously clouded much of his happiness. Many of his old friends were filled with anxiety when they found that he intended to continue the investigation of the Nile sources, for the letters sent home by Mr. Stanley raised the liveliest apprehensions, which, alas, soon proved themselves well grounded. The reader must be warned that however versed in books of African travel he may be, the very novelty of his situation amongst these pages will render him liable, perhaps, to a danger which a timely word may avert. Truly, it may be said, he has an embarras de richesses. To follow an explorer who by his individual exertions has filled up a great space in the map of Africa, who has not only been the first to set foot on the shores of vast inland seas, but who, with simple appliances of his bodily stature for a sounding pole and his stalwart stride for a measuring tape, lays down new rivers by the hundreds, is a task calculated to stagger him. It may be provoking to find Livingstone busily engaged in bargaining for a canoe upon the shores of Bangweolo, much as he would have secured a boat in his own native Clyde, but it was not in his nature to be subject to those paroxysms in which travelers too often indite their discoveries and descriptions. At the same time, these journals will be found to contain innumerable notes on the habits of animals, birds, and fishes, many of them probably new species, and on phenomena in every direction which the keen eye searched out as the great traveler moved amongst some of the grandest scenes of this beautiful world. It may be doubted if ever eye so keen was backed by so much perseverance to shield it from a mere superficial habit of noticing. Let his adventures speak for themselves. Amongst the greatest facts recorded here, the geographer will perceive that the doctor has placed it beyond doubt that Lake Nyassa belongs to a totally distinct system of waters to that which holds Lake Tanganyika, and the rivers running north and west. He was too sagacious to venture the surmise that Tanganyika has a subterranean outlet, without having duly weighed the probabilities in the scale with his elaborate observations. The idea gathers force when we remember that in the case of limestone cliffs, water so often succeeds in breaking bounds by boring through the solid rock. No more interesting problem is left to solve, and we shall yet learn whether, through the caverns of western Kabago, this lake adds its waters to the vast northerly flow of rivers we now read of for the first time, which are undoubtedly amongst the largest in the world. I cannot close these remarks without stating how much obliged I am to Mr. James Young, F.R.S. of Kelly, for having ensured the presence of the doctor's men, Chuma and Susie. Ever ready to serve his old friend Livingstone, he took care that they should be at my elbow so long as I required them to help me amidst the pile of MSS and maps. Their knowledge of the countries they traveled in is most remarkable, and from constantly aiding their master by putting questions to the natives respecting the course of rivers, etc., I found them actual geographers of no mean attainments. In one instance, when in doubt concerning a particular watershed, to my surprise, Susie returned a few hours afterwards with a plan of the whole system of rivers in the region under examination, and I found his sketch tally well with the doctor's map. Known to me previously for years on the Zambezi and the Shiré, it was a pleasure to have them with me for 4 months. Amongst other good services, they have aided the artist by reproducing the exact facsimile of the hut in which Dr. Livingstone expired, besides making models of the kitanda on which he was carried, and of the village in which his body lay for 14 days. I need not add what ready and valuable assistance I have derived from the doctor's old companion, Dr. Kirk, wherever I have found it necessary to apply to him. Some of the illustrations are more particularly owing to his kindness. It only remains to say that it has been thought advisable to retain all the strictly scientific matter found in Dr. Livingstone's journals for future publication. When one sees that a register of the daily rainfall was kept throughout, that the temperature was continually recorded, and that the barometrical and hypsometrical observations were made with unflagging thoroughness of purpose year in and year out, it is obvious that an accumulated mass of information remains for the meteorologist to deal with separately, which alone must engross many months of labor. A constant sense of great responsibility has been mine throughout this task, for one cannot doubt that much of the future welfare of distant tribes and races depends upon Livingstone obtaining through these records a distinct hearing for their woes, their misery, and above all for their willingness to welcome men drawn towards them by motives like his. At the same time, memory and affection have not failed to bring back vividly the man, the traveler, and the friend. May that which he has said in his journals suffer neither loss of interest nor depth of meaning at the compiler's hands. Horace Wallace, Twywell Rectory, Thrapston, Northamptonshire, November 2nd, 1874. End of the introduction. Chapter 1 of the Last Journals of David Livingstone in Central Africa from 1865 to his death, Volume 1 of 2, 1866 through 1868, by David Livingstone and Horace Waller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Arrival at Zanzibar. Hearty reception by Said Majid the Sultan. Murder of Baron Vanderdecken. The slave market. Preparations for starting to the interior. Embarkation in HMS Penguin and Dhow. Rovuma Bay impracticable. Disembarks at Mikadani. Joy at traveling once more. Trouble with sepoys. Camels attacked by tsetse fly and by sepoys. Jungle sappers. Meets old enemies. The Makande. Lake Nangandi. Gum copal diggings. Zanzibar, 28th January 1866. After a passage of 23 days from Bombay, we arrived at this island in the Thule, which was one of Captain Sherard Osborne's late Chinese fleet, and now a present from the Bombay government to the Sultan of Zanzibar. I was honored with the commission to make the formal presentation, and this was intended by H.E., the governor in council, to show how much estimation I was held, and thereby induce the Sultan to forward my enterprise. The letter to His Highness was a commendatory epistle in my favor, for which consideration on the part of Sir Bartle Frere I was deeply grateful. It runs as follows. To His Highness, Sejuel Majid, Sultan of Zanzibar. Copy. Your Highness, I trust that this will find you in the enjoyment of health and happiness. I have requested my friend, Dr. David Livingstone, who is already personally well and favorably known to Your Highness, to convey to you the assurance of the continual friendship and goodwill of Her Majesty's government in India. Your Highness is already aware of the benevolent objects of Dr. Livingstone's life and labors, and I feel assured that Your Highness will continue to him the favor and protection which you have already shown to him on former occasions, and that Your Highness will direct every aid to be given to him within Your Highness's dominions, which may tend to further the philanthropic designs to which he has devoted himself, and which, as Your Highness is aware, are viewed with the warmest interest by Her Majesty's government, both in India and England. I trust Your Highness will favor me with continued accounts of your good health and welfare. I remain Your Highness's sincere friend, signed, H.B.E. Frere. Bombay Castle, 2nd January, 1866. When we arrived, Dr. Seward, the acting consul, was absent at the cycles on account of serious failure of health. Mr. Schultz, however, was representing him, but he too was at the time away. Dr. Seward was expected back daily, and he did arrive on the 31st. I requested a private interview with the Sultan, and on the following day, 29th, called and told him the nature of my commission to His Highness. He was very gracious and seemed pleased with the gift, as well he might, for the Thule is fitted up in the most gorgeous manner. We asked a few days to put her in perfect order, and this being the Ramadan, or fasting month, he was all the more willing to defer a visit to the vessel. Dr. Seward arranged to have an audience with the Sultan to carry out his instructions, which were to present me in a formal manner. Captain Bradshaw of the Wasp, with Captain Latham of the Vigilant, and Bishop Tozer, were to accompany us in full dress, but the Sultan had a toothache and gum boil, and could not receive us. He, however, placed one of his houses at my disposal, and appointed a man who speaks English to furnish board for my men and me, and also for Captain Brebner of the Thule and his men. 6th February, 1866. The Sultan, being still unable to come, partly on account of toothache and partly on account of Ramadan, he sent his commodore, Captain Abdullah, to receive the Thule. When the English flag was hauled down in the Thule, it went up to the mainmast of the Iskander Shah and was saluted by 21 guns. Then the Wasp saluted the Arab flag with an equal number, which honor being duly acknowledged by a second royal salute from the Iskander Shah, Captain Abdullah's frigate, the ceremony ended. Next day, the 7th, We were received by the Sultan, and through his interpreter I told him that his friend, the governor of Bombay, had lately visited the South Maratha princes, and had pressed on them the necessity of education. The world was moving on, and those who neglected to acquire knowledge would soon find that power slipped through their fingers, and that the Bombay government, in presenting His Highness with a portion of steam power, showed its desire to impart one of the greatest improvements of modern times, not desiring to monopolize power, but hoping to lift up others with themselves. And I wished for him to live 100 years and enjoy all happiness. The idea was borrowed partly from Sir Bartle Frere's addresses, because I thought it would have more weight if he heard a little from the source than if it emanated from myself. He was very anxious that Captain Brebner and his men, in returning to India, should take a passage from him in the Nadir Shah, one of his men of war, although he had already placed his things about the Vigilant to proceed to Schuylkill, and thence to Bombay. We persuaded Captain Brebner to accept His Highness's hospitality. He had evidently set his heart on sending them back with suitable honors, and an hour after consent was given to go by the Nadir Shah, he signed an order for the money to fit her out. 11th February, 1866. One of the foremost subjects that naturally occupied my mind here was the sad loss of the Baron Vanderdecken on the river Juba or Aljib. The first intimation of the unfortunate termination of his explorations was the appearance of Lieutenant von Schaik at his place, who had left without knowing whether his leader was dead or alive, but an attack had been made on the encampment which had been planned after the steamer struck the rocks and filled, and 2 of the Europeans were killed. The attacking party came from the direction in which the Baron and Dr. Link went, and 3 men of note in it were slain. Von Schaik went back from Zanzibar to Brava to ascertain the fate of the Baron, and meanwhile several native sailors from Zanzibar had been allowed to escape from the scene of confusion to Brava. 18th February, 1866. All the Europeans went to pay visits of congratulations to His Highness the Sultan upon the conclusion of the Ramadan, when sweetmeats were placed before us. He desired me to thank the governor of Bombay for his magnificent gift, and to state that although he would like to have me always with him, yet he would show me the same favor in Africa which he had done here. He added that the Thule was at my service to take me to the Rovuma whenever I wished to leave. I replied that nothing had been wanting on his part. He had done more than I expected, and I was sure that His Excellency the Governor would be delighted to hear that the vessel promoted his health and prosperity. Nothing would delight him more than this. He said that he meant to go out in her on Wednesday next, 20th. Bishop Tozer, Captain Fraser, Dr. Steer, and all the English were present. The sepoys came in and did obeisance, and I pointed out the Nassik lads as those who had been rescued from slavery, educated, and sent back to their own country by the governor. Surely he must see that some people in the world act from other than selfish motives. In the afternoon, Sheikh Suleiman, his secretary, came with a letter for the governor to be conveyed by Lieutenant Brebner, I.N., in the Nadir Shah, which is to sail tomorrow. He offered money to the lieutenant, but this could not be heard of for a moment. The translation of the letter is as follows, and is an answer to that which I brought. To His Excellency the Governor of Bombay, after compliments. The end of my desire is to know ever that Your Excellency's health is good. As for me, your friend, I am very well. Your honored letter borne by Dr. Livingstone duly reached me, and all that you said about him I understood. I will show him respect, give him honor, and help him in all his affairs, and that I have already done this, I trust he will tell you. I hope you will let me rest in your heart, and that you will send me many letters. If you need anything, I shall be glad and will give it. Your sincere friend, Majid bin Said. Dated 2nd Shawwal, 1282. 18th February, 1866. 2nd March, 1866. A northern dhow came in with slaves. When this was reported to the Sultan, he ordered it to be burned, and we saw this done from the window of the consulate. But he has very little power over northern Arabs. He has shown a little vigor of late. He wished to raise a revenue by a charge of 10% on all articles brought into town for sale, but this is clearly contrary to treaty which provides that no monopoly shall be permitted, and no dues save that of 5% import duty. The French consul bullies him. Indeed, the French system of dealing with the natives is well expressed by that word. No wonder they cannot gain influence among them. The greatest power they exercise is by lending their flag to slaving dhows so that it covers that nefarious traffic. The stench arising from 1.5 miles or 2 square miles of exposed sea beach, which is the general depository of the filth of the town, is quite horrible. At night it is so gross or crass one might cut out a slice and manure a garden with it. It might be called Stinkabar rather than Zanzibar. No one can long enjoy good health here. On visiting the slave market, I found about 300 slaves exposed for sale, the greater part of whom came from Lake Nyassa and the Shire River. I am so familiar with the peculiar faces and markings or tattooings that I expect them to recognize me. Indeed, one woman said that she had heard of our passing up Lake Nyassa in a boat, but she did not see me. Others came from Chipeta, southwest of the lake. All who have grown up seem ashamed at being hawked about for sale. The teeth are examined, the cloth lifted up to examine the lower limbs, and a stick is thrown for the slave to bring, and thus exhibit his paces. Some are dragged through the crowd by the hand, and the price is called out incessantly. Most of the purchasers were northern Arabs and Persians. This is the period when the Sultan's people may not carry slaves coastwise, but they simply cannot, for the wind is against them. Many of the dhows leave for Madagascar and thence come back to complete their cargoes. The Arabs are said to treat their slaves kindly, and this also may be said of native masters. The reason is, master and slave partake of the general indolence, but the lot of the slave does not improve with the general progress in civilization. While no great disparity of rank exists, his energies are little tasked, but when society advances, wants multiply, and to supply these, the slave's lot grows harder. The distance between master and man increases as the lust of gain is developed, hence we can hope for no improvement in the slave's condition unless the master returns to or remains in barbarism. 6th March, 1866. Rains have begun now that the sun is overhead. We expect the Penguin daily to come from Johanna and take us to the Rovuma. It is an unwholesome place. 6 of my men have fever. Few retain health long, and considering the lowness of the island and the absence of sanitary regulations in the town, it is not to be wondered at. The Sultan has little power, being only the successor to the captain of the horde of Arabs who came down and overran the island and maritime coast of the adjacent continent. He is called only Said or Syed, never Sultan, and they can boast of choosing a new one if he does not suit them. Some coins were found in digging here which have Kufic inscriptions and are about 900 years old. The island is low. The highest parts may not be more than 150 feet above the sea. It is of a coral formation with sandstone conglomerate. Most of the plants are African, but clove trees, mangoes, and coconut groves give a luxuriant South Sea island look to the whole scenery. We visited an old man today, the richest in Zanzibar, who is to give me letters to his friends at Tanganyika, and I am trying to get a depot of goods for provisions formed there, so that when I reach it I may not be destitute. 18th March, 1866. I have arranged with Korji, a Banian, who farms the custom house revenue here, to send a supply of beads, cloth, flour, tea, coffee, and sugar to Ujiji on Lake Tanganyika. The Arab there, with whom one of Korji's people will remain in charge of the goods, is called Thani bin Suliam. Yesterday we went to take leave of the Sultan and to thank him for all his kindness to me and my men, which has indeed been very great. He offered me men to go with me, and another letter if I wished it. He looks very ill. I have received very great kindness during my stay from Dr. and Mrs. Seward. They have done everything for me in their power. May God Almighty return it all abundantly into their bosoms in the way that He best can. Dr. Seward's views of the policies pursued here, I have no doubt, are the right ones. In fact, the only ones which can be looked back to with satisfaction, or that have probability of success among a race of pariah Arabs. The Penguin came a few days ago, and Lieutenant Garforth in command agrees to take me down to the Rovuma River and land me there. I have a dhow to take my animals, 6 camels, 3 buffaloes, and a calf, 2 mules, and 4 donkeys. I have 13 sepoys, 10 Johanna men, 9 Nassik boys, 2 Shupanga men, and 2 Wayus, Wekatani, and Chuma. It might be well to point out that several of these men had previously been employed by Dr. Livingstone on the Zambezi and Shire. Thus, Musa, the Johanna man, was a sailor on the Lady Nyassa, whilst Susi and Amoda were engaged at Shupanga to cut wood for the Pioneer. The two Waiau lads, Wakatani and Chuma, were liberated from the slavers by the doctor and Bishop Mackenzie in 1861, and lived for 3 years with the mission party at Chibisa's before they were engaged by Livingstone. The Nassik lads were entire strangers and were trained in India. 19th March, 1866. We start this morning at 10 a.m. I trust that the Most High may prosper me in this work, granting me influence in the eyes of the heathen and helping me to make my intercourse beneficial to them. 22nd March, 1866. We reached Rovuma Bay today and anchored about 2 miles from the mouth of the river in 5 fathoms. I went up the left bank to see if the gullies which formerly ran into the bay had altered so as to allow camels to cross them. They seemed to have become shallower. There was no wind for the dhow, and as for the man of war towing her, it was out of the question. On the 23rd, the cutter did try to tow the dhow, but without success, as a strong tide runs constantly out of the river at this season. A squall came up from the southeast, which would have taken the dhow in, but the master was on board the Penguin and said he had no large sail. I got him off to his vessel, but the wind died away before we could reach the mouth of the river. 24th March, 1866. I went to the dhow, and there being no wind, I left orders with the captain to go up the right bank should a breeze arise. Mr. Fane, midshipman, accompanied me up the left bank above to see if we could lead the camels along in the water. Near the point where the river first makes a little bend to the north, we landed and found 3 formidable gullies and jungle so thick with bush, date palms, twining bamboo, and hooked thorns that one could scarcely get along. Further inland it was sticky mud, thickly planted over with mangrove roots and gullies in whose soft banks one sank over the ankles. No camels could have moved, and men with extreme difficulty might struggle through, but we never could have made an available road. We came to a she-hippopotamus lying in a ditch, which did not cover her. Mr. Fane fired into her head, and she was so upset that she nearly fell backwards in plunging up the opposite bank. Her calf was killed, and was like a sucking pig, though in appearance as large as a full-grown sow. We now saw that the dhow had a good breeze, and she came up along the right bank and grounded at least a mile from the spot where the mangroves ceased. The hills, about 200 feet high, begin about 2 or 3 miles above that, and they looked invitingly green and cool. My companion and I went up from the dhow inland to see if the mangroves gave way to a more walkable country, but the swamp covered over thickly with mangroves only became worse the farther we receded from the river. The whole is flooded at high tides, and had we landed, all the men, we should have been laid up with fever ere we could have attained the higher land, which on the right bank bounds the line of vision, and the first part of which lies so near. I thought I had better land on the sand belt on the left of Rovuma Bay, and then explore and get information from the natives, none of whom had as yet come near us. So I ordered the dhow to come down to the spot next day, and went on board the Penguin. Lieutenant Garforth was excessively kind, and though this is his best time for cruising in the north, he most patiently agreed to wait and help me to land. 24th March, 1866. During the night it occurred to me that we should be in a mess if after exploration and information from the natives we could find no path, and when I mentioned this, Lieutenant Garforth suggested that we should proceed to Kilwa. So at 5 a.m. I went up to the dhow with Mr. Fane, and told the captain that we were going there. He was loud in his protestations against this, and strongly recommended the port of Mikadani as quite near to Rovuma, Nyassa, and the country I wished to visit, besides being a good landing place, and the finest port on the coast. Thither we went, and on the same evening landed all our animals in Mikadani Bay, which lies only 25 miles north of Rovuma. The Penguin then left. The Rovuma is quite altered from what it was when we first visited it. It is probable that the freshets form banks inside the mouth, which are washed out into the deep bay, and this periodical formation probably has prevented the Arabs from using the Rovuma as a port of shipment. It is not likely that Mr. May would have made a mistake if the middle were as shoal as now. He found soundings of 3 fathoms or more. 25th March, 1866. I hired a house for $4 a month and landed all our goods from the dhow. The bay gives off a narrow channel, about 500 yards wide and 200 yards long, The middle is deep, but the sides are coral reefs and shoal. The deep part seems about 100 yards wide. Outside in the Bay of Mikadani, there is no anchorage except on the edge of the reef where the Penguin got 7 fathoms, but further in it was only 2 fathoms. The inner bay is called Pemba, not Pimley, as erroneously printed in the charts of Owen. It is deep and quite sheltered. Another of a similar round form lies somewhat to the south. This bay may be 2 miles square. The cattle are all very much the worse for being knocked about in the dow. We began to prepare saddles of a very strong tree called Ntibwi, which is also used for making the hooked spear with which hippopotami are killed. The hook is very strong and tough. I applied also for 20 carriers, and a Banian engaged to get them as soon as possible. The people have no cattle here. They are half-caste Arabs mostly, and quite civil to us. 26th March, 1866. A few of the Nassau boys have the slave spirit pretty strongly. It goes deepest in those who have the darkest skins. 2 Gala men are the most intelligent and hard-working among them. Some look on work with indifference, when others are the actors. Now that I am on the point of starting on another trip into Africa, I feel quite exhilarated. When one travels with the specific object in view of ameliorating the condition of the natives, every act becomes ennobled. Whether exchanging the customary civilities or arriving at a village, accepting a night's lodging, purchasing food for the party, asking for information, or answering polite African inquiries as to our objects in traveling, we begin to spread a knowledge of that people by whose agency their land will yet become enlightened and freed from the slave trade. The mere animal pleasure of traveling in a wild, unexplored country is very great. When on lands of a couple of 1,000 feet elevation, brisk exercise imparts elasticity to the muscles, fresh and healthy blood circulates through the brain, the mind works very well, the eye is clear, the step is firm, and a day's exertion always makes the evening's repose thoroughly enjoyable. We have usually the stimulus of remote chances of danger either from beasts or men. Our sympathies are drawn out towards our humble, hardy companions by a community of interests, and it may be of perils, which make us all friends. Nothing but the most pitiable puerility would lead any manly heart to make their inferiority a theme for self-exaltation. However, that is often done, as if with the vague idea that we can, by magnifying their deficiencies, demonstrate our immaculate perfections. The effect of travel on a man whose heart is in the right place is that the mind is made more self-reliant, becomes more confident of its own resources, there is greater presence of mind. The body is soon well knit, the muscles of the limbs grow as hard as a board, and seem to have no fat. The countenance is bronzed, and there is no dyspepsia. Africa is a most wonderful country for appetite, and it is only when one gloats over marrow bones or elephant's feet that indigestion is possible. No doubt much toil is involved, and fatigue of which travelers in the more temperate climes can form but a faint conception. But the sweat of one's brow is no longer a curse when one works for God. It provides a tonic to the system and is actually a blessing. No one can truly appreciate the charm of repose unless he has undergone severe exertion. 27th March, 1866. The point of land on which the north side of the entrance to the harbor narrows it to about 300 yards is alone called Pemba. The other parts have different names. Looking northwards from the point, the first 100 yards has 90 square houses of wattled daub. A ruin, a mosque, has been built of lime and coral. The whole point is coral, and the soil is red, and covered over with dense tropical vegetation, which in the baobab is conspicuous. Dhows at present come in with ease by the easterly wind which blows in the evening, and leave next morning, the land wind taking them out. While the camels and other animals are getting over their fatigues and bad bruises, we are making camels' saddles and repairing those of the mules and buffaloes. Oysters abound on all the rocks and on the trees over which the tide flows. They are small but much relished by the people. The Arabs here are a wretched lot physically, thin, washed-out creatures, many with bleared eyes. 29th through 30th March, 1866. This harbor has somewhat the shape of a bent bow or the spade on a playing card, the shaft of the arrow being the entrance in. The passage is very deep, but not more than 100 yards wide, and it goes in nearly southwest. Inside it is deep and quite secure, and protected from all winds. The lands westward rise at once to about 200 feet, and John, a hill, is the landmark by which it is best known in coming along the coast. So say the Arabs. The people have no cattle, but say there are no tsetse flies. They have not been here long, i.e., under the present system, but a ruin on the northern peninsula or face of the entrance built of stone and lime, Arab fashion, and others on the northwest show that the place has been known and used of old. The adjacent country has large game at different water pools, and as the whole country is somewhat elevated, it probably is healthy. There is very little mangrove. Another enclosed piece of water to the south of this probably has more. The language of the people here is Swahili. They trade a little in gum copal and orchilla weed. An agent of the Zanzibar custom house presides over the customs, which are very small, and a jemadar acknowledging the sultan is the chief authority. But the people are little superior to the natives whom they have displaced. The jemadar has been very civil to me and gives me 2 guides to go on to Adonde, but no carriers can be hired. Water is found in wells in the coral rock which underlies the whole place. 4th April, 1866. When about to start from Pemba, at the entrance to the other side of the bay, one of our buffaloes gored a donkey so badly that he had to be shot. We cut off the tips of the offender's horns, on the principle of locking the stable door when the steed is stolen, and marched. We came to level spots devoid of vegetation and hard on the surface, but a deposit of water below allowed the camels to sink up to their bodies through the crust. Hauling them out, we got along to the jemadar's house, which is built of coral and lime. Hamish was profuse in his professions of desire to serve, but gave a shabby hut which let in rain and wind. I slept one night in it, and it was unbearable, so I asked the jemadar to allow me to sleep in his courtroom, where many of the sepoys were. He consented, but when I refused, then, being an excitable, nervous Arab, he took fright, mustered all his men, amounting to about 15, with matchlocks, ran off, saying he was going to kill a lion, came back, shook hands nervously with me, vowing it was a man who would not obey him. It was not you. Our goods were all out in the street, bound on the pack saddles, so at night we took the ordinary precaution of setting a guard. This excited our dignitary, and after dark all his men were again mustered with matches lighted. I took no notice of him, and after he had spent a good deal of talk, which we could hear, he called Musa and asked what I meant. The explanations of Musa had the effect of sending him to bed, and in the morning, when I learned how much I had almost unintentionally disturbed him, I told him that I was sorry, but it did not occur to me to tell him about an ordinary precaution against thieves. He thought he had given me a crushing reply when he said with vehemence, "But there are no thieves here." I did not know till afterwards that he and others had done me an ill turn in saying that no carriers could be hired from the independent tribes adjacent. They are low-coast Arabs, 3/4 African, and as usual possess the bad without the good qualities of both parents. Many of them came and begged brandy and laughed when they remarked that they could drink it in secret but not openly. They have not, however, introduced it as an article of trade, as we Christians have done on the west coast. 6th April, 1866. We made a short march round to the southwest side of the lake and spent the night at a village in that direction. There are 6 villages dotted round the inner harbor, and the population may amount to 250 or 300 souls, coast Arabs and their slaves. The southern portion of the harbor is deep, from 10 to 14 fathoms, but the northwestern part is shoal and rocky. Very little is done in the way of trade. Some sorghum, semsem seed, gum copal, and orchilla weed constitute the commerce of the port. I saw 2 Banian traders settled here. 17th April, 1866. Went about south from Kidani with a Somali guide named Ben Ali, or Bon Ali, a good-looking, obliging man, who was to get $20 to take us up to Ngomano. Our path lay in a valley, with well-wooded heights on each side, but the grass towered over our heads and gave the sensation of smothering, whilst the sun beat down on our heads very fiercely, and there was not a breath of air stirring. Not understanding camels, I had to trust to the sepoys who overloaded them, and before we had accomplished our march of about 7 miles, they were knocked up. 8th April, 1866. We spent the Sunday at a village called Nagayendi. Here, on the evening of the 7th April, our buffaloes and camels were first bitten by the tsetse fly. We had passed through some pieces of dense jungle, which, though they offered no obstruction to foot passengers, but rather an agreeable shade, had to be cut for the tall camels, and fortunately we found the Makonde of this village glad to engage themselves by the day, either as woodcutters or carriers. We had left many things with the jemadar from an idea that no carriers could be procured. I lightened the camels and had a party of woodcutters to heighten and widen the path in the dense jungle into which we now penetrated. Every now and then we emerged on open spaces where the Makande have cleared gardens for sorghum, maize, and cassava. The people were very much taken up with the camels and buffaloes than with me. They are all independent of each other, and no paramount chief exists. Their foreheads may be called compact, narrow, and rather low. The alay nazi expanded laterally, lips full, not excessively thick, limbs and body well formed, hands and feet small, color dark and light brown, height middle size, and bearing independent. 10th April, 1866. We reached a village called Nari, latitude 10 degrees, 23 minutes, 14 seconds south. Many of the men had touches of fever. I gave medicine to 11 of them, and next morning all were better. Food is abundant and cheap. Our course is nearly south and in wadis, from which, following the trade road, we often ascend the heights, and then from the villages, which are on the higher land, we descend to another on the same wadi. No running water is seen. The people depend on wells for a supply. 11th April, 1866. At Tandahara, we were still ascending as we went south. The soil is very fertile with a good admixture of sand in it, but no rocks are visible. Very heavy crops of maize and sorghum are raised, and the cassava bushes are 7 feet in height. The bamboos are cleared off them, spread over the space to be cultivated, and burned to serve as manure. Iron is very scarce, for many of the men appear with wooden spears. They find none here, but in some spots where an ooze issued from the soil, iron rust appeared. At each of the villages where we spent a night we presented a fathom of calico, and the headman always gave a fowl or two and a basket of rice or maize. The Makande dialect is quite different from Swahili, but from their intercourse with the coast Arabs, many of the people have acquired a knowledge of Swahili. 12th April, 1866. On starting, we found the jungle so dense that the people thought there was no cutting it. It continued upwards of 3 miles. The trees are not large, but so closely planted together that a great deal of labor was required to widen and heighten the path. Where bamboos prevail, they have starved out the woody trees. The reason why the trees are not large is because all the spaces we passed over were formerly garden ground before the Makande had been thinned by the slave trade. As soon as a garden is deserted, a thick crop of trees of the same sorts as those formerly cut down springs up, and here the process of woody trees starving out their fellows and occupying the land without dense scrub below has not had time to work itself out. Many are mere poles, and so intertwined with climbers as to present the appearance of a ship's ropes and cables shaken in among them, and many have woody stems as thick as an 11-inch hawser. One species may be likened to the scabbard of a dragoon's sword, but along the middle of the flat side runs a ridge, from which springs up every few inches a bunch of inch-long straight sharp thorns. It hangs straight for a couple of yards, but as if it could not give its thorns a fair chance of mischief, it suddenly bends on itself, and all its cruel points are now at right angles to what they were before. Darwin's observation shows a great deal of what looks like instinct in these climbers. This species seems to be eager for mischief. Its tangled limbs hang out, ready to inflict injury on all passers-by. Another climber is so tough it is not to be broken by the fingers. Another appears at its root as a young tree, but has the straggling habits of its class, as may be seen by its cords stretched some 50 or 60 feet off. It is often 2 inches in diameter. You cut it through at one part and find it reappear 40 yards off. Another climber is like the leaf of an aloe, but convoluted as strangely as shavings from the plane of a carpenter. It is dark green in color, and when its bark is taken off, it is beautifully striated beneath, lighter and darker green, like the rings of growth on wood. Still another is a thin string with a succession of large knobs, and another has its bark pinched up all round at intervals so as to present a great many cutting edges. One sort need scarcely be mentioned, in which all along its length are strong bent hooks, placed in a way that will hold one if it can but grapple with him, for that is very common and not like those mentioned, which the rather seem to be stragglers from the Carboniferous period of geologists, when pachydermata wriggled unscathed among tangled masses worse than these. We employed about 10 jolly young Makande to deal with these prehistoric plants in their own way, for they are accustomed to clearing spaces for gardens, and went at the work with a will, using tomahawks well adapted for the work. They whittled away right manfully, taking in an axe when any trees had to be cut. Their pay, arranged beforehand, was to be 1 yard of calico per day. This is not much, seeing we are still so near the sea-coast. Climbers and young trees melted before them like a cloud before the sun. Many more would have worked than we employed, but we used the precaution of taking the names of those engaged. The tall men become exhausted soonest, while the shorter men worked vigorously still. But a couple days' hard work seemed to tell on the best of them. It is doubtful if any but meat-eating people can stand long-continued labor without exhaustion. The Chinese may be an exception. When French navies were first employed, they could not do a tithe of the work of our English ones. But when the French were fed in the same style as the English, they performed equally well. Here the Makande have rarely the chance of a good feed of meat. It is only when one of them is fortunate enough to spear a wild hog or an antelope that they know this luxury. If a fowl is eaten, they get but a taste of it with their porridge. 13th April, 1866. We now began to descend the northern slope down to the Rovuma, and a glimpse could occasionally be had of the country. It seemed covered with great masses of dark green forest, but the undulations occasionally looked like hills, and here and there a sterculia had put on yellow foliage in anticipation of the coming winter. More frequently our vision was circumscribed to a few yards, till our merry woodcutters made for us the pleasant scene of a long vista fit for camels to pass. As a whole, the jungle would have made the authors of the natty little hints to travelers smile at their own productions, good enough, perhaps, where one has an open country with trees and hills, by which to take bearings, estimate distances, see that one point is fair and square with protractor and compass. But so long as we remained within the vegetation that is fed by the moisture from the Indian Ocean, the steamy, smothering air and dank, rank, luxuriant vegetation made me feel like it, struggling for existence, and no more capable of taking bearings than if I had been in a hogshead and observing through the bunghole. An old Mananico headman presented a coat and asked if the sepoys wished to cut its throat. The Johannese, being of a different sect of Mahometans, wanted to cut it in some other way than their Indian co-religionists. Then ensued a fierce dispute as to who was the right sort of Muslim. It was interesting to see that not Christians alone, but other nations feel keenly on religious subjects. I saw rocks of gray sandstone, like that which overlies coal, and the Rovuma in the distance. Didi is the name of a village whose headsman, Chambokea, is said to be a doctor. All the headmen pretend or are really doctors. However, one, Fundindomba, came after me for medicine for himself. 14th April, 1866. Today we succeeded in reaching the Rovuma, where some very red cliffs appear on the opposite heights, and close by where it is marked on the map that the Pioneer turned back in 1861. Here we rested on Sunday, 15th. 16th April, 1866. Our course now lay westwards, along the side of that ragged outline of tableland, which we had formerly seen from the river as flanking both sides. There it appeared a range of hills shutting in Rovuma. Here we had spurs jutting out towards the river, and valleys retiring from 1 mile to 3 miles inland. Sometimes we wended our way round them, sometimes rose over and descended their western sides, and then a great deal of wood cutting was required. The path is not straight, but from one village to another. We came perpetually on gardens, and remarked that rice was sown among the other grain. There must be a good deal of moisture at other times to admit of this succeeding. At present the crops were suffering for want of rain. We could purchase plenty of rice for the sepoys, and well it was so, for the supply which was to last till we arrived at Negamano was finished on the 13th. An old doctor, with our food awaiting, presented me with 2 large bags of rice, and his wife husked it for us. 17th April, 1866. I had to leave the camels in the hands of the sepoys. I ordered them to bring as little luggage as possible, and the havildar assured me that 2 buffaloes were amply sufficient to carry all they would bring. I now find that they have more than full loads for 2 buffaloes, 2 mules, and 2 donkeys. But when these animals fall down under them, they assure me with so much positiveness that they are not overloaded, that I have to be silent, or only, as I have several times done before, express the opinion that they will kill these animals. This observation on my part leads them to hide their things in the packs of the camels, which also are overburdened. I fear that my experiment with the tsetse will be vitiated, but no symptoms yet occur in any of the camels except weariness. The sun is very sharp, it scorches. Nearly all the sepoys had fever, but it is easily cured. They never required to stop marching, and we cannot make over 4 or 5 miles a day, which movement aids in the cure. In all cases of fever, removal from the spot of attack should be made. After the fever among the sepoys, the Nassik boys took their turn along with the Johannes. 18th April, 1866. Ben Ali misled us away up to the north in spite of my protest when we turned in that direction. He declared that was the proper path. We had much wood cutting and found that our course that day and next was to enable him to visit and return from one of his wives, a comely Makande woman. He brought her to call on me, and I had to be polite to the lady, though we lost a day by the zigzag. This is one way by which the Arabs gain influence. A great many very light-colored people are strewed among the Makande, but only one of these had the Arab hair. On asking Ali whether any attempts had been made by Arabs to convert those with whom they enter into such intimate relationships, he replied that the Makande had no idea of a deity. No one could teach them, though Makande slaves, when taken to the coast and elsewhere, were made Mahometans. Since the slave trade was introduced, this tribe has much diminished in numbers, and one village makes war upon another and kidnaps, but no religious teaching has been attempted. The Arabs come down to the native ways and make no efforts to raise the natives to theirs. It is better that it is so, for the coast Arabs' manners and morals would be no improvement on the pagan African. 19th April, 1866. We were led up over a hill again, and on to the level of the plateau, where the evaporation is greater than in the valley, and tasted water of an agreeable coldness for the first time this journey. The people, especially the women, are very rude, and the men very eager to be employed as woodcutters. Very merry they are at it, and every now and then one raises a cheerful shout, in which all join. I suppose they are urged on by a desire to please their wives with a little clothing. The higher up the Ravuma we ascend, the people are more and more tattooed on the face and on all parts of the body. The teeth are filed to points, and huge lip rings are worn by the women. Some few Mabeha men from the south side of the river have lip rings too. 20th April. A Johanna man allowed the camels to trespass and destroy a man's tobacco patch. The owner would not allow us after this to pass through his rice field in which the route lay. I examined the damage and made the Johanna man pay a yard of calico for it, which set matters aright. Tsetse are biting the buffaloes again. Elephants, hippopotami, and pigs are the only game here, but we see none. The tsetses feed on them. In the low meadowland, from 1 to 3 miles broad, which lies along both banks, we have brackish pools, and one, a large one, which we passed, called Wrong Way, had much fish, and salt is got from it. 21st April, 1866. After a great deal of cutting, we reached the valley of the Mahembwe to spend Sunday, all glad that it had come round again. Here some men came to our camp from Ndonde, who report that an invasion of Mazitu had 3 months ago swept away all the food out of the country, and they are now obliged to send in every direction for provisions. When saluting, they catch each other's hands and say aye, aye, but the general mode, introduced probably by the Arabs, is to take hold of the right hand and say marhaba, welcome. A wall-eyed, ill-looking fellow who helped to urge on the attack on our first visit in 1861, and the man to whom I gave cloth to prevent a collision, came about us disguised in a jacket. I knew him well, but said nothing to him. 23rd April, 1866. When we marched this morning, we passed the spot where an animal had been burned in the fire, and on inquiry I found that it is the custom when a leopard is killed to take off the skin and consume the carcass thus, because the Makande do not eat it. The reason they gave for not eating flesh, which is freely eaten by other tribes, is that the leopard devours men. This shows the opposite of an inclination to cannibalism. All the rocks we have seen showed that the plateau consists of gray sandstone, capped by a ferruginous sandy conglomerate. We now came to the blocks of silicified wood lying on the surface. It is so like recent wood that no one who has not handled it would conceive it to be stone and not wood. The outer surface preserves the grain or woody fiber. The inner is generally silica. Buffaloes bitten by tsetse again show no bad effects from it. One mule is, however, dull and out of health. I thought that this might be the effect of the bite till I found that his back was so strained that he could not stoop to drink and could only eat the tops of grasses. An ox would have been ill in 2 days after the biting on the 7th. A carrier stole a shirt, went off unsuspected. When the loss was ascertained, the man's companions tracked him with Ban Ali by night and got him in his hut, and then collected the headman of the village, who fined him about 4 times the value of what had been stolen. They came back in the morning without seeming to think that they had done aught to be commended. This was the only case of theft we had noticed, and the treatment showed a natural sense of justice. 24th April, 1866. We had showers occasionally, but at night all the men were under cover of screens. The fevers were speedily cured. No day was lost by sickness, but we could not march more than a few miles, owing to the slowness of the sepoys. They are a heavy drag on us and of no possible use, except when acting as sentries at night. When in the way between Kidani and Rovuma, I observed a plant here called mandare, the root of which is in taste and appearance like a waxy potato. I saw it once before at the falls below the Bartose Valley in the middle of the continent. It had been brought there by an emigrant who let out the water for irrigation, and it still maintained its place in the soil. Would this not prove valuable in the soil of India? I find that it is not cultivated further up the country of the Makande, but I shall get Ali to secure some for Bombay. 25th April, 1866. A serpent bit Jack, our dog, above the eye. The upper eyelid swelled very much, but no other symptoms appeared, and next day all swelling was gone. The serpent was either harmless or the quantity of poison injected very small. The pace of the camels is distressingly slow, and it suits the sepoys to make it slower than natural by sitting down to smoke and eat. The grass is high and ground under it damp and steamy. 26th April, 1866. On the 25th we reached Nari and resolved to wait the next day and buy food, as it is not so plentiful in front. The people are eager traders in meal, fowl, eggs, and honey. The women are very rude. Yesterday I caught a sepoy, Pando, belaboring a camel with a big stick as thick as any part of his arm. The path being narrow, it could not get out of his way. I shouted at him to desist. He did not know I was in sight. Today the effect of the bad usage is seen in the animal being quite unable to move its leg. Inflammation has set up in the hip joint. I am afraid that several bruises which have festered on the camels and were to me unaccountable have been willfully bestowed. This same Pando and another left Zanzibar drunk. He then stole a pair of socks from me, and has otherwise been perfectly useless. Even a pimple on his leg was an excuse for doing nothing for many days. We had to leave this camel at Nari under charge of the headman. 28th April, 1866. The hills on the north now retire out of our sight. A gap in the southern plateau gives passage to a small river, which arises in a lakelet of some size, 8 or 10 miles inland. The river and lakelet are both called Nagandi. The latter is so broad that men cannot be distinguished, even by the keen eyes of the natives on the other side. It is very deep and abounds in large fish. The people who live here are Mabiha. A few miles above this gap, the southern highland falls away, and there are lakelets on marshes, also abounding in fish. An uninhabited space next succeeds, and then we have the Matambwe country, which extends up to Nogamano. The Matambwe seem to be a branch of the Makande, and a very large one. Their country extends a long way south, and is well stocked with elephants and gum copal trees. They speak a language slightly different from that of the Makande, but they understand them. The Matambwe women are, according to Ali, very dark, but very comely, though they do wear the lip ring. They carry their ivory, gum copal, and slaves to Ibo or Wibo. 29th April, 1866. We spend Sunday the 29th on the banks of the Rovuma at a village called Nachachu, nearly opposite Kayoyamba, the first of the Matambwe, whose chief is called Kimbembe. Ali draws a very dark picture of the Makande. He says they know nothing of a deity, they pray to their mothers when in distress or dying, know nothing of a future state, nor have they any religion except a belief in medicine, and every headsman is a doctor. No Arab has ever tried to convert them, but occasionally a slave taken to the coast has been circumcised in order to be clean. Some of them pray, and say they know not the ordeal or Muavi. The Nasik boys failed me when I tried to communicate some knowledge through them. They say they do not understand the Makande language, though some told me that they came from Nondes, which is the headquarters of the Makonde. Ali says that the Makonde blame witches for disease and death. When one of a village dies, the whole population departs, saying, "That is a bad spot." They are said to have been notorious for fines, but an awe has come over them and no complaints have been made, though our animals in passing the gardens have broken a good deal of corn. Ali says they fear the English. This is an answer to my prayer for influence on the minds of the heathen. I regret that I cannot speak to them that good of his name which I ought. I went with the Makonde to see a specimen of the gum copal tree in the vicinity of this village. The leaves are in pairs, glossy green, with the veins a little raised on both face and back. The smaller branches diverge from the same point, the fruit of which we saw the shells seems to be a nut. Some animal had in eating them cut through them. The bark of the tree is of light ash color, the gum was oozing from the bark at wounded places, and it drops on the ground from branches. It is thus that insects are probably embedded in the gum copal. The people dig in the vicinity of modern trees in the belief that the more ancient trees which dropped their gum before it became an article of commerce must have stood there. In digging none may be found on one day, but God, Mungu, may give it to us on the next. To this all the Makonde present assented and showed me the consciousness of his existence was present in their minds. The Makonde get the gum in large quantities, and this attracts the coast Arabs, who remain a long time in the country purchasing it. Hernia humoralis abounds. It is ascribed to beer drinking. 30th April 1866. Many ulcers burst forth on the camels. Some seem old dowel bruises. They come back from pasture bleeding in a way that no rubbing against a tree would account for. I am sorry to suspect foul play. The buffaloes and mules are badly used, but I cannot be always near to prevent it. Bang is not smoked, but tobacco is. The people have no sheep or goats, only fowls, pigeons, and Muscovy ducks are seen. Honey is very cheap. A good large pot of about a gallon with 4 fowls was given for 2 yards of calico. Buffaloes again bitten by tsetse and by another fly exactly like the house fly, but having a straight hard proboscis instead of a soft one. Other large flies make the blood run. The tsetse does not disturb the buffaloes, but these others and the smaller flies do. The tsetse seem to like the camel best. From these they are gorged with blood. They do not seem to care for the mules and donkeys. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Last Journals of David Livingstone in Central Africa, from 1865 to his death. Volume 1 of 2, 1866 through 1868, by David Livingstone and Horace Waller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Effect of Pioneer's Former Visit. The Poodle Chaitane. Results of tsetse bites. Death of camels and buffaloes. Disaffection of followers. Disputed right of ferry. Mazatu raids. An old friend. Severe privations. The River Leondi. Sepoy's mutiny. Dr. Roscher. Desolation. Tattooing. Ornamental teeth. Singular custom. Death of the Nassik boy Richard. A sad reminiscence. 1st May, 1866. We now come along through a country comparatively free of wood, and we could move on without perpetual cutting and clearing. It is beautiful to get a good glimpse out on the surrounding scenery, though it still seems nearly all covered with great masses of umbrageous foliage, mostly of a dark green color, for nearly all of the individual trees possess dark, glossy leaves like laurel. We passed a gigantic specimen of the kumbe, or gum copal tree. Kumba means to dig. Chang kumbe, or things dug, is the name of the gum. The Arabs call it sandaruse. Did the people give the name kumbe to the tree after the value of the gum became known to them? The malole, from the fine-grade wood of which all the bows are made, had shed its fruit on the ground. It looks inviting to the eye, an oblong, peach-looking thing, with a number of seeds inside, but it is eaten by maggots only. When we came to Ntunde's village, we found it enclosed in a strong stockade from a fear of attack by Mabiha, who come across the river to steal their women when going to draw water. This is for the Igbo market. They offered to pull down their stockade and let us in if we would remain overnight, but we declined. Before reaching Ntande, we passed the ruins of 2 villages. The owners were the attacking party when we ascended the Rovuma in 1862. I still have the old sail, with 4 bullet holes through it, made by the shots which they fired after we had given cloth and got assurances of friendship. The father and son of this village were the 2 men seen by the second boat preparing to shoot. The fire of her crew struck the father on the chin and the son on the head. It may have been for the best that the English are thus known as people who can hit hard when unjustly attacked, as we on this occasion most certainly were. Never was a murderous assault more unjustly made or less provoked. They had left their villages and gone up over the highlands away from the river to their ambush whilst their women came to look at us. 2nd May, 1866. Mountains again approach us, and we pass one which was noticed in our first ascent from its resemblance to a table mountain. It is 600 or 800 feet high and called Laparu. The plateau now becomes mountainous, giving forth a perennial stream which comes down from its western base and forms a lagoon on the meadowland that flanks the Rovuma. The trees which love these perpetual streams spread their roots all over the surface of the boggy banks and make a firm surface, but at spots one may sink a yard deep. We had to fill up these deep ditches with branches and leaves, unload the animals, and lead them across. We spent the night on the banks of the Laparu, and then proceeded on our way. 3rd May, 1866. We rested in a Makoa village, the head of which was an old woman. The Makoa, or Makoane, are known by a half-moon figure tattooed on their foreheads or elsewhere. Our poodle dog, Chitane, chased the dogs of this village with unrelenting fury. His fierce looks inspired terror among the wretched pariah dogs of a yellow and white color, and those looks were entirely owing to its being difficult to distinguish at which end his head or tail lay. He enjoyed the chase of the yelping curs immensely, but if one of them had turned, he would have bolted the other way. A motherly-looking woman came forward and offered me some meal. This was when we were in the act of departing. Others had given food to the men, and no return had been made. I told her to send it on by her husband, and I would purchase it, but it would have been better to have accepted it. Some give merely out of kindly feeling and with no prospect of a return. Many of the Makoa men have their faces thickly tattooed in double, raised lines of about half an inch in length. After the incisions are made, charcoal is rubbed in and the flesh pressed out, so that all the cuts are raised above the level of the surface. It gives them a rather hideous look and a good deal of that fierceness which our kings and chiefs of old put on whilst having their portraits taken. 4th May. The stream, embowered in perpetual shade and overspread with the roots of water-loving broad-leaved trees, we found to be called Nkanya. The spot of our encampment was an island formed by a branch of it parting and re-entering it again. The owner had used it for rice. The buffalo were bitten again by tsetse on 2nd, and also today from the bites of other flies, which look more formidable than tsetse. Blood of arterial color flows down. This symptom I never saw before, but when we slaughtered an ox which had been tsetse bitten, we observed that the blood had the arterial hue. The cow has inflammation of one eye and a swelling on the right lumbar portion of the pelvis. The gray buffalo has been sick, but this I attribute to unmerciful loading, for his back is hurt. The camels do not seem to feel the fly, though they get weaker from the horrid running sores upon them and hard work. There are no symptoms of tsetse in mules or donkeys, but one mule has had his shoulder sprained, and he cannot stoop to eat or drink. We saw the last of the flanking range on the north. The country in front is plain with a few detached granitic peaks shot up. The Makoa in large numbers live at the end of the range in a place called Nayuchi. At Nyamba, a village where we spent the night of the 5th, was a doctoress and rainmaker who presented a large basket of skoro, or, as they call it in India, mung, and a fowl. She is tall and well made, with fine limbs and feet, and was profusely tattooed all over. Even her hips and buttocks had their elaborate markings. No shame is felt in exposing those parts. A good deal of salt is made by lixivation of the soil and evaporating by fire. The head woman had a tame conga tole, or tufted guinea fowl, with bluish instead of white spots. In passing along westwards after leaving the end of the range, we came first of all on sandstone hardened by fire, then masses of granite, as if in that had been contained the igneous agency of partial metamorphosis. It had also lifted up the sandstone so as to cause a dip to the east. Then the syenite, or granite, seemed as if it had been melted, for it was all in striae, which striae, as they do elsewhere, run east and west. With the change in geological structure, we get a different vegetation. Instead of the laurel-leaved trees of various kinds, we have African ebonies, acacias, and mimosae. The grass is shorter and more sparse, and we can move along without woodcutting. We were now opposite a hill on the south called Simba, a lion, from its supposed resemblance to that animal. A large Mahiba population lived there and make raids occasionally over to this side for slaves. 6th May, 1866. Tsetse again. The animals look drowsy. The cow's eye is dimmed. When punctured, the skin emits a stream of scarlet blood. The people hereabouts seem intelligent and respectful. At service, a man began to talk, but when I said, Ku Soma Mulungu, we wish to pray to God, he desisted. It would be interesting to know what the ideas of these men are and to ascertain what they have gained in their communings with nature during the ages past. They do not give the idea of that boisterous wickedness and disregard of life which we read of in our own dark ages. But I have no one to translate, although I can understand much of what is said on common topics, chiefly from knowing other dialects. 7th May, 1866. A camel died during the night, and the gray buffalo is in convulsions this morning. The cruelty of these sepoys vitiates my experiment, and I expect many camels, 1 buffalo, and 1 mule to die yet. They sit down and smoke and eat, leaving the animals loaded in the sun. If I am not with them, it is a constant dawdling. They are evidently unwilling to exert themselves, they cannot carry their belts and bags, and their powers of eating and vomiting are astounding. The Makande villages are remarkably clean, but no sooner do we pass a night in one than the fellows make it filthy. The climate does give a sharp appetite, but these sepoys indulge it till relieved by vomiting and purging. First of all they breakfast, then an hour afterwards they are sitting eating the pockets full of corn maize they have stolen and brought for the purpose, whilst I have to go ahead. Otherwise we may be misled into a zigzag course to see Ali's friends. And if I remain behind to keep an eye on the sepoys on the move, it deprives me of all the pleasure of traveling. We have not averaged 4 miles a day in a straight line, yet the animals have often been kept in the sun We have not averaged 4 miles a day in a straight line, yet the animals have often been kept in the sun for 8 hours at a stretch. When we get up at 4 a.m., we cannot get under way before 8 o'clock. Sepoys are a mistake. 7th May, 1866. We are now opposite a mountain called Nabagala, which resembles from the northeast an elephant lying down. Another camel, a very good one, died on the way. Its shiverings and convulsions are not at all like what we observed in horses and oxen killed by tsetse, but such may lie the cause, however. The only symptom pointing to the tsetse is the arterial-looking blood, but we never saw it ooze from the skin after the bite of the gadfly, as we do now. 8th May, 1866. We arrived at a village called Japande, or Lapande, which lies opposite a granitic hill on the other side of the river, where we spent a night on our boat trip, called Nakapuri. This is rather odd, for the words are not Makande, but Sikwana, and signify goat's horn, from the projections jutting out from the rest of the mass. I left the Havladar, sepoys, and Nasik boys here in order to make a forced march forward, where no food is to be had, and send either to the south or westwards for supplies, so that after they have rested the animals and themselves 5 days, they may come. 1 mule is very ill, 1 buffalo drowsy and exhausted, 1 camel a mere skeleton from bad sores, and another has an enormous hole at the point of the pelvis, which sticks out at the side. I suspect that this was made maliciously, for he came from the field bleeding profusely. No tree would have perforated a round hole in this way. I take all goods and leave only the sepoy's luggage, which is enough for all the animals now. 9th May, 1866. I went on with the Johanna men and 24 carriers, for it was a pleasure to get away from the sepoys and Nassoc boys. The two combined to overload the animals. I told them repeatedly that they would kill them, but no sooner had I adjusted the burdens and turned my back than they put on all their things. It was, however, such continual vexation to contend with the sneaking spirit that I gave up annoying myself by seeing matters, though I felt certain that the animals would all be killed. We did at least 8 miles pleasantly well and slept at Madoa village. The rocks are still syenite. We passed a valley with the large thorny acacias of which canoes are often made, and a euphorbaceous tree with seed vessels as large as mandarin oranges, with 3 seeds inside. We were now in a country which, in addition to the Mazattu invasion, was suffering from one of those inexplicable droughts to which limited and sometimes large portions of this country are subject. It had not been nearly so severe on the opposite or south side, and thitherto the Mazattu had not yet penetrated. Rushes, which plagued us nearer the coast, are not observed now. The grass is all crisp and yellow, many of the plants are dead, and leaves are fallen off the trees as if winter had begun. The ground is covered with open forest, with here and there thick jungle on the banks of the streams. All the rivulets we have passed are mere mountain torrents filled with sand, in which the people dig for water. We passed the spot where an Arab called Burkal was asked payment for leave to pass. After 2.5 days' parley, he fought, killed 2 Makonde, and mortally wounded a headman, which settled the matter. No fresh demand has been made. Ali's brother also resisted the same sort of demand, fought several times, or until 3 Makonde and 2 of his people were killed. They then made peace, and no other exactions have been made. 11th May, 1866. We now found a difficulty in getting our carriers along on account of exhaustion from want of food. In going up a sand stream called the Nayere, we saw that all moist spots had been planted with maize and beans, so the loss caused by the Mazattu, who swept the land like a cloud of locusts, will not be attended by much actual starvation. We met a runaway woman. She was seized by Ali, and it was plain that he expected a reward for his pains. He thought she was a slave, but a 1/4 mile off was the village she had left, and it being doubtful if she were a runaway at all, the would-be fugitive slave capture turned out a failure. 12th May, 1866. About 4 minutes east-northeast of Madatawa, or Nyamatolole, our former turning point. 13th May, 1866. We halted at a village at Matawatawa. A pleasant-looking lady, with her face profusely tattooed, came forward with a bunch of sweet reed, or sorghum saliceratum, and laid it at my feet, saying, "I met you here before," pointing to the spot on the river where we turned. I remembered her coming then, and that I asked the boat to wait while she went to bring us a basket of food, and I think it was given to Chico, and no return made. It is sheer kindliness that prompts them sometimes, though occasionally people do make presents with a view of getting a larger one in return. It is pleasant to find that it is not always so. She had a quiet, dignified manner, both in talking and walking, and I now gave her a small looking-glass, and she went and brought me her only fowl and a basket of cucumber seeds from which oil is made. From the amount of oily matter they contain, they are nutritious when roasted and eaten as nuts. She made an apology, saying there were hungry times at present. I gave her a cloth and so parted with Kanyangonge, or as her name may be spelled, Kanyanyone. The carriers were very useless from hunger, and we could not buy anything for them, for the country is all dried up, covered sparsely with mimosas and thorny acacias. 14th May, 1866. I could not get the carriers on more than an hour and 3/4. Men tire very soon on empty stomachs. We had reached the village of Hassaneh, opposite to a canonical hill named Chizwule, which is on the south side of the river, and evidently of igneous origin. It is tree-covered, while the granite always shows lumps of naked rock. All about lie great patches of beautiful dolomite. It may have been formed by baking of the tufa, which in this country seems always to have been poured out with water after volcanic action. Hassanet's daughter was just lifting a pot of French beans, boiled in their pods, off the fire when we entered the village. These he presented to me, and when I invited him to partake, he replied that he was at home and would get something, while I was a stranger on a journey. He, like all the other headmen, is a reputed doctor, and his wife, a stout old lady, a doctoress. He had never married any wife but this one, and he had 4 children, all of whom lived with their parents. We employed one of his sons to go to the south side and purchase food, sending at the same time some carriers to buy for themselves. The sirocco and rice bought by Hassanet's son we deposited with him for the party behind when they should arrive. The amount of terror their Mazatou inspire cannot be realized by us. They shake their shields, and the people fly like stricken deer. I observed that a child would not go a few yards for necessary purposes unless grandmother stood in sight. Matamora, as the Arabs call the chief at Ngamano, gave them a warm reception and killed several of them. This probably induced them to retire. 15th and 16th May, 1866. Miserably short marches from hunger, and I sympathize with the poor fellows. Those sent to buy food for themselves on the south bank were misled by a talkative fellow named Chikungu and went off north, where we knew nothing could be had. His object was to get paid for 3 days, while they only loitered here. I suppose hunger has taken the spirit out of them, but I told them that a day in which no work was done did not count. They admitted this. We pay about 2 feet of calico per day and a fathom or 6 feet for 3 days' carriage. 17th May, 1866. With very empty stomachs, they came on a few miles and proposed to cross to the south side. As this involved crossing the Luendi too, I at first objected, but in hopes that we might get food for them, we consented and were taken over in 2 very small canoes. I sent Ali and Musa meanwhile to the south to try to get some food. I got a little green sorghum for them and paid them off. These are the little troubles of traveling, and scarce worth mentioning. A granitic peak now appears about 15 minutes off to the west-southwest. It is called Chihoka. 18th May, 1866. At our crossing place, metamorphic rocks of a chocolate color stood on edge, and in the country round we have patches of dolomite, sometimes as white as marble. The country is all dry, grass and leaves crisp and yellow. Though so arid now, yet the great abundance of the dried stalks of a water-loving plant, a sort of herbaceous acacia, with green pea-shaped flowers, proves that at other times it is damp enough. The marks of people's feet, floundering in slush, but now baked, show that the country can be sloppy. The headman of the village where we spent the night of the 17th is a martyr to rheumatism. He asked for medicine, and when I gave some, he asked me to give it to him out of my own hand. He presented me with a basket of sirocco and of green sorghum as a fee, of which I was very glad, for my own party were suffering, and I had to share out the little portion of flour I had reserved to myself. 19th May, 1866. Coming on with what carriers we could find at the crossing place, we reached the confluence without seeing it, and Matamora, being about 2 miles up the Luendi, we sent over to him for aid. He came over this morning early, a tall, well-made man with a somewhat severe expression of countenance, from a number of wrinkles on his forehead. He took us over the Luendi, which is decidedly the parent stream of the Rovuma, though that, as it comes from the west, still retains the name Luendi from the southwest here, and is from 150 to 200 yards wide, while the Rovuma above Matawata is from 200 to 250, full of islands, rocks, and sandbanks. The Luendi has the same character. We can see the confluence from where we cross about 2 degrees to the north. We can see the confluence from where we cross about 2 minutes to the north. Both rivers are rapid, shoal, and sandy. Small canoes are used on them, and the people pride themselves on their skillful management. In this, the women seem in no way inferior to the men. In looking up the Luendi, we see a large granitic peak called Nkanje, some 20 miles off, and beyond it the dim outline of distant highlands, in which seams of coal are exposed. Pieces of the mineral are found in Luendi's sands. Matamora has a good character in the country, and many flee to him from oppression. He was very polite, sitting on the right bank till all the goods were carried over. Then, coming in the same canoe with me himself, He opened a fish basket in a weir and gave me the contents, and subsequently a little green sorghum. He literally has lost all his corn, for he was obliged to flee with his people to Marumba, a rocky island in Rovuma, about 6 miles above Matawatawa. He says that both Loienda and Rovuma come out of Lake Nyasa. A boat could not ascend, however, because many waterfalls are in their course. It is strange if all this is a myth. Matamora asked if the people through whose country I had come would preserve the peace I wished. He says he has been assailed on all sides by slave hunters. He alone has never hunted for captives. If the people in front should attack me, he would come and fight them. Finally, he had never seen a European before. Dr. Rosher traveled as an Arab. Nor could I learn where Lukumbu at Nugamano lives. It was with him that Rosher is said to have left his goods. The Mazitu had women, children, oxen, and goats with them. The whole tribe lives on plundering the other natives by means of the terror their shields inspire. Had they gone further down the Rovuma, no ox would have survived the Tsetse. 20th May, 1866. I paid Ali to his entire satisfaction and entrusted him with a dispatch, number 2, geographical, and then sent off 4 men south to buy food. Here we are among the Matambwe. 2 of Matamora's men act as guides. We are about 2 minutes south and by west of the confluence Nagamano. Latitude 11 degrees, 26 minutes, 23 seconds south. Longitude 37 degrees, 40 minutes, 52 seconds east. Abraham, one of the Nasik boys, came up and said he had been sent by the Sepoys, who declared they would come no further. It was with the utmost difficulty they had come so far, or that the Havaladar had forced them on. They would not obey him, would not get up in the mornings to march, lay in the paths, and gave their pouches and muskets to the natives to carry. They make themselves utterly useless. The black buffalo is dead, 1 camel ditto, and 1 mule left behind ill. Were I not aware of the existence of the Tsetse, I should say they died from sheer bad treatment and hard work. I sent a note to be read to the Sepoys, stating that I had seen their disobedience, unwillingness, and skulking, and as soon as I received the Haveladar's formal evidence, I would send them back. I regretted parting with the Havaladar only. A leopard came a little after dark while the moon was shining and took away a little dog from among us. It is said to have taken off a person a few days ago. 22nd May, 1866. The men returned with but little food in return for much cloth. Matamora is very friendly, but he has nothing to give save a little green sorghum, and that he brings daily. A south wind blows strongly every afternoon. The rain ceased about the middle of May, and the temperature is lowered. A few heavy night showers closed the rainy season. 23rd through 24th May, 1866. I took some lunar observations. 25th May, 1866. Matamora is not Ndande. A chief to the southwest of this owns that name and belongs to the Matambwe tribe. 26th May, 1866. I sent Musa westwards to buy food, and he returned on the evening of the 27th without success. He found an Arab slave dealer waiting in the path, who had bought up all the provisions. About 11 p.m., we saw 2 men pass our door with 2 women in a chain. 1 man carried fire in front, the one behind a musket. Matamora admits that his people sell each other. 27th May, 1866. The Havaladar and Abraham came up. Havaladar says that all I said in my note was true, and when it was read to the Sepoys, they bewailed their folly. He adds if they were all sent away disgraced, no one would be to blame but themselves. He brought them to Hassanes, but they were useless, though they begged to be kept on. I may give them another trial, but at present they are a sad encumbrance. Southwest of this, the Manganja begin, but if one went by them, there is a space beyond in the southwest without people. The country due west of this is described by all to be so mountainous and beset by Mazitu that there is no possibility of passing that way. I must therefore make my way to the middle of the lake, cross over, and then take up my line of 1863. 2nd June, 1866. The men sent to the Matambwes southeast of this returned with a good supply of grain. The Sepoys won't come. They say they cannot. A mere excuse because they tried to prevail on the Nasik boys to go slowly like them and wear my patience out. They killed one camel with the butt ends of their muskets, beating it till it died. I thought of going down, disarming them all and taking 5 or 6 of the willing ones, but it is more trouble than profit, so I propose to start westwards on Monday the 4th or Tuesday the 5th. My sepoys offered Ali 8 rupees to take them to the coast. Thus, it has been a regularly organized conspiracy. From the appearance of the cow buffalo, I fear the tsetse is its chief enemy, but there is a place like a bayonet wound on its shoulder, and many of the wounds or bruises on the camels were so probed that I suspected the sepoys. Many things African are possessed of as great vitality in their line as the African people. The white ant was imported accidentally into St. Helena from the coast of Guinea, and has committed such ravages in the town of St. James that numerous people have been ruined, and the governor calls out for aid against them. In other so-called new countries, a wave of English weeds follows the tides of English immigration, and so with insects. The European housefly chases away the blue bottle fly in New Zealand. Settlers have carried the housefly in bottles and boxes for their new locations, but what European insect will follow us and extirpate the tsetse? The Arabs have given the Makande bugs, but we have the housefly wherever we go, the blue bottle, and another, like the housefly, but with a sharp proboscis, and several enormous gadflies. Here there is so much room for everything. In New Zealand, the Norwegian rat is driven off by even the European mouse, not to mention the Hanoverian rat of Waterton, which is lord of the land. The Maoris say that as the white man's rat has driven away the native rat, so the European fly drives away our own. And as the clover kills our fern, so will the Maori disappear before the white man himself. The hog placed ashore by Captain Cook has now overrun one side of the island, and is such a nuisance that a large farmer of 100,000 acres has given 6 pence per head for the destruction of some 20,000, and without any sensible diminution. This would be no benefit here, for the wild hogs abound and do much damage, beside affording food for the tsetse. The brutes follow the ewes with young and devour the poor lambs as soon as they make their appearance. 3rd June, 1866. The cow buffalo fell down, foaming at the mouth, and expired. The meat looks fat and nice and is relished by the people. A little glariness seemed to be present on the foreleg, and I sometimes think that notwithstanding the dissimilarity of the symptoms observed in the camels and buffaloes now, and those we saw in the oxen and horses, the evil may be the tsetse after all, but they have been badly used without a doubt. The calf has a cut half an inch deep, the camels have had large ulcers, and at last a peculiar smell which portends death. I feel perplexed and not at all certain as to the real causes of death. I asked Matamora if the Matambwe believed in God. He replied that he did not know him, and I was not to ask the people among whom I was going if they prayed to him, because they would imagine that I wished them to be killed. I told him that we loved to speak about him, etc. He said when they prayed they offered a little meal and then prayed, but did not know much about him. They have all great reverence for the deity, and the deliberate way in which we say we don't know him is to prevent speaking irreverently, as though they may injure the country. The name is Mulungu. Makuchera afterwards said that he was not good because he killed so many people. 4th June, 1866. Left Nagamano. I was obliged to tell the Nassik boys that they must either work or return. It was absurd to have them eating up our goods and not even carrying their own things, and I would submit to it no more. 5 of them carry bales, and 2 the luggage of the rest. Abraham and Richard are behind. I gave them bales to carry and promised them 10 rupees per month to begin on this date. Abraham has worked hard all along, and his pay may be due from April 7th, the day we started from Kidani. 5th June, 1866. We slept at a village called Lamba on the banks of the Rovuma, near a brawling torrent of 150 yards or 200 perhaps, with many islands and rocks in it. The country is covered with open forest, with patches of cultivation everywhere, but all dried up at present and withered, partly from drought and partly from the cold of winter. We passed a village with good ripe sorghum cut down, and the heads or ears all laid neatly in a row. This is to get it dried in the sun and not shaken out by the wind by waving to and fro. Besides, it is also more easily watched from being plundered by birds. The sorghum occasionally does not yield seed, and is then the sorghum saccharatum, for the stalk contains abundance of sugar and is much relished by the natives. Now that so much has failed to yield seed, but indeed just in flower, the stalks are chewed as if sugar cane, and the people are fat thereon. But the hungry time is in store when these stalls are all done. They make the best provision in their power against famine by planting beans and maize in moist spots. The common native pumpkin forms a bastard sort in the same way, but that is considered very inferior. 6th June 1866. Great hills of granite are occasionally in sight towards the north, but the trees, though scraggy, close in view. We left a village called Makosi and soon came to a slaving party by a sand stream. They said that they had bought 2 slaves, but they had run away from them and asked us to remain with them, more civil than inviting. We came on to Machakera, the principal headman in this quarter, and found him a merry, laughing mortal without any good looks to recommend his genial smile. Low forehead covered with deep wrinkles, flat nose somewhat of the Assyrian shape, a big mouth, and lean body. He complained of the Machinga, a Wayuu tribe north of him, and the Rovuma, stealing his people. Latitude of village 11 degrees, 22 minutes, 49 seconds south. The river being about 2 minutes north still shows that it makes a trend to the north after we pass Nagamano. Macachero has been an elephant hunter. Few acknowledge as a reason for slaving that sewing and spinning cotton for clothing is painful. I waited some days for the Nasik boys who are behind, though we could not buy any food except at enormous prices and long distances off. 7th June 1866. The Havladar and 2 sepoys came up with Abraham, but Richard, a Nasik boy, is still behind from weakness. I sent 3 off to help him with the only cordials we could muster. The sepoys sometimes profess inability to come on, but it is unwillingness to encounter hardship. I must move on whether they come or not, for we cannot obtain food here. I sent the sepoys some cloth, and on the 8th proposed to start, but every particle of food had been devoured the night before. So we dispatched 2 parties to scour the country round and give any price rather than want. I could not prevail on Macachero to give me a specimen of poetry. He was afraid. Neither he nor his fathers had ever seen an Englishman. He thought that God was not good because he killed so many people. Dr. Rocher must have traveled as an Arab if he came this way, for he was not known. 9th June 1866. We now left and marched through the same sort of forest, gradually ascending in altitude as we went west. Then we came to huge masses of granite or syenite, with flakes peeling off. They are covered with a plant with grassy-looking leaves and rough stalk, which strips into portions similar to what are put round candles as ornaments. It makes these hills look light gray with patches of black rock at the more perpendicular parts. The same at about 10 miles off look dark blue. The ground is often hard and stony, but all covered over with grass and plants. Looking down at it, the grass is in tufts, and like that on the Kalahari Desert. Trees show uplands. One tree of which bark cloth is made, Pterocarpus, is abundant. Timber trees appear here and there, but for the most part the growth is stunted, and few are higher than 30 feet. We spent the night by a hill of the usual rounded form, called Njengo. The Rovuma comes close by, but leaves us again to wind among similar great masses. Latitude 11 degrees, 20 minutes, 5 seconds south. 10th June, 1866. A very heavy march through the same kind of country, no human habitation appearing. We passed a dead body, recently, it was said, starved to death. The large tract between Makocheras and our next station at Ngozo Hill is without any perennial stream. Water is often found by digging in the sand streams which we several times crossed. Sometimes it was a trickling rill, but I suspect that at other seasons all is dry, and people are made dependent on the Rovuma alone. The first evidence of our being near the pleasant haunts of man was a nice little woman drawing water at a well. I had become separated from the rest. On giving me water, she knelt down, and as country manners require, held it up to me with both hands. I had been misled by one of the carriers who got confused, though the rounded mass of Ngozo was plainly visible from the heights we crossed east of it. An Arab party bolted on hearing of our approach. They don't trust the English, and this conduct increases our importance among the natives. Latitude 11 degrees, 18 minutes, 10 seconds south. 11th June, 1866. Our carriers refuse to go further because they say that they fear being captured here on their return. 12th June, 1866. I paid off the carriers and wait for a set from this. A respectable man called Makaloya, or Impande, visited me and wished to ask some questions as to where I was going and how long I should be away. He had heard from a man who came from Ibo or Weibo about the Bible, a large book which was consulted. 13th June, 1866. Makaloya brought his wife and a little corn and says that his father told him that there is a God but nothing more. The marks on their foreheads and bodies are meant only to give beauty in the dance. They seem a sort of heraldic ornament, for they can at once tell by his tattoo to what tribe or portion of the tribe a man belongs. The tattoo or tembo of the Matambwe and Upper Makande very much resembles the drawings of the old Egyptians. Wavy lines, such as the ancients made to signify water, trees, and gardens enclosed in squares, seem to have been meant of old for the inhabitants who lived on the Rovuma, and cultivated also. The son takes the tattoo of his father, and thus it has been perpetuated, though the meaning now appears lost. The Makoa have been half or nearly full moon, but it is, they say, all for ornament. Some blue stuff is rubbed into the cuts, I am told it is charcoal, and the ornament shows brightly in persons of light complexion, who, by the by, are common. The Makande and Matawambe file their front teeth to points. The Machinga, a Wayayan tribe, leave 2 points on the sides of the front teeth and knock out one of the middle incisors above and below. 14th June, 1866. I am now as much dependent on carriers as if I had never bought a beast of burden, but this is poor stuff to fill a journal with. We started off to Mataba to see if the chief there would lend some men. The head man, Katawanga, went a long way to convoy us, then turned saying he was going to get men for Musa the next day. We passed near the base of the round masses Ngozo and Makanga, and think from a near inspection that they are over 2,000 feet above the plain, possibly 3,000 feet, and nearly bare, with only the peculiar grassy plant on some parts which are not too perpendicular. The people are said to have stores of grain on them, and on one the chief said there is water. He knows of no stone buildings of the olden time in the country. We passed many masses of farigneous conglomerate, and I noticed that most of the gneiss dips westwards. The striae seem as if the rock had been partially molten. At times the strike is north and south, at others east and west. When we have come to what may have been its surface, it is as if the striae had been stirred with a rod while soft. We slept at a point of the Rovuma, above a cataract where a reach of comparatively still water, from 150 to 200 yards wide, allows a school of hippopotami to live. When the river becomes fordable in many places, as it is said to do in August and September, they must find it difficult to exist. June 15th, 1866. Another 3 hours' march brought us from the sleeping place on the Rovuma to Mataba, the chief of which, Kinazambe, is an elderly man with a cunning and severe cast of countenance, and a nose Assyrian in type. He has built a large reception house in which a number of half-caste Arabs have taken up their abode. A great many of the people have guns, and it is astonishing to see the number of slave-taming sticks abandoned along the road as the poor wretches gave in and professed to have lost all hope of escape. Many huts have been built by the Arabs to screen themselves from the rain as they traveled. At Kinazambe's, the second crop of maize is ready, so the hunger will not be very much felt. 16th June, 1866. We heard very somber accounts of the country in front. 4 or 5 days to Matarika, and then 10 days through the jungle to Mataka's town. Little food at Matarika's, but plenty with Mataka, who is near the lake. The Rovuma trends southerly after we leave Ngozo, and Masusa on the river is pointed out as southwest from Mataba, so at Ngozo the river may be said to have its furthest northing. Masusa is reported to be 5 days, or at least 50 miles from Mataba. The route now becomes southwest. The cattle of Africa are like the Indian buffalo, only partially tamed. They never give their milk without the presence of the calf or its stuffed skin, the folkchan. The women adjacent to Mozambique partake a little of the wild animal's nature, for like most members of the inferior races of animals, they refuse all intercourse with their husbands when enceinte, and they continue this for about 3 years afterwards, or until the child is weaned, which usually happens about the 3rd year. I was told, on most respectable authority, that many fine young native men marry one wife and live happily with her till this period. Nothing will then induce her to continue to cohabit with him, and as the separation is to continue for 3 years, the man is almost compelled to take up with another wife. This was mentioned to me as one of the great evils of society. The same absurdity prevails on the West Coast, and there it is said that the men acquiesce from ideas of purity. It is curious that trade rum should form so important an article of import on the West Coast, while it is almost unknown on the East Coast, for the same people began the commerce in both instances. If we look north of Cape Delgado, we might imagine that the religious convictions of the Arabs had something to do with the matter. But the Portuguese south of Cape Delgado have no scruples in the matter, and would sell their grandfathers as well as the rum if they could make money by the transaction. They have even erected distilleries to furnish a vile spirit from the fruit of the cashew and other fruits and grain, but the trade does not succeed. They give their slaves also rewards of spirit, or mata bicho, kill the creature or craving within, and you may meet a man who, having had much intercourse with Portuguese, may beg spirits, but the trade does not pay. The natives will drink it if furnished gratis. The indispensable dash of rum on the West Coast in every political transaction with independent chiefs is, however, quite unknown. The Moslems would certainly not abstain from trading in spirits were the trade profitable. They often asked for brandy from me in a sly way, as medicine, and when reminded that their religion forbade it, would say, "Oh, but we can drink it in secret." It is something in the nature of the people quite inexplicable that throughout the Maconde country, hernia humoralis prevails to a frightful extent. It is believed by the natives to be the result of beer drinking, so they cannot be considered as abstemious. 18th June, 1888. Finding that Musa did not come up with the goods I left in his charge, and fearing that all was not right, we set off with all our hands who could carry, after service yesterday morning, and in 6 hours' hard tramp arrived here just in time, for a tribe of Wanindi or Mandindi, who are either Ajawas, Waiawu, or pretended Mazitu, had tried to cross the Rovuma from the north bank. They came as plunderers, and Musa, having received no assistance, was now ready to defend the goods. A shot or two from the people of Kitwanga made the Wanindi desert after they had entered the water. 6 sepoys and Simon had come up this length. Reuben and Mabruki reported Richard to be dead. This poor boy was left with the others at Lapande, and I never saw him again. I observed him associating too much with the sepoys, and often felt inclined to reprove him, as their conversation is usually very bad, but I could not of my own knowledge say so. He came on with the others as far as Hassane or Pashasane. There he was too weak to come further, and as the sepoys were notoriously skulkers, I feared that poor Richard was led away by them, for I knew that they had made many attempts to draw away the other Nassik boys from their duty. When, however, Abraham came up and reported Richard left behind by the sepoys, I became alarmed, and sent off 3 boys with cordials to help him on. 2 days after Abraham left, he seems to have died, and I feel very sorry that I was not there to do what I could. I am told now that he never consented to the sepoy temptation. He said to Abraham that he wished he were dead, he was so much troubled. The people where he died were not very civil to Simon. The sepoys had now made themselves such an utter nuisance that I felt I must take the upper hand with them. So I called them up this morning and asked if they knew the punishment they had incurred by disobeying orders and attempting to tamper with the Nassik boys to turn them back. I told them they had not only remained in the way when ordered to march, but offered 8 rupees to Ali to lead them to the coast, and that the excuse of sickness was naught, for they had eaten heartily 3 meals a day while pretending illness. They had no excuse to offer, so I disrated the naik or corporal and sentenced the others to carry loads. If they behave well, then they will get fatigue pay for doing fatigue duty. If ill, nothing but their pay. Their limbs are becoming contracted from sheer idleness, while all the other men are well and getting stronger. They alone are disreputably, slovenly, and useless looking. Their filthy habits are to be reformed, and if found at their habit of sitting down and sleeping for hours on the march, or without their muskets and pouches, they are to be flogged. I sent 2 of them back to bring up 2 comrades left behind yesterday. All who have done work are comparatively strong. We may venture a word in passing on the subject of native recruits enlisted for service in Africa and who returned thither after a long absence. All the Nassau boys were native-born Africans, and yet we see one of them succumb immediately. The truth is that natives, under these circumstances, are just as liable to the effects of malaria on landing as Europeans, although it is not often that fever assumes a dangerous form in such cases. The natives of the interior have the greatest dread of the illnesses which they say are sure to be in store for them if they visit the coast. 19th June, 1866. I gave the sepoys light loads in order to inure them to exercise and strengthen them, and they carried willingly so long as the fright was on them, but when the fear of immediate punishment wore off, they began their skulking again. 1. Param reduced his load of about 20 pounds of tea by throwing away the lead in which it was rolled, and afterwards about 15 pounds of the tea, thereby diminishing our stock to 5 pounds. Dr. Livingstone's short stay in England in 1864 and 5 was mainly taken up with compiling an account of his travels on the Zambezi and Shiré. During this time his mother expired in Scotland at a good old age. When he went back to Africa, he took with him, as part of his very scanty traveling equipment, a number of letters which he received from friends at different times in England, and he very often quoted them when he had an opportunity of sending letters home. We come to an entry at this time which shows that in these reminiscences he had not thus preserved an unmixed pleasure. He says, "I lighted on a telegram today. Your mother died at noon on the 18th June. This was in 1865. It affected me not a little." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the last journals of David Livingstone in Central Africa from 1865 to his death. Volume 1 of 2. 1866 through 1868 by David Livingstone and Horace Waller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Horrors of the Slave Trader's Track. System of Cultivation. Pottery. Special Exercising. Death of the Last Mule. Rescue of Chiricaloma's Wife. Brutalities of the Slave Drivers. Matarikas. Desperate March to Matakas. Meets Arab Caravans. Dismay of Slavers. Dismissal of Sepoys. Mataka. The Wayan Metropolis. Great Hospitality and Good Feeling. Mataka restores stolen cattle. Life with the chief. Beauty of country and healthiness of climate. The Wayan people and their peculiarities. Regrets at the abandonment of Bishop Mackenzie's plans. 19th June, 1866. We passed a woman tied by the neck to a tree and dead. The people of the country explained that she had been unable to keep up with the other slaves in a gang, and her master had determined that she should not become the property of anyone else if she recovered after resting for a time. I may mention here that we saw others tied up in a similar manner, and one lying in the path shot or stabbed, for she was in a pool of blood. This explanation we got invariably was that the Arab who owned these victims was enraged at losing his money by the slaves becoming unable to march, and vented his spleen by murdering them, but I have nothing more than common report in support of attributing this enormity to the Arabs. 20th June, 1866. Having returned to Mataba, we were told by Kinazombe, the chief, that no one had grain to sell but himself. He had plenty of powder and common cloth from the Arabs, and our only chance with him was parting with our finer cloths and other things that took his fancy. He magnified the scarcity in front in order to induce us to buy all we could from him, but he gave me an ample meal of porridge and guinea fowl before starting. 21st June, 1866. We had difficulties about carriers, but on reaching an island in the Rovuma called Chimiki, we found the people were Makoa and more civil and willing to work than the Wayu. We sent men back to bring up the Havaladar to a very civil headman called Chirikaloma. 22nd June, 1866. A poor little boy with prolapsus Annie was carried yesterday by his mother many a weary mile, lying over her right shoulder, the only position he could find ease in. An infant at the breast occupied the left arm, and on her head were carried 2 baskets. The mother's love was seen in binding up the part when we halted, whilst the coarseness of low civilization was evinced in the laugh with which some black brutes looked at the sufferer. 23rd June, 1866. The country is covered with forest, much more open than further east. We are now some 800 feet above the sea. The people all cultivate maize near the Rovuma, and on islands where moisture helps them, nearly all possess guns, and plenty of powder and fine beads. Red ones strung on the hair, and fine blue ones in the rolls on the neck, fitted tightly like soldiers' stocks. The lip ring is universal, teeth filed to points. 24th June, 1866. Immense quantities of wood are cut down, collected in heaps, and burned to manure the land, but this does not prevent the country having an appearance of forest. Divine service at 8:30 a.m., great numbers looking on. They have a clear idea of the Supreme Being, but do not pray to him. Cold south winds prevail, temp 55 degrees. One of the mules is very ill. It was left with the Havildar when we went back to Negauzo, and probably remained uncovered at night, for as soon as we saw it, illness was plainly visible. Whenever an animal has been in their power, the sepoys have abused it. It is difficult to feel charitably to fellows whose scheme seems to have been to detach the Nassik boys from me first, then when the animals were all killed, the Johanna men. Afterwards they could rule me as they liked, or go back and leave me to perish. But I shall try to feel as charitably as I can in spite of it all, for the mind has a strong tendency to brood over the ills of travel. I told the Havildar when I came up to him at Mataba what I had done, and that I was very much displeased with the sepoys for compassing my failure, if not death. An unkind word had never passed my lips to them. To this he could bear testimony. He thought that they would only be a plague and trouble to me, but he would go on and die with me. Stone boiling is unknown in these countries, but ovens are made in ant hills. Holes are dug in the ground for baking the heads of large game, as the zebra, feet of elephants, humps of rhinoceros, and the production of fire by drilling between the palms of the hands is universal. It is quite common to see the sticks so used attached to the clothing or bundles in traveling. They wet the blunt end of the upright stick with the tongue and dip it in the sand to make some particles of silica adhere before inserting it in the horizontal piece. The wood of a certain wild fig tree is esteemed as yielding fire readily. In wet weather, they prefer to carry fire in the dried balls of elephant's dung, which are met with, the males being about 8 inches in diameter and about a foot long. They also employ the stalk of a certain plant which grows on rocky places for the same purpose. We bought a senze, or Alocudatus swindenarius, which had been dried over a slow fire. This custom of drying fish, flesh, and fruits on stages over slow fires is practiced very generally. The use of salt for preservation is unknown. Besides stages for drying, the Makande use them about 6 feet high for sleeping on instead of the damp ground. A fire beneath helps to keep off the mosquitoes, and they are used by day as convenient resting places and for observation. Pottery seems to have been known to the Africans from the remotest times, for fragments are found everywhere, even among the oldest fossil bones in the country. Their pots for cooking, holding water, and beer are made by the women, and the form is preserved by the eye alone, for no sort of machine is ever used. A foundation or bottom is first laid, and a piece of bone or bamboo used to scrape the clay or to smooth over the pieces which are added to increase the roundness. The vessel is then left at night. The next morning a piece is added to the rim. As the air is dry, several rounds may be added, and all is then carefully smoothed off. Afterwards it is thoroughly sun-dried. A light fire of dried cow dung or corn stalks or straw and grass with twigs is made in a hole in the ground for the final baking. Ornaments are made on these pots of black lead, or before being hardened by the sun they are ornamented for a couple or 3 inches near the rim, all the tracery being in imitation of plated basket work. Chirikaloma says that the surname of the Makoa to whom he belongs is Mizrazi. Others have the surname Malola or Malola. Chimposola. All had the half-moon mark when in the southeast, but now they leave it off a good deal and adopt the Wayuu marks because of living in their country. They show no indication of being named after beasts and birds. Mizrazi was an ancestor. They all eat clean animals, but refuse the hyena, leopard, or any beast that devours dead men. 25th June, 1866. On leaving Chirikaloma, we came on to Namalo, whose village that morning had been deserted, the people moving off in a body towards the Matabele country, where food is more abundant. A poor little girl was left in one of the huts from being too weak to walk, probably an orphan. The Arab slave traders flee from the path as soon as they hear of our approach. The Rovuma is from 56 to 80 yards wide here. No food to be had for either love or money. Near many of the villages we observe a wand bent and both ends inserted into the ground. A lot of medicine, usually the bark of trees, is buried beneath it. When sickness is in a village, the men proceed to the spot, wash themselves with the medicine and water, creep through beneath the bough, then bury the medicine and evil influence together. This is also used to keep off evil spirits, wild beasts, and enemies. Chirikaloma told us of a child in his tribe which was deformed from his birth. He had an abortive toe where his knee should have been. Some said to his mother, "Kill him," but she replied, "How can I kill my son?" He grew up and had many fine sons and daughters, but none deformed like himself. This was told in connection with an answer to my question about the treatment of albinos. He said they did not kill them, but they never grew to manhood. On inquiring if he had ever heard of cannibals or people with tails, he replied, "Yes, but we have always understood that these and other monstrosities are met with only among New Sea-going people." The other monstrosities he referred to were those who are said to have eyes behind the head as well as in front. I have heard of them before when I was near Angola in the west. The rains are expected here when the Pleiades appear in the east soon after sunset. They go by the same name here as further south, Lemela or the Hoings. In the route along the Rovuma, we pass among people who are so well supplied with white calico by the slave trade from Kilwa that it is quite a drug in the market. We cannot get food for it. If we held on westwards, we should cross several rivers flowing into the Rovuma from the southward, as the Zandulo, the Sanjezi, the Lokiringo, and then, in going round the north end of Nyassa, we should pass among the Nindi, who now inhabit the parts vacated by the Mazitu, and imitate them in having shields and in marauding. An Arab party went into their country and got out again only by paying a whole bale of calico. It would not be wise in me to venture there at present, but if we return this way, we may. Meanwhile, we shall push on to Mataka, who is only a few days off from the middle of the lake and has abundance of provisions. 26th June, 1866. My last mule died. In coming along in the morning, we were loudly accosted by a well-dressed woman who had just had a very heavy slave-taming stick put on her neck. She called in such an authoritative tone to us to witness the flagrant injustice of which she was the victim, that all the men stood still and went to hear the case. She was a near relative of Chirikaloma, and was going up the river to her husband when the old man, at whose house she was now a prisoner, caught her, took her servant away from her, and kept her in the degraded state we saw. The withes with which she was bound were green and sappy. The old man said in justification that she was running away from Chirikaloma, and he would be offended with him if he did not secure her. I asked the officious old gentleman in a friendly tone what he expected to receive from Chirikaloma, and he said nothing. Several slaver-looking fellows came about, and I felt sure that the woman had been seized in order to sell her to them, so I gave the captor a cloth to pay to Chirikaloma if he were offended, and told him to say that I, feeling ashamed to see one of his relatives in a slave stick, had released her, and would take her on to her husband. She is evidently a lady among them, having many fine beads, and some strung on elephant's hair. She has a good deal of spirit, too, for on being liberated she went into the old man's house and took her basket and calabash. A virago of a wife shut the door and tried to prevent her, as well as to cut off the beads from her person, but she resisted like a good one, and my men thrust the door open and let her out, but minus her slave. The other wife, for old officious had two, joined her sister in a furious tirade of abuse, the elder holding her sides in regular fishwife fashion till I burst into a laugh, into which the younger wife joined. I explained to the different headmen in front of this village what I had done, and sent messages to Chirikaloma explanatory of my friendly deed to his relative, so that no misconstruction should be put on my act. We passed a slave woman shot or stabbed through the body and lying on the path. A group of men stood about 100 yards off on one side, and another of women on the other side, looking on. They said an Arab who passed early that morning had done it in anger at losing the price he had given for her, because she was unable to walk any longer. 27th June, 1866. Today we came upon a man dead from starvation, as he was very thin. One of our men wandered and found a number of slaves with slave sticks on, abandoned by their master from want of food. They were too weak to be able to speak or say where they had come from. Some were quite young. We crossed the Tulosi, a stream coming from south, about 20 yards wide. At Chenawalas, the people are usually much startled when I explain that the number of slaves we see dead on the road have been killed partly by those who sold them. For I tell them that if they sell their fellows, they are like the man who holds the victim while the Arab performs the murder. Chenjawala blamed Makemba, a chief above him on the Ravuma, for encouraging the slave trade. I told him I had traveled so much among them that I knew all the excuses they could make. Each headman blamed someone else. It would be better if you kept your people and cultivated more largely, said I. Oh, Makemba sends his men and robs our gardens after we have cultivated, was the reply. One man said that the Arabs who come and tempt them with fine clothes are the cause of their selling. This was childish, so I told them that they would very soon have none to sell. Their country was becoming jungle, and all their people who did not die in the road would be making gardens for Arabs at Kilwa and elsewhere. 28th June, 1866. When we got about an hour from Chenjawala's, we came to a party in the act of marauding. The owners of the gardens made off for the other side of the river, and waved to us to go against the people of Makemba, but we stood on a knoll with all our goods on the ground and waited to see how matters would turn out. 2 of the marauders came to us and said they had captured 5 people. I suppose they took us for Arabs, as they addressed Musa. Then they took some green maize, and so did some of my people, believing that, as all was going, they who were really starving might as well have a share. I went on a little way with the 2 marauders, and by the footprints thought the whole party might amount to 4 or 5 with guns. The gardens and huts were all deserted. A poor woman was sitting, cooking green maize, and one of the men ordered her to follow him. I said to him, "Let her alone, she is dying." "Yes," said he, "of hunger," and went on without her. We passed village after village, and gardens all deserted. We were now between 2 contending parties. We slept at one garden, and as we were told by Chenjawala's people to take what we liked, and my men had no food, we gleaned what Congo beans, bean leaves, and sorghum stalks we could. Poor fare enough, but all we could get. 29th June, 1866. We came unto Makemba's brother, Kimseya, who gave us food at once. The country is now covered with deeper soil, and many large acacia trees grow in the rich loam. The holms are too large, and many islands afford convenient maize grounds. One of the Nassik lads came up and reported his bundle, containing 240 yards of calico, had been stolen. He went aside, leaving it on the path, probably fell asleep, and it was gone when he came back. I cannot impress either on them or the sepoys that it is wrong to sleep on the march. Akosa Kone, whom we had liberated, now arrived at the residence of her husband, who was another brother of Makemba. She behaved like a lady all through, sleeping at a fire apart from the men. The ladies of the different villages we passed condoled with her, and she related to them the indignity that had been done to her. Besides this, she did us many services. She bought food for us, because having a good address, we saw that she could get double what any of our men could purchase for the same cloth. She spoke up for us when any injustice was attempted, and when we were in want of carriers, volunteered to carry a bag of beads on her head. On arriving at Makemba's brother, Kimseya, she introduced me to him, and got him to be liberal to us in food on account of the service we had rendered to her. She took leave of us all with many expressions of thankfulness, and we were glad that we had not mistaken her position or lavished kindness on the undeserving. One Johanna man was caught stealing maize, then another, after I had paid for the first. I sent a request to the chief to not make much of a grievance about it, as I was very much ashamed at my men stealing. He replied that he had liked me from the first, and I was not to fear, as whatever service he could do he would most willingly, in order to save me pain and trouble. A sepoy now came up, having given his musket to a man to carry, who therefore demanded payment. As it had become a regular nuisance for the sepoys to employ people to carry for them, telling them that I would pay, I demanded why he had promised in my name. "Oh, it was but a little way he carried the musket," said he. Kimsea warned us the next morning, 30th June, against allowing anyone to straggle or steal in front, for stabbing and plundering were the rule. The same sepoy who had employed a man to carry his musket now came forward, with his eyes fixed and shaking all over. This, I was to understand, meant extreme weakness, but I had accidentally noticed him walking quite smartly before this exhibition, so I ordered him to keep close to the donkey that carried the Haveladar's luggage, and on no account to remain behind the party. He told the Havildar that he would sit down only for a little while, and I suppose fell asleep, for he came up to us in the evening as naked as a robin. I saw another person bound to a tree and dead, a sad sight to see, whoever was the perpetrator. So many slave sticks lie along our path that I suspect the people hereabout make a practice of liberating what slaves they can find abandoned on the march to sell them again. A large quantity of maize is cultivated at Chimsaka's, at whose place we this day arrived. We got a supply, but being among thieves, we thought it advisable to move on to the next place, Matarika's. When starting, we found that fork, kettle, pot, and shot pouch had been taken. The thieves, I observed, kept up a succession of jokes with Chuma and Watakani, and when the latter was enjoying them, gaping to the sky, they were busy putting the things of which he had charge under their cloths. I spoke to the chief, and he got the 3 first articles back for me. A great deal, if not all, the lawlessness of this quarter is the result of the slave trade, for the Arabs buy whoever is brought to them, and in a country covered with forest as this is, kidnapping can be prosecuted with great ease. Elsewhere the people are honest and have a regard for justice. 1st July, 1866. As we approach Matarika's place, the country becomes more mountainous, and the land sloping for a mile down to the south bank of the Rovuma supports a large population. Some were making new gardens by cutting down trees and piling the branches for burning. Others had stored up large quantities of grain and were moving it to a new locality, but they were all so well supplied with calico, Americano, that they would not look at ours. The market was, in fact, gutted by slavers from the Kilwa. On asking why people were seen tied to trees to die as we had seen them, they gave us the usual answer, that the Arabs tie them thus and leave them to perish, because they are vexed when the slaves can walk no further, that they have lost their money by them. The path is almost strewed with slave sticks, and though the people deny it, I suspect they make a practice of following slave caravans and cutting off the sticks from those who fall out in the march, and thus stealing them. By selling them again, they get the quantities of cloth we see. Some ask for gaudy prints, of which we had none, because we knew that the general taste of Africans of the interior is for strength rather than show in what they buy. Rovuma here is about 100 yards broad and still keeps up its character of a rapid stream with sandy banks and islands. The latter are generally occupied as being defensible when the river is in flood. 2nd July, 1866. We rested at Matarika's old place, and though we had to pay dearly with our best tablecloths for it, we got as much as made 1 meal a day. At the same dear rate, we could give occasionally only 2 ears of maize to each man. And if the sepoys got their comrades' corn into their hands, they eat it without shame. We had to bear a vast amount of staring, for the people who are Wayao have a great deal of curiosity and are occasionally rather rude. They have all heard of our wish to stop the slave trade, and are rather taken aback when told that by selling they are part and part guilty of the morality of which we had been unwilling spectators. Some were dumbfounded when shown that in the eye of their Maker they are parties to the destruction of human life which accompanies this traffic both by sea and land. If they did not sell, the Arabs would not come to buy. Chuma and Wakatani render what is said very eloquently in Chiao, most of the people being of their tribe, with only a sprinkling of slaves. Kimsea, Kimsaka, Matarika, Matende, Mekangela, Mataka, and all the chiefs and people in our route to the lake are Wayu, or Wayu. On the southern slope down to the river, there are many oozing springs and damp spots where rice has been sown and reaped. The adjacent land has yielded large crops of sorghum, Congo beans, and pumpkins. Successive crowds of people came to gaze. My appearance and acts often cause a burst of laughter. Suddenly standing up produces a flight of women and children. To prevent peeping into the hut which I occupy and making the place quite dark, I do my riding in the veranda. Chitinay, the poodle dog, the buffalo calf, and our only remaining donkey are greeted with the same amount of curiosity and laughter, exciting comment as myself. Every evening a series of loud musket reports is heard from the different villages along with the river. Every evening a series of loud musket reports is heard from the different villages along the river. These are imitation evening guns. I'll copy the Arabs in dress and chewing tobacco with Nora lime, made from burnt river shells instead of betel nut and lime. The women are stout, well-built persons with thick arms and legs, their heads inclined to the bullet shape. The lip rings are small, the tattoo a mixture of Makoa and Wayu. Fine blue and black beads are in fashion, and so are arm coils of thick brass wire. Very nicely inlaid combs are worn in the hair. The inlaying is accomplished by means of a gum got from the root of an orchis called Nang Zhao. 3rd July, 1866. A short march brought us to Matarika's new place. The chief made his appearance only after he had ascertained all he could about us. The population is immense. They are making new gardens, and the land is laid out by straight lines about a foot broad, cut with the hoe. One goes miles without getting beyond the marked or surveyed fields. Matarika came at last, a big, ugly man with large mouth and receding forehead. He asked to see all our curiosities, as the watch, revolver, breech-loading rifle, sextant. I gave him a lecture on the evil of selling his people, and he wished me to tell all the other chiefs the same thing. They dislike the idea of guilt being attached to them for having sold many who have lost their lives on their way down to the sea coast. We had a long visit from Matarika next day. He gave us a meal, and meat of wild hog, with a salad made of bean leaves. A wretched Swahili Arab, ill with rheumatism, came for aid and got a cloth. They all profess to me to be buying ivory only. 5th July, 1866. We left for Matende, who is the last chief before we enter on a good 8 days' march to Mataka's. We might have gone to Kandulo's, who is near the Rovuma, and more to the north, but all are so well supplied with everything by slave traders that we have difficulty in getting provisions at all. Mataka has plenty of all kinds of food. On the way, we passed the burnt bones of a person. Avo was accused of having eaten human flesh. He had been poisoned, or, as they said, killed by poison, mauve, and then burned. His clothes were hung up on trees by the wayside as a warning to others. The country was covered with scraggy forest, but so undulating that one could often see all round from the crest of the waves. Great mountain masses appear in the south and southwest. It feels cold, and the sky is often overcast. 6th July, 1866. I took lunars yesterday, after which Matende invited us to eat at his house, where he had provided a large mess of rice porridge and bean leaves as a relish. He says that many Arabs pass him and many of them die in their journeys. He knows no deaf or dumb person in the country. He says that he cuts the throats of all animals to be eaten and does not touch lion or hyena. 7th July, 1866. We got men from Matende to carry loads and show the way. He asked a cloth to ensure his people going to the journey's end and behaving properly. This is the only case of anything like tribute being demanded in this journey. I gave him a cloth worth 5s. 6d. Upland vegetation prevails. Trees are dotted here and there among bushes 5 feet high, and fine blue and yellow flowers are common. We pass over a succession of ridges and valleys as in Landa. Each valley has a running stream or trickling rill. Garden willows are in full bloom, and also a species of sage with variegated leaves beneath the flowers. When Sepoy Param threw away the tea in the lead lining, I only reproved him and promised him punishment if he committed any other willful offense. But now he and another skulked behind and gave their loads to a stranger to carry, with a promise to him that I would pay. We waited 2 hours for them, and as the Havildar said that they would not obey him, I gave Param and the other some smart cuts with a cane. But I felt that I was degrading myself and resolved not to do the punishment myself again. 8th July, 1866. Hard traveling through a depopulated country. The trees are about the size of hop poles with abundance of tall grass. The soil is sometimes a little sandy, at other times that reddish clayey sort which yields native grain so well. The rock seen uppermost is often a ferruginous conglomerate lying on granite rocks. The gum copal tree is here a mere bush, and no digging takes place for the gum. It is called mchenga and yields gum when wounded, as also bark, cloth, and cordage when stripped. Mountain masses are all around us. We sleep at Linata Mountain. 9th July, 1866. The masuko fruit abounds. The name is the same here as in the Batoka country. There are also rhododendrons of 2 species, but the flowers white. We slept in a wild spot near Mount Laziro, with many lions roaring about us. One hoarse fellow serenaded us a long time, but did nothing more. Game is said to be abundant, but we saw none save an occasional diver springing away from the path. Some streams ran to the northwest to the Lismayando, which flows north for the Rivuma, others to the southeast for the Loendi. 10th and 11th July, 1866. Nothing to interest but the same weary trudge, our food so scarce that we can only give a handful or half a pound of grain to each person per day. The masuko fruit is formed, but not ripe till rains begin. Very few birds are seen or heard, though there is both food and water in the many grain-bearing grasses and running streams, which we cross at the junction of every 2 ridges. A dead body lay in a hut by the wayside. The poor thing had begun to make a garden by the stream, probably in hopes of living long enough, 2 months or so, on wild fruits to reap a crop of maize. 12th July, 1866. A drizzling mist set in during the night and continued this morning. We set off in the dark, however, leaving our last food for the havildar and sepoys who had not yet come up. The streams are now of a good size. An Arab brandy bottle was lying broken in one village called Masapa. We hurried on as fast as we could do to the Lutsi, our last stage before getting to Matakas. This stream is rapid, about 40 yards wide, waist deep, with many pedostamons on the bottom. The country gets more and more undulating and is covered with masses of green foliage, chiefly masuko trees, which have large, hard leaves. There are hippopotami further down the river on its way to the Loendi. A little rice which had been kept for me I divided, but some did not taste food. 13th July, 1866. A good many stragglers behind, but we push on to get food and send it back to them. The soil all reddish clay, the roads baked hard by the sun, and the feet of many of us are weary and sore. A weary march and long, for it is perpetually up and down now. I counted 15 running streams in one day. They are at the bottom of the valley which separates the ridges. We got to the brow of a ridge about an hour from Mataka's first gardens, and all were so tired that we remained to sleep. But we first invited volunteers to go on and buy food and bring it back early next morning. They had to be pressed to do this duty. 14th July, 1866. As our volunteers did not come at 8 a.m., I set off to see the cause, and after an hour of perpetual up and down march, as I descended the steep slope which overlooks the first gardens, I saw my friends start up at the apparition. They were comfortably cooking porridge for themselves. I sent men of Mataka back with food to the stragglers behind and came on into his town. An Arab, Sef Rupia or Rubia, head of a large body of slaves on his way to the coast, most kindly came forward and presented an ox, bag of flour, and some cooked meat, all of which were extremely welcome to the half-famished men, or indeed under any circumstances. He had heard of our want of food and of a band of sepoys, and what could the English think of doing but putting an end to the slave trade? Had he seen our wretched escort, all fear of them would have vanished. He had a large safari or caravan under him. This body is usually divided into 10 or 12 portions, and all are bound to obey the leader to a certain extent. In this case, there were 11 parties, and the traders numbered about 60 or 70, who were dark coast Arabs. Each underling had his men under him, and when I saw them, they were busy making the pens of branches in which their slaves and they sleep. Seth came on with me to Mataka's and introduced me in due form with the discharges of gunpowder. I asked him to come back next morning and presented 3 cloths with a request that he would assist the havildar and sepoys if he met them with food. This he generously did. We found Mataka's town situated in an elevated valley surrounded by mountains. The houses numbered at least 1,000, and there were many villages around. The mountains were pleasantly green and had many trees, which the people were incessantly cutting down. They had but recently come here. They were besieged by Mazatu at their former location west of this. After fighting 4 days, they left unconquered, having beaten the enemy off. Mataka kept us waiting some time in the veranda of his large square house, and then made his appearance, smiling with his good-natured face. He is about 60 years of age, dressed as an Arab, and if we may judge from the laughter with which his remarks were always greeted, somewhat humorous. He had never seen any but Arabs before. He gave me a square house to live in. Indeed, the most of the houses here are square, for the Arabs are imitated in everything. They have introduced the English pea, and we were pleased to see large patches of it in full bearing, and ripe in moist hollows which had been selected for it. The numerous springs which come out at various parts are all made use of. Those parts which are too wet are drained, whilst beds are regularly irrigated by watercourses and ridges. We had afterwards occasion to admire the very extensive draining which has been effected among the hills. Cassava is cultivated on ridges all along the streets in the town, which give it a somewhat regular and neat appearance. Peas and tobacco were the chief products raised by irrigation, but batatas and maize were often planted too. Wheat would succeed if introduced. The altitude is about 2,700 feet above the sea. The air at this time is cool, and many people have coughs. Mataka soon sent a good mess of porridge and cooked beef. He has plenty of cattle and sheep, and the next day he sent abundance of milk. We stand a good day of staring unmoved, though it is often accompanied by remarks by no means complimentary. They think that they are not understood, and probably I do misunderstand sometimes. Though I do jumble their words as I think, and Mataka thought that I did not enunciate anything, but kept my tongue still when I spoke. The town of Matak, Moembe, 15th July, 1866. The safari under Seth set off this morning for Kilwa. Seth says that about 100 of the Kilwa people died this year, so slaving as well as philanthropy is accompanied with loss of life. We saw about 7 of their graves, the rest died on the road up. There are 2 roads from this to the lake, one to Losewa, which is west of this and opposite Kotakota. The other, Makatu, is further south. The first is 5 days through deserted country chiefly, but the other 7 among people and plenty of provisions all the way. It struck me after Seth had numbered up the losses that the Kilwa people sustained by death in their endeavors to enslave people, similar losses on the part of those who go to proclaim liberty to the captives, the opening of the prison to them that are bound, to save and elevate need not be made so very much of as they sometimes are. Soon after our arrival, we heard that a number of Mataka's Wayu had, without his knowledge, gone to Nyassa, and in a foray carried off cattle and people. When they came home with the spoil, Mataka ordered all to be sent back whence they came. The chief came up to visit me soon after, and I told him that his decision was the best piece of news I had heard in the country. He was evidently pleased with my approbation, and turning to his people, asked if they heard what I said. He repeated my remark and said, "You silly fellows think me wrong in returning the captives, but all wise men will approve of it." And he then scolded them roundly. I was accidentally spectator of this party going back, for on going out of the town I saw a meat market opened and people buying with maize and meal. On inquiring, I was told that the people and cattle there were Nyassas, and they had slaughtered an ox in order to exchange meat for grain as provisions on the journey. The women and children numbered 54, and about a dozen boys were engaged in milking the cows. The cattle were from 25 to 30 head. The change from hard and scanty fare caused illness in several of our party. I tasted no animal food except what turtle doves and guinea fowls could be shot since we passed Matawata. True, a fowl was given by Matende. The last march was remarkable for the scarcity of birds, so 8 days were spent on porridge and rice without relish. I gave Mataka a trinket to be kept in remembrance of his having sent back the Nyassa people. He replied that he would always act in a similar manner. As it was a spontaneous act, it was all the more valuable. The sepoys have become quite intolerable, and if I cannot get rid of them, we shall all starve before we accomplish what we wish. They dawdle behind, picking up wild fruits, and over our last march, which we accomplished on the morning of the 8th day, they took from 14 to 22 days. Retaining their brutal feelings to the last, they killed the donkey which I lent to the havildar to carry his things, by striking it on the head when in boggy places into which they had senselessly driven it loaded. Then the havildar came on, his men pretending they could go no further from weakness, and killed the young buffalo and eat it when they thought they could hatch up a plausible story. They said it had died, and tigers came and devoured it. They saw them. Did you see the stripes of the tiger? Said I. All declared that they saw the stripes distinctly. This gave us an idea of their truthfulness, for there is no striped tiger in all Africa. All who resolved on skulking or other bad behavior invariably took up with the sepoys. Their talk seemed to suit evildoers, and they were such a disreputable-looking lot that I was quite ashamed of them. The havildar had no authority, and all bore the sulky, dogged look of people going where they were forced but hated to go. This hangdog expression of countenance was so conspicuous that I may a time have heard the country people remark, "These are the slaves of the party." They have neither spirit nor pluck as compared with the Africans, and if one saw a village, he turned out of the way to beg in the most abject manner, or lay down and slept, the only excuse afterwards being, "My legs were sore." Having allowed some of them to sleep at the fire in my house, they began a wholesale plunder of everything they could sell, as cartridges, cloths, and meat, so I had to eject them. One of them then threatened to shoot my interpreter Simon if he got him in a quiet place away from the English power. As this threat had been uttered 3 times, and I suspect that something of the kind had prevented the havildar exerting his authority, I resolved to get rid of them by sending them back to the coast by the first trader. It is likely that some sympathizers will take their part, but I strove to make them useful. They had but poor and scanty fare in a part of the way, but all of us suffered alike. They made themselves thoroughly disliked by their foul talk and abuse, and if everything tended more than another to show me that theirs was a moral unfitness for travel, it was the briskness assumed when they knew they were going back to the coast. I felt inclined to force them on, but it would have been acting from revenge, and to pay them out, so I forbore. I gave Mataka 48 yards of calico, and to the sepoys 18 yards, and arranged that he should give them food till Suleiman, a respected trader, should arrive. He was expected every day, and we passed him near the town. If they chose to go and get their luggage, it was, of course, all safe for them behind. The havildar begged still to go on with me, and I consented, though he is a drag on the party, but he will count in any difficulty. Abraham recognized his uncle among the crowds who came to see us. On making himself known, he found that his mother and 2 sisters had been sold to the Arabs after he had been enslaved. The uncle pressed him to remain, and Mataka urged, and so did another uncle, but in vain. I added my voice, and could have given him goods to keep him afloat a good while, but he invariably replied, "How can I stop where I have no mother and no sister?" The affection seems to go to the maternal side. I suggested that he might come after he had married a wife, but I fear very much that unless some European would settle, none of these Nassik boys will come to this country. It would be decidedly better if they were taught agriculture in the simplest form, as the Indian. Mataka would have liked to put his oxen to use, but Abraham could not help him with that. He is a smith, or rather a nothing, for unless he could smelt iron, he would be entirely without materials to work with. 14th through 28th July, 1866. One day, calling at Mataka's, I found, as usual, a large crowd of idlers, who always respond with a laugh to everything he utters as wit. He asked if he went to Bombay, what ought he take to secure some gold? I replied, ivory. He rejoined, would slaves not be a good speculation? I replied that if he took slaves there for sale, they would put him in prison. The idea of the great Mataka in Choki made him wince, and the laugh turned for once against him. He said that as all people from the coast crowd to him, they ought to give him something handsome for being here to supply their wants. I replied if he would fill the fine, well-watered country we had passed over with people, instead of sending them off to Kilwa, he would confer a benefit on visitors, but we had been starved on the way to him, and I then told him what the English would do in road-making in a fine country like this. This led to talk of railways, ships, plowing with oxen. The last idea struck him most. I told him that I should have liked some of the Nassik boys to remain and teach this and other things, but they might be afraid to venture lest they should be sold again. The men who listened never heard such decided protests against selling each other into slavery before. The idea of guilt probably floated but vaguely in their minds, but the loss of life we have witnessed, in the guilt of which the sellers as well as the buyers participate, comes home very forcibly to their minds. Mataka has been an active hand in slave wars himself, though now he wishes to settle down in quiet. The Waiau generally are still the most active agents the slave traders have. The caravan leaders from Kilwa arrive at a Waiau village, show the goods they have brought, are treated liberally by the elders, and told to wait and enjoy themselves. Slaves enough to purchase all will be procured. Then a foray is made against the Manganja, who have few or no guns. The Waiau who come against them are abundantly supplied with both by their coast guests. Several of the low-coast Arabs, who differ in nothing from the Waiau, usually accompany the foray and do business on their own account. This is the usual way in which a safari is furnished with slaves. Makangela, a Waiau chief about a third of the way from Atendes to Mataka, has lost the friendship of all his neighbors by kidnapping and selling their people. If any of Mataka's people are found in the district between Makangela and Moembe, they are considered fair game and sold. Makangela's people cannot pass Mataka to go to the Manganja, so they do what they can by kidnapping and plundering all who fall into their hands. When I employed 2 of Mataka's people to go back on the 14th with food to the Havaladar and Sepoys, they went a little way and relieved some, but would not venture as far as the Lawatsi, for fear of losing their liberty by Makangela's people. I could not get the people of the country to go back, nor could I ask the Nasik boys, who had been threatened by the Sepoys with assassination. And it was the same with the Johanna men, because, though Mahometans, the Sepoys had called them Kafirs, etc., and they all declared, "We are ready to do anything for you, but we will do nothing for these Hindis." I sent back a Sepoy, giving him provisions. He sat down in the first village, ate all the food, and returned. An immense tract of country lies uninhabited. To the northeast of Moembe, we have at least 50 miles of as fine land as can be seen anywhere, still bearing all the marks of having once supported a prodigious iron smelting and grain growing population. The clay pipes which are put on the nozzles of their bellows and inserted into the furnace are met with everywhere, often vitrified. Then the ridges on which they planted maize, beans, cassava, and sorghum, and which they find necessary to drain off the too abundant moisture of the rains, still remain unleveled to attest the industry of the former inhabitants. The soil, being clayey, resists for a long time the influence of the weather. These ridges are very regular, for in crossing the old fields, as the path often compels us to do, one foot treads regularly on the ridge and the other in the hollow for a considerable distance. Pieces of broken pots, with their rims ornamented with very good imitations of basket work, attest that the lady potters of old followed the example given them by their still more ancient mothers. Their designs are rude, but better than we can make them without referring to the original. No want of water has here acted to drive the people away, as has been the case further south. It is a perpetual succession of ridge and valley, with a running stream or oozing bog, where ridge is separated from ridge. The ridges become steeper and narrower as we approach Matakas. I counted 15 running burns of from 1 to 10 yards wide in one day's march of about 6 hours. Being in a hilly or rather mountainous region, they flow rapidly and have plenty of water power. In July, any mere torrent ceases to flow, but these were brawling burns with water too cold, 61 degrees, for us to bathe in, whose pores were all opened by the relaxing regions nearer the coast. The sound, so un-African, of gushing water dashing over rocks was quite familiar to our ears. This district, which rises up west of Matakas to 3,400 feet above the sea, catches a great deal of the moisture brought up by the easterly winds. Many of the trees are covered with lichens. While here we had cold southerly breezes, and a sky so overcast every day after 10 a.m. that we could take no astronomical observations, even the latitude was too poor to be much depended on. 12 degrees, 53 minutes south may have been a few miles from this. The cattle, rather a small breed, black and white in patches, and brown with humps, give milk which is duly prized by these Waiau. The sheep are the large-tailed variety and generally of a black color. Fowls and pigeons are the only other domestic animals we see, if we except the wretched village dogs which our poodle had immense delight in chasing. The Waiau are far from a handsome race, but they are not the Pythagoras beings one sees on the west coast either. Their heads are of a round shape, compact foreheads but not particularly receding. The alinae are flattened out, lips full. With the women, a small lip ring just turns them up to give additional thickness. Their style of beauty is exactly that which was in fashion when the stone deities were made in the caves of Elephanta and Kenora near Bombay. A favorite mode of dressing the hair into little knobs, which was in fashion there, is more common in some tribes than this. The mouths of the women would not be so hideous with a small lip ring if they did not file their teeth to points, but they seem strong and able for the work which falls to their lot. The men are large, strong-boned fellows and capable of enduring great fatigue. They undergo a rite which once distinguished the Jews about the age of puberty, and take a new name on the occasion. This was not introduced by the Arabs, whose advent is a recent event, and they speak of the time before they were inundated with European manufactures in exchange for slaves, as quite within their memory. Young Mutaka gave me a dish of peas, and usually brought something every time he made a visit. He seems a nice boy, and his father, in speaking of learning to read, said he and his companions could learn, but he himself was too old. The soil seems very fertile, for the sweet potatoes become very large, and we brought 2 loads of them for 3 cubits and 2 needles. They quite exceeded 1 cwt. The maize becomes very large too. 1 cob had 1,600 seeds. The abundance of water, the richness of soil, the available labor for building square houses, the coolness of the climate make this nearly as desirable as a residence as Magomero. But alas, instead of 3 weeks' easy sail up the Zambezi and Shire, we have spent 4 weary months in getting here. I shall never cease bitterly to lament the abandonment of the Magomero mission. Moaning seems a favorite way of spending the time with some sick folk. For the sake of the warmth, I allowed a Nassik boy to sleep in my house. He and I had the same complaint, dysentery, and I was certainly worse than he, but did not moan, while he played at it as often as he was awake. I told him that people who moaned only when too ill to be sensible of what they were doing. The groaning ceased, though he became worse. 3 sepoys played at groaning very vigorously outside my door. They had nothing the matter with them, except perhaps fatigue, which we all felt alike. As these fellows prevented my sleeping, I told them quite civilly that if so ill that they required to groan, they had better move off a little way, as I could not sleep. They preferred the veranda and at once forbore. The abundance of grain and other food is accompanied by great numbers of rats or large mice, which play all manner of pranks by night. White ants have always to be guarded against likewise. Anyone who would find an antidote to drive them away would confer a blessing. The natural check is the driver ant, which when it visits a house is a great pest for a time, but it clears the others out. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Last Journals of David Livingstone in Central Africa, from 1865 to his death. Volume 1 of 2, 1866 through 1868. By David Livingstone and Horace Waller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Geology and description of the Wayuu land. Leaves Matakas. The Nyumbu plant. Native iron foundry. Blacksmiths. Makes for the Lake Nyassa. Delight at seeing the lake once more. The Manganja or Nyassa tribe. Arab slave crossing. Unable to procure passage across. The Kungu fly. Fear of the English amongst slavers. Lake shore. Blue ink. Chitanay changes color. The Nsaka fish. Makalose drinks beer. The Sanjika fish. London antiquities. Lake rivers. Mukates. Lake Palombe. Mpandas. A slave gang. Wikitani discovers his relatives and remains. 28th July, 1866. We proposed to start today, but Mutaka said that he was not ready yet. The flour had to be ground, and he had given us no meat. He had sent plenty of cooked food almost every day. He asked if we would slaughter the ox he would give here, or take it on. We preferred to kill it at once. He came on the 28th with a good lot of flour for us and men to guide us to Nyassa, telling us that this was Moembe, and his district extended all the way to the lake. He would not send us to Losewa, as that place had lately been plundered and burned. In general, the chiefs have shown an anxiety to promote our safety. The country is a mass of mountains. On leaving Matakas, we ascended considerably, and about the end of the first day's march, near Magola's village, the barometer showed our greatest altitude, about 3,400 feet above the sea. There were villages of these mountaineers everywhere, for the most part of 100 houses or more each. The springs were made the most use of that they knew, the damp spots drained, and water given a free channel for use in irrigation further down. Most of these springs showed the presence of iron by the oxide oozing out. A great many patches of peas are seen in full bearing and flower. The trees are small except in the hollows. There is plenty of grass and flowers near streams and on the heights. The mountain tops may rise 2,000 or 3,000 feet above their flanks, along which we wind, going perpetually up and down the steep ridges of which the country is but a succession. Looking at the geology of the district, the plateau on each side of the Rovuma are masses of gray sandstone, capped with masses of ferruginous conglomerate, apparently an aqueous deposit. When we ascend the Rovuma about 60 miles, a great many pieces and blocks of silicified wood appear on the surface of the soil at the bottom of the slope up the plateau. This in Africa is a sure indication of the presence of coal beneath, but it was not observed cropping out. The plateau are cut up in various directions by wadis well supplied with grass and trees on deep and somewhat sandy soil. But at the confluence of the Loendi highlands they appear in the far distance. In the sands of the Loendi, pieces of coal are quite common. Before reaching the confluence of the Rovuma and Loendi, or say about 90 miles from the sea, the plateau is succeeded by a more level country, having detached granitic masses shooting up some 500 or 600 feet. The sandstone of the plateau has at first been hardened, then quite metamorphosed into a chocolate-colored schist. As at Chilole Hill, we have igneous rocks, apparently capped with masses of beautiful white dolomite. We still ascend in altitude as we go westwards and come upon long tracts of gneiss with hornblende. The gneiss is often straighted, all the striae looking one way, sometimes north and south, and at other times east and west. These rocks look as if a stratified rock had been nearly melted, and the strata fused together by the heat. From these striated rocks have shot up great rounded masses of granite or syenite, whose smooth sides and crowns contain scarcely any trees, and are probably from 3,000 to 4,000 feet above the sea. The elevated plains among these mountain masses show great patches of ferruginous conglomerate, which, when broken, look like yellow hematite with madrepore holes in it. This has made the soil of a red color. On the watershed we have still the rounded granitic hills jutting above the plains, if such they may be called, which are all ups and downs, and furrowed with innumerable running rills, the sources of the Rovuma and Loendi. The highest rock observed with mica schist was at an altitude of 3,440 feet. The same uneven country prevails as we proceed from the watershed about 40 miles down to the lake, and a great deal of quartz in small fragments renders traveling very difficult. Near the lake, and along its eastern shore, we have mica schist and gneiss foliated, with a great deal of hornblende. But the most remarkable feature of it is that the rocks are all tilted on edge, or slightly inclined to the lake. The active agent in effecting this is not visible. It looks as if a sudden rent had been made, so as to form the lake, and tilt all these rocks nearly over. On the east side of the lower part of the lake, we have two ranges of mountains, evidently granitic. The nearer one covered with small trees and lower than the other jagged and bare, or of the granitic forms. But in all this country no fossil-yielding rock was visible except the gray sandstone referred to at the beginning of this note. The rocks are chiefly the old crystalline forms. One fine, straight, tall tree in the hollows seemed a species of fig. Its fruit was just forming, but it was too high for me to ascertain its species. The natives don't eat the fruit, but they eat the large grubs which come out of it. The leaves were 15 inches long by 5 broad. They call it unguengo. 29th July, 1866. At Magola's village. Although we are now rid of the sepoys, we cannot yet congratulate ourselves on being rid of the lazy habits of lying down in the path which they introduced. A strong scud comes up from the south, bringing much moisture with it. It blows so hard above, this may be a storm on the coast. Temperature in the mornings, 55 degrees. 30th July, 1866. A short march brought us to Pazimba's village, which consists of 200 houses and huts. It is placed very nicely on a knoll between 2 burns, which, as usual, are made use of for irrigating peas in wintertime. The headman said that if we left now we had a good piece of jungle before us, and would sleep twice in it before reaching Mbanga. We therefore remained. An Arab party, hearing of our approach, took a circuitous route among the mountains to avoid coming in contact with us. In traveling to Pazimba's, we had commenced our western descent to the lake, for we were now lower than Magola's by 300 feet. We crossed many rivulets and the Lokizi, a good-sized stream. The watershed parts some streams for Luendi and some for Rovuma. There is now a decided scantiness of trees. Many of the hilltops are covered with grass or another plant. There is pleasure now in seeing them bare. Ferns, rhododendrons, and a foliaged tree which looks in the distance like a silver fir are met with. The mandarae root is here called nyumbo. When cooked, it has a slight degree of bitterness with it which cultivation may remove. Mica schist crowned some of the heights on the watershed, then gneiss, and now as we descend further, we have igneous rocks of more recent eruption, porphyry and gneiss with hornblende. A good deal of ferruginous conglomerate with holes in it covers many spots. When broken, it looks like yellow hematite with black linings to the holes. This is probably the ore used in former times by the smiths, of whose existence we now find still more evidence than further east. 31st July, 1866. I had presented Pazimba with a cloth, so he cooked for us handsomely last night, and this morning desired us to wait a little, as he had not yet sufficient meal made to present. We waited and got a generous present. It was decidedly milder here than at Mataka's, and we had a clear sky. In our morning's march we passed the last of the population, and went on through a fine, well-watered, fruitful country, to sleep near a mountain called Mtere, by a stream called Masapo. A very large Arab slave party was close by our encampment, and I wished to speak to them, but as soon as they knew of our being near, they set off in a pathless course across country, and were 6 days in the wilderness. 1st August, 1866. We saw the encampment of another Arab party. It consisted of 10 pens, each of which, from the number of fires it contains, may have held from 80 to 100 slaves. The people of the country magnified the numbers, saying that they would reach from this to Mataka's, but from all I can learn, I think that from 300 to 800 slaves is the commoner gang. This second party went across country very early this morning. We saw the fire sticks which the slaves had borne with them. The fear they feel is altogether the effect of the English name, for we have done nothing to cause their alarm. 2nd August, 1866. There was something very cheering to me in the sight at our encampment of yellow grass and trees dotted over it, as in the Bechuana country. The birds were singing merrily too, inspired by the cold, which was 47 degrees, and by the vicinity of some population. Gum copal trees and bushes grow here as well as all over the country, but gum is never dug for, probably because the trees were never large enough to yield the fossil gum. Marks of smiths are very abundant, and some furnaces are still standing. Much cultivation must formerly have been where now all is jungle. We arrived at Mbanga, a village embowered in trees, chiefly of the euphorbia, so common in the Manganja country further south. Kandulo, the headman, had gone to drink beer at another village, but sent orders to give a hut and to cook for us. We remained next day, took lunars. We had now passed through, at the narrowest point, the 100 miles of depopulated country of which about 70 are on the northeast of Mataka. The native accounts differ as to the cause. Some say slave wars and assert that the Makoa from the vicinity of Mozambique played an important part in them. Others say famine. Others that the people have moved to and beyond Nyassa. Certain it is, for the potsherds strewed over the country, and the still remaining ridges on which beans, sorghum, maize, and cassava were planted, that departed population was prodigious. The Wayuu who are now in the country came from the other side of the Rovuma, and they probably supplanted the Manganja, an operation which we see going on at the present day. 4th August, 1866. An hour and a half brought us to Miule, a village on the same level with Mbanga, and the chief, pressing us to stay, on the plea of our sleeping 2 nights in the jungle, instead of 1 if we left early next morning, we consented. I asked him what had become of the very large iron-smelting population of this region. He said many had died of famine, others had fled to the west of Nyassa. The famine is the usual effect of slave wars, and much death is thereby caused, probably much more than by the journey to the coast. He had never heard any tradition of stone hatchets having been used, nor of stone spearheads or arrowheads of that material, nor had he heard of any being turned up by women in hoeing. The Makande, as we saw, use wooden spears where iron is scarce. I saw a wooden hose used for tilling the soil in the Bachuna and Bataka countries, but never stone ones. In 1841, I saw a bushwoman in the Cape Colony with a round stone and a hole through it. On being asked, she showed me how it was used by inserting the top of a digging stick into it and digging a root. The stone was to give the stick weight. The stone still used as anvils and sledgehammers by many of the African smiths, when considered from their point of view, shows sounder sense than if they were burdened with the great weights we use. They are unacquainted with the process of case hardening, which, applied to certain parts of our anvils, give them their usefulness, and an anvil of their soft iron would not do so well as a hard stone. It is true a small light one might be made, but let anyone see how the hammers of their iron bevel over and round in the faces with a little work, and he will perceive that only a wild freak would induce any sensible native smith to make a mass equal to a sledgehammer, and burden himself with a weight for what can be better performed by a stone. If people are settled, as on the coast, then they gladly use any mass of cast iron they may find, but never where, as in the interior, they have no certainty of remaining any length of time in one spot. 5th August, 1866. We left Miule and commenced our march towards Lake Nyassa and slept at the last of the streams that flow to the Luendi. In Mataka's vicinity, northeast, there is a perfect brush of streams flowing to that river. One forms a lake in its course, and the sources of the Rovuma lie in the same region. After leaving Mataka's, we crossed a good-sized one flowing to Luendi, and the day after leaving Pazemba's, another going to the Chiringa or Lakaringa, which is a tributary of the Rovuma. 6th August, 1866. We passed 2 cairns this morning at the beginning of the very sensible descent to the lake. They are very common in all this southern Africa in the passes of the mountains, and are meant to mark divisions of countries, perhaps burial places, but the Wayuu who accompanied us thought that they were merely heaps of stone collected by some one making a garden. The cairns were placed just about the spot where the blue waters of Nyassa first came fairly into view. We now came upon a stream, the Misinje, flowing into the lake, and we crossed it 5 times. It was about 20 yards wide and thigh deep. We made but short stages when we got on the lower plateau, for the people had great abundance of food, and gave large presents of it if we rested. One man gave 4 fowls, 3 large baskets of maize, pumpkins, and eland's fat, a fine male, as seen by his horns, and pressed us to stay, so that he might see our curiosities as well as others. He said that at 1 day's distance south of him all sorts of animals, as buffaloes, elands, elephants, hippopotami, and antelopes, could be shot. 8th August, 1866. We came to the lake at the confluence of the Misinje, and felt grateful to that hand which had protected us thus far on our journey. It was as if I had come back to an old home I never expected again to see, and pleasant to bathe in the delicious waters again, hear the roar of the sea, and dash in the rollers. Temperature 71 degrees at 8 a.m., while the air was 65 degrees. I feel quite exhilarated. The headman here, Moka is a real Manganja, and he and all his people exhibit the greater darkness of color consequent on being in a warm, moist climate. He is very friendly and presented millet, porridge, cassava, and hippopotamus meat boiled, and asked if I liked milk, as he had some of Mataka's cattle here. His people bring senjika, the best lake fish, for sale. They are dried on stages over slow fires and lose their fine flavor by it, but they are much prized inland. I bought 50 for a fathom of calico. When fresh, they taste exactly like the best herrings, i.e., as we think, but voyagers' and travelers' appetites are often so whetted as to be incapable of giving a true verdict in matters of taste. It is necessary to explain that Livingstone knew of an Arab settlement on the western shore of the lake, and that he hoped to induce the chief man, Jumbe, to give him a passage to the other side. 10th August, 1866. I sent Syed Majid's letter up to Jumbe, but the messenger met some coast Arabs at the Luanga, which may be 7 miles from this, and they came back with him, haggling a deal about the fare, and then went off, saying that they would bring the dhow here for us. Finding that they did not come, I sent Musa, who brought back word that they had taken the dhow away over to Jumbe at Kota, or, as they pronounce it, Ngota. Very few of the coast Arabs can read. In words they are very polite, but truthfulness seems very little regarded. I am resting myself and people, working up journal, lunars, and altitudes, but will either move south or go to the Arabs towards the north soon. Mokalose's fears of the Wayu will make him welcome Jumbe here, and then the Arab will someday have an opportunity of scattering his people as he has done to those at Kota. He has made Losawa too hot for himself. When the people there were carried off by Mataka's people, Jumbe seized their stores of grain and now has no post to which he can go there. The Luanga Arabs give an awful account of Jumbe's murders and selling the people, but one cannot take it all in. At the mildest, it must have been bad. This is all they ever do. They cannot form a state or independent kingdom. Slavery and the slave trade are insuperable obstacles to any permanence inland. Slaves can escape so easily. All, therefore, that the Arabs do is to collect as much money as they can by hook and by crook, and then leave the country. We notice a bird called the Nemtambwe, which sings very nicely with a strong voice after dark here at the Misinje confluence. 11th August, 1866. 2 headmen came down country from villages where we slept, bringing us food and asking how we are treated. They advise our going south to Mukates, where the lake is narrow. 12th through 14th August, 1866. Map making, but my energies were sorely taxed by the lazy sepoys, and I was usually quite tired out at night. Some men have come down from Mataka's and report the arrival of an Englishman with cattle for me. He has 2 eyes behind as well as 2 in front. This is enough of news for a while. Mokalaosi has his little afflictions, and he tells me of them. A wife ran away. I asked how many he had. He told me 20 in all. I then thought he had 19 too many. He answered with the usual reason. But who would cook for strangers if I had but one? We saw clouds of kungu gnats on the lake. They are not eaten here. An ungenerous traveler coming here with my statement in his hand, and finding the people denying all knowledge of how to catch and cook them, might say that I had been romancing in saying I had seen them made into cakes in the northern part of the lake. When asking here about them, a stranger said, "They know how to use them in the north. We do not." Mokolose thinks that the Arabs are afraid that I may take their dhows from them and go up to the north. He and the other headmen think that the best way will be to go to Mukates in the south. All the Arabs flee from me, the English name being in their minds inseparably connected with recapturing slavers. They cannot conceive that I have any other object in view. They cannot read Syed Majid's letter. 21st August, 1866. Started for the Luanga, on the east side of the lake, hilly all the way, about 7 miles. The river may be 20 yards wide near its confluence. The Misinje is double that. Each has accumulated a promontory of deposit and enters the lake near its apex. We got a house from a Wayu man on a bank about 40 feet above the level of Nyassa, but I could not sleep for the maneuvers of a crowd of the minute ants which infested it. They chirrup distinctly. They would not allow the men to sleep either, though all were pretty tired by the rough road up. 22nd August, 1866. We removed to the south side of the Luonga, where there are none of these little pests. 23rd August 1866. Proposed to the Wayuu headman to send a canoe over to call Jumbay, as I did not believe in the assertions of the half-caste Arab here that he had sent for his. All the Wayuu had helped me, and why not he? He was pleased with this, but advised waiting till a man sent to Losewa should return. 24th August 1866. A leopard took a dog out of a house next to ours. He had bitten a man before, but not mortally. 29th August 1866. News comes that the 2 dhows have come over to Losefa. The Mazitu had chased Jumbay up the hills. Had they said on to an island, I might have believed them. 30th August 1866. The fear which the English have inspired in the Arab slave traders is rather inconvenient. All flee from me as if I had the plague, and I cannot in consequence transmit letters to the coast or get across the lake. They seem to think that if I get into a dhow, I will be sure to burn it. As the 2 dhows on the lake are used for nothing else but the slave trade, their owners have no hope of my allowing them to escape. So after we have listened to various lies as excuses, we resolve to go southwards, and cross at the point of departure of the Shiré from the lake. I took lunars several times on both sides of the moon, and have written a dispatch for Lord Clarendon, besides a number of private letters. 3rd September 1866. Went down to the confluence of the Missinajay and came to many of the eatable insect kungu. They are caught by a quick motion of the hand holding a basket. We got a cake of these same insects further down. They make a buzz like a swarm of bees and are probably the perfect state of some lake insect. I observed 2 beaches of the lake, one about 15 feet above the present high water mark, and the other about 40 feet above that, but between the 2, the process of disintegration, which results from the sudden cold and heat in these regions, has gone on so much that seldom is a well-rounded, smoothed one seen. The lower beaches very well marked. The strike of large masses of foliated gneiss is parallel with the major axis of the lake, and all are tilted on edge. Some are a little inclined to the lake as if dipping to it westwards, but others are as much inclined the opposite way, or twisted. I made very good blue ink from the juice of a berry, the fruit of a creeper, which is the color of port wine when expressed. A little fairy carb ammon added to this is all that is required. The poodle dog Chichane is rapidly changing the color of its hair. All the parts corresponding to the ribs and neck are rapidly becoming red. The majority of the country dogs are of his color. The Manjanga or Wainayasa are an aboriginal race. They have great masses of hair and but little, if any, of the prognathous in the profile. Their bodies and limbs are very well made, and the countenance of the men is often very pleasant. The women are very plain and lumpy, but exceedingly industrious in their gardens from early morning till about 11 a.m., then from 3 p.m. till dark, or pounding corn and grinding it. The men make twine or nets by day, and are at their fisheries in the evenings and nights. They build the huts, the women plaster them. A blackfish, the nsaka, makes a hole with raised edges, which, with the depth from which they are taken, is from 15 to 18 inches, and from 2 to 3 feet broad. It is called by the natives their house. The pair live in it for some time, or until the female becomes large for spawning. This operation over, the house is left. I gave Mokalalose some pumpkin seed and peas. He took me into his house and presented a quantity of beer. I drank a little, and seeing me desist from taking more, he asked if I wished a servant girl to Patamimba. Not knowing what was meant, I offered the girl the calabash of beer and told her to drink, but this was not the intention. He asked if I did not wish more, and then took the vessel, and as he drank, the girl performed the operation on himself. Placing herself in front, she put both hands round his waist below the short ribs, and pressing gradually, drew them round to his belly in front. He took several prolonged draughts, and at each she repeated the operation, as if to make the liquor go equally over the stomach. Our topers don't seem to have discovered the need for this. 5th September 1866. Our march is along the shore to Ngombo Promontory, which approaches so near to Senga, or Senga opposite, as to narrow the lake to some 16 or 18 miles. It is a low sandy point, the edge fringed on the northwest and part of the south with a belt of papyrus and reeds, the central parts wooded. Part of the south side has high, sandy dunes blown up by the south wind, which strikes it at right angles there. One was blowing as we marched along the southern side eastwards, and was very tiresome. We reached Panthunda's village by a brook called Lolole. Another we crossed before coming to it is named Libisa. These brooks form the favorite spawning grounds of the Sanjika and Mpasa, two of the best fishes of the lake. The Sanjika is very like our herring in shape and taste and size, the Mpasa larger every way. Both live on green herbage formed at the bottom of the lake and rivers. 7th September, 1866. Chirumba's village being on the south side of a long lagoon, we preferred sleeping on the mainland, though they offered their cranky canoes to ferry us over. This lagoon is called Pensangua. 8th September, 1866. In coming along the southern side of the Ngombo promontory, we look eastwards, but when we leave it, we turn southwards, having a double range of lofty mountains on our left. These are granitic in form, the nearer range being generally the lowest and covered with scraggy trees. The second, or more easterly, is some 6,000 feet above the sea, bare and rugged with jagged peaks shooting high into the air. This is probably the newest range. The oldest people have felt no earthquake, but some say that they have heard of such things from their elders. We passed very many sites of old villages, which are easily known by the tree euphorbia planted round an umbelliferous one, and the sacred fig. One species here throws out strong buttresses, in the manner of some mangroves, instead of sending down twiners which take root, as is usually the case with the tropical fig. These, with millstones, stones for holding the pots and cooking, and upraised clay benches, which have been turned into brick by fire in the destruction of the huts, shows what were once the pleasant haunts of men. No stone implements ever appear. If they existed, they could not escape notice, since the eyes in walking are almost always directed to the ground to avoid stumbling on stones or stumps. In some parts of the world, stone implements are so common they seem to have been often made and discarded as soon as formed, possibly by getting better tools, if indeed the manufacture is not as modern as that found by Mr. Waller. Passing some navvies in the city who were digging for the foundation of a house, he observed a very antique-looking vase, wet from the clay, standing on the bank. He gave 10 shillings for it, and subsequently, by the aid of a scrubbing brush and some water, detected the hieroglyphics Copeland late Spode on the bottom of it. Here the destruction is quite recent, and has been brought about by some who entertained us very hospitably on the Misenge before we came to the confluence. The woman chief, Ulengelenge, or Ngelenge, bore a part in it for the supply of Arab caravans. It was the work of the Masaninga, a Wayu tribe, of which her people form a part. They almost depopulated the broad, fertile tract of some 3 or 4 miles between the mountain range and the lake, along which our course lay. It was wearisome to see the skulls and bones scattered about everywhere. One would fain not notice them, but they are so striking as one trudges along the sultry path that it cannot be avoided. 9th September, 1866. We spent Sunday at Kendango's village. The men killed a hippopotamus when it was sleeping on the shore, a full-grown female, 10 feet 9 inches from the snout to the insertion of the tail, and 4 feet 4 inches high at the withers. The bottom here and all along southwards is now muddy. Many of the Silurus glanus are caught equal in length to an 11 or a 12-pound salmon, but a great portion is head. Slowly roasted on a stick stuck in the ground before the fire, they seem to me to be much more savory than I ever tasted them before. With the mud we have many shells. North of Ngombo, scarcely one can be seen, and there it is sandy or rocky. 10th September, 1866. In marching southwards, we came close to the range. The lake lies immediately on the other side of it, but we could not note the bays which it forms. We crossed 2 mountain torrents from 60 to 80 yards broad, and now only ankle deep. In flood, these bring down enormous trees, which are much battered and bruised among the rocks in their course. They spread over the plain, too, and would render traveling here in the rains impracticable. After spending the night at a very civil headman's chaffoo, we crossed the Lotendi, another of these torrents. Each very lofty mass in the range seemed to give rise to one. Nothing of interest occurred as we trudged along. A very poor headman, Pamawawa, presented a roll of salt instead of food. This was grateful to us, as we have been without that luxury some time. 12th September 1866, we crossed the rivulet Nguena, and then went on to another with a large village by it. It is called Pantosa Pangon. The headman had been suffering from sore eyes for 4 months, and pressed me to stop and give him medicine, which I did. 13th September 1866, we crossed a strong brook called Nicore. My object in mentioning the brooks which were flowing at this time and near the end of the dry season is to give an idea of the sources of supply of evaporation. The men enumerate the following north of the Missinji. Those which are greater are marked thus, plus, and the lesser ones, minus. 1 Missinje, plus, has canoes. 2 Luanga, minus. 3 Lisefa, minus. 4 Lalula, minus. 5 Nashamanje, minus. 6 Musumba, plus. 7 Fubwe, plus. 8 Chia, minus. 9 Kasanga, plus. 10 Bueka, minus. 11 Chifumero, plus, has canoes. 12 Luanga, minus. 13 Makoho, minus. 14 Manguelo, minus, at north end of lake. Including the above, there are 20 or 24 perennial brooks and torrents which give a good supply of water in the dry season. In the wet season they are supplemented by a number of burns, which, though flowing now, have their mouths blocked up with bars of sand and yield nothing except by percolation. The lake rises at least 4 feet perpendicularly in the wet season, and has enough during the year from these perennial brooks to supply the Shire's continual flow. It will be remembered that the beautiful river Shire carries off the waters of Lake Nyassa and joins the Zambezi near Mount Morambala, about 90 miles from the sea. It is by this waterway that Livingstone always hoped to find an easy access to Central Africa. The only obstacles that exist are, first, the foolish policy of the Portuguese with regard to customs duties at the mouth of the Zambezi, and secondly, a succession of cataracts on the Shire, which impede navigation for 70 miles. The first hindrance may give way under more liberal views than those which prevail at present at the court of Lisbon, and then the remaining difficulty, accepted as a fact, will be solved by the establishment of a boat service both above and below the cataracts. Had Livingstone survived, he would have been cheered by hearing that already several schemes are afoot to plant missions in the vicinity of Lake Nyassa, and we may with confidence look to the revival of the very enterprise which he presently so bitterly deplores as a thing of the past. For Bishop Steer has fully determined to reoccupy the district in which fell his predecessor, Bishop Mackenzie, and others attached to the university's mission. In the course of this day's march, we were pushed close to the lake by Mount Gome, and being now within 3 miles of the end of the lake, we could see the whole plainly. There we first saw the Shire emerge, and there also we first gazed on the broad waters of Nyassa. Many hopes have been disappointed here. Far down on the right bank of the Zambezi lies the dust of her whose death changed all my future prospects. And now, instead of a check being given to the slave trade by lawful commerce on the lake, slave dhows prosper. An Arab slave party fled on hearing of us yesterday. It is impossible not to regret the loss of good Bishop Mackenzie, who sleeps far down the Shire, and with him all hope of the gospel being introduced in Central Africa. The silly abandonment of all the advantages of the Shire route by the bishop's successor I shall ever bitterly deplore, but all will come right some day, though I may not live to participate in the joy, or even see the commencement of better times. In the evening we reached the village of Cherikalawanga on the brook Pamchololo, and were very jovially received by the headman with beer. He says that the Mukate, Kabinga, and Mponda alone supply the slave traders now by raids on the Manganja, but they go southwest to the Moravi, who, impoverished by a Mazitsu raid, sell each other as well. 14th September 1866. At Cherekalawanga's, who has a skin disease, believed by him to have been derived from eating freshwater turtles, we were requested to remain 1 day in order that he might see us. He had heard much about us, had been down the Shire and as far as Mozambique, but never had an Englishman in his town before. As the heat is great, we were glad of the rest and beer, with which he very freely supplied us. I saw the skin of a fenembe, a species of lizard which devours chickens. Here it is named salka. It had been flayed by a cut up the back, body 12 inches, across belly 10 inches. After nearly giving up the search for Dr. Rocher's point of reaching the lake, because no one, either Arab or native, had the least idea of either Nusiwa or Makawa, the name given to the place, I discovered it in Laseifa, the accentuated E being sounded as our E in set. This word would puzzle a German philologist as being the origin of Nusewa, but the Wayuu pronounce it Losewa, the Arabs Lassewa, and Rocher's servant transformed the L and E into N and EE, hence Nusiwa. In confirmation of this rivulet Laseifa, which is opposite Kota Kota, or as the Arabs pronounce it, Nakota Kota. The chief is Mankawa, or as there is a confusion of names as to chief, it may be Mataka, whose town and district is called Moembe. The town Pamoembe equals Mamemba. I rest content with Kingomongo, so far verifying the place at which he arrived 2 months after we had discovered Lake Nyassa. He deserved all the credit due to finding the way thither, but he traveled as an Arab, and no one suspected him to be anything else. Our visits have been known far and wide, and great curiosity excited, but Dr. Rocher merits the praise only of preserving his incognito at a distance from Kilwa. His is almost the only case known of successfully assuming the Arab guise. Burckhardt is the exception. When Mr. Palgrave came to Muscat, or a town in Oman where our political agent Colonel Desborough was stationed, he was introduced to that functionary by an interpreter as Haji Ali, etc. Colonel Desborough replied, "You are no Haji Ali, or anything else but Gifford Palgrave, with whom I was schoolfellow at the Charterhouse." Colonel Desborough said he knew him at once from a peculiar way of holding his head, and Palgrave begged him not to disclose his real character to his interpreter, on whom and some others he had been imposing. I was told this by Mr. Dawes, a lieutenant in the Indian Navy, who accompanied Colonel Pelly in his visit to the Najd, Riyadh, etc., and took observations for him. Tanya Garay is the name of a rather handsome bean which possesses intoxicating qualities. To extract these, it is boiled, then peeled, and new water supplied. After a second and third boiling, it is pounded, and the meal taken to the river, and the water allowed to percolate through it several times. Twice cooking still leaves the intoxicating quality, but if eaten, then it does not cause death. It is curious that the natives do not use it expressly to produce intoxication. When planted near a tree, it grows all over it and yields abundantly. The skin of the pod is velvety, like our broad beans. Another bean with a pretty white mark on it grows freely and is easily cooked and good. It is here called guingwiza. 15th September 1866. We are now a short distance south of the lake and might have gone west to Masakas, called by some Pasaka, to cross the Shire there. But I thought that my visit to Mukate, a Wayuu chief still further south, might do good. He, Mpanda, and Kabinga are the only 3 chiefs who still carry on raids against the Manganja at the instigation of the coast Arabs, and they are now sending periodical marauding parties to the Maravi, here named Malola, to supply the Kilwa slave traders. We marched 3 hours southward, then up the hills of the range which flanks all the lower part of the lake. The altitude of the town is about 800 feet above the lake. The population near the chief is large, and all the heights as far as the eye can reach are crowned with villages. The second range lies a few miles off and is covered with trees as well as the first. The nearest high mass is Mangoche. The people live amidst plenty. All the chiefs visited by the Arabs have good, substantial square houses built for their accommodation. Mukate never saw a European before, and everything about us is an immense curiosity to him and to his people. We had long visits from him. He tries to extract a laugh out of every remark. He is darker than the generality of Wayuu, with a full beard trained on the chin, as all the people hereabouts have, Arab fashion. The courts of his women cover a large space, our house being on one side of them. I tried to go out that way, but wandered, so the lady sent a servant to conduct me out in the direction I wished to go, and we found egress by passing through some huts with 2 doors in them. 16th September 1866. At Mukate's. The prayer book does not give ignorant persons any idea of an unseen being addressed. It looks more like reading or speaking to the book. Kneeling and praying with eyes shut is better than our usual way of holding divine service. We had a long discussion about the slave trade. The Arabs have told the chief that our object in capturing slavers is to get them into our own possession and make them of our own religion. The evils which we have seen, the skulls, the ruined villages, the numbers who perish on the way to the coast and on the sea, the wholesale murders committed by the YU to build up Arab villages elsewhere, these things Mukate often tried to turn off with a laugh, but our remarks are safely lodged in many hearts. Next day, as we went along, our guide spontaneously delivered their substance to the different villages along our route. Before we reached him, a headman, in convoying me a mile or 2, whispered to me, "Speak to Mukate to give his forays up." It is but little we can do, but we lodged a protest in the heart against a vile system, and time may ripen it. Their great argument is, what could we do without Arab cloth? My answer is, do what you did before the Arabs came into the country. At the present rate of destruction of population, the whole country will soon be a desert. An earthquake happened here last year, that is about the end of it or beginning of this. The crater on the Grand Comoro Island smoked for 3 months about that time. Shook all the houses and everything, but they observed no other effects. No hot springs are known here. 17th September 1866. We marched down from Mukate's and to about the middle of Lakelet Palumbe. Mukate had no people with canoes near the usual crossing place, and he sent a messenger to see that we were fairly served. Here we got the Manganja headman to confess that an earthquake had happened. All others we have inquired of have denied it. Why, I cannot conceive. The old men said that they had felt earthquakes twice, once near sunset and the next time at night. They shook everything and were accompanied with noise, and all the fowls cackled. There was no effect on the lake observed. They profess ignorance of any tradition of the water having stood higher. Their traditions say that they came originally from the west, or west-northwest, which they call Moravi, and that their forefathers taught them to make nets and kill fish. They have no trace of any teaching by a higher instructor, no carvings or writings on the rocks, and they never heard of a book until we came among them. Their forefathers never told them that after or at death they went to God, but they had heard it said of such a one who died, God took him. 18th September 1866. We embarked the whole party in 8 canoes and went up the lake to the point of junction between it and the prolongation of Nyassa above it, called Masangano meetings, which took us 2 hours. A fishing party there fled on seeing us, though we shouted that we were a traveling party, or Olendo. Mukate's people here left us, and I walked up to the village of the fugitives with 1 attendant only. Their suspicions were so thoroughly aroused that they would do nothing. The headman, Pima, was said to be absent. They could not lend us a hut, but desired us to go on to Mapanda's. We put up a shed for ourselves, and next morning, though we pressed them for a guide, no one would come. From Pima's village we had a fine view of Pamalombe and the range of hills on its western edge. The range which flanks the lower part of Nyassa, on part of which Mukate lives, the gap of low land south of it, behind which Shira Lake lies, and Chakala and Zomba nearly due south from us. People say hippopotami come from Lake Shira into Lake Nyassa. There is a great deal of vegetation in Pamalombe, gigantic rushes, duckweed, and great quantities of aquatic plants on the bottom. One slimy, translucent plant is washed ashore in abundance. Fish become very fat on these plants, one called cariacola. I eat much of. It has a good mass of flesh on it. It is probable that the people of Lake Tanganyika and Nyassa and those on the rivers Shire and Zambezi are all of one stock, for the dialects vary very little. I took observations on this point. An Arab slave party, hearing of us, decamped. 19th September 1866. When we had proceeded a mile this morning, we came to 300 or 400 people making salt on a plain impregnated with it. They lixiviate the soil and boil the water, which has filtered through a bunch of grass in a hole in the bottom of a pot, till all is evaporated and a mass of salt is left. We held along the plain till we came to Mapondas, a large village with a stream running past. The plain at the village is very fertile and has many large trees on it. The cattle of Maponda are like fatted Madagascar beasts, and the hump seems as if it would weigh 100 pounds. The size of body is so enormous that their legs, as remarked by our men, seemed very small. Maponda is a blustering sort of person, but immensely interested in everything European. He says that he would like to go with me, would not care though he were away 10 years. I say that he may die in the journey. He will die here as well as there, but he will see all the wonderful doings of our country. He knew me, having come to the boat to take a look incognito when we were here formerly. We found an Arab slave party here and went to look at the slaves. Seeing this, Maponda was alarmed lest we should proceed to violence in his town. But I said to him that we went to look only. 85 slaves were in a pen formed of dura stalks, holcus, sorghum. The majority were boys of about 8 or 10 years of age. Others were grown men and women. Nearly all were in the taming stick. A few of the younger ones were in thongs, the thong passing round the neck of each. Several pots were on the fires cooking dura and beans. A crowd went with us, expecting a scene, but I sat down and asked a few questions about the journey in front. The slave party consisted of 5 or 6 half-caste coast Arabs, who said that they came from Zanzibar, but the crowd made such a noise that we could not hear ourselves speak. I asked if they had any objections to my looking at the slaves. The owners pointed out the different slaves, and said that after feeding them and accounting for the losses in the way to the coast, they made little by the trip. I suspect that the gain is made by those who ship them to the ports of Arabia, for at Zanzibar most of the younger slaves we saw went at about $7 a head. I said to them it was a bad business altogether. They presented fowls to me in the evening. 20th September, 1866. The chief begged so hard that I would stay another day and give medicine to a sick child that I consented. He promised plenty of food, and as an earnest of his sincerity sent an immense pot of beer in the evening. The child had been benefited by the medicine given yesterday. He offered more food than we could take. The agricultural class does not seem to be a servile one. All cultivate, and the work is esteemed. The chief was out at his garden when we arrived, and no disgrace is attached to the field laborer. The slaves very likely do the chief part of the work, but all engage in it and are proud of their skill. Here a great deal of grain is raised, though nearly all the people are Wayu or Machinga. This is remarkable, as they have till lately been marauding and moving from place to place. The Manganja possessed the large breed of humped cattle which fell into the hands of the Wayu and knew how to milk them. Their present owners never milk them, and they have dwindled to a few instead of the thousands of former times. A lion killed a woman early yesterday morning and ate most of her undisturbed. It is now getting very hot. The ground to the feet of the men burns like fire after noon, so we are now obliged to make short marches, and early in the morning chiefly. Wikitani, Bishop Mackenzie's favorite boy, met a brother here, and he finds that he has an elder brother and a sister at Kabinga's. The father who sold him into slavery is dead. He wishes to stop with his relatives, and it will be well if he does. Though he has not much to say, what he does advance against the slave trade will have its weight, and it will all be in the way of preparation for better times and more light. The elder brother was set for, but had not arrived when it was necessary for us to leave Mapondas on the rivulet Ntemengokwe. I therefore gave Wikitani some cloth, a flint gun instead of the percussion one he carried, some flints, paper to write upon, and commended him to Maponda's care till his relatives arrived. He has lately shown a good deal of levity, and perhaps it is best that he should have a touch of what the world is in reality. In a letter written about this time, Dr. Livingstone, in speaking of Wikitani, says, he met with a brother and found that he had 2 brothers and 1 or 2 sisters living down at the western shore of Lake Pamalombe, near Kabinga. He thought that his relatives would not again sell him. I had asked him if he wished to remain, and he at once said yes, so I did not attempt to dissuade him. His excessive levity will perhaps be cooled by marriage. I think he may do good by telling some of what he has seen and heard. I asked him if he would obey an order from his chief to hunt the Manganja, and he said no. I hope he won't. In the event of any mission coming into the country of Mataka, he will go there. I gave him paper to write to you, and commending him to the chiefs, bade the poor boy farewell. I was sorry to part with him, but the Arabs tell the Wayuu chiefs that our object in liberating slaves is to make them our own and turn them to our religion. I had declared to them, through Wekotani as interpreter, that they never become our slaves, and were at liberty to go back to their relatives if they liked, and now it was impossible to object to Wekotani going without stultifying my own statements. It is only necessary to repeat that Wekotani and Chuma had been liberated from the slavers by Dr. Livingstone and Bishop Mackenzie in 1861. They were mere children when set free. We must not forget to record the fact that when Mr. Young reached Mapanda 2 years afterwards to ascertain whether the doctor really had been murdered, as Musa declared, he was most hospitably received by the chief, who had by this time a great appreciation of everything English. The lines of the tattoo of the different tribes serve for ornaments and are resorted to most by the women. It is a sort of heraldry closely resembling the Highland tartans. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Last Journals of David Livingstone in Central Africa from 1865 to his death, Volume 1 of 2, 1866 through 1868. By David Livingstone and Horace Waller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crosses Cape Maclear, the Havildar demoralized, the discomfited chief. Beaches Marenga's town, the earth sponge. Description of Marenga's town. Rumors of Mazitu. Musa and the Johanna men desert. Beaches Kimsusas. His delight at seeing the doctor once more. The fat ram. Kimsusa relates his experience of Livingstone's advice. Chuma finds relatives. Kimsusa solves the transport difficulty nobly. Another old fishing acquaintance. Description of the people and country on the west of the lake. The Kanthudanas. Kauma. Iron smelting. An African Sir Colin Campbell. Milandos. 21st September, 1866. We marched westwards, making across the base of Cape Maclear. 2 men employed as guides and carriers went along, grumbling that their dignity was so outraged by working, only fancy Wayuu carrying like slaves. They went but a short distance and took advantage of my being in front to lay down the loads, one of which consisted of the Havladar's bed and cooking things. Here they opened the other bundle and paid themselves, the gallant Havildar sitting and looking on. He has never been of the smallest use, and lately has pretended to mysterious pains in his feet. No swelling or other symptom accompanied this complaint. On coming to Pima's village, he ate a whole fowl and some fish for supper, slept soundly till daybreak, then on awaking commenced a furious groaning. Feet were so bad. I told him that people usually moaned when insensible, but he had kept quiet till he awaked. He sulked at this and remained all day, though I sent a man to carry his kit for him, and when he came up he had changed the seat of his complaint from his feet to any part of his abdomen. He gave off his gun belt and pouch to the carrier. This was a blind to me, for I examined and found that he had already been stealing and selling his ammunition. This is all preparatory to returning to the coast with some slave trader. Nothing can exceed the ease and grace with which sepoys can glide from a swagger into the most abject begging of food from the villagers. He has remained behind. 22nd September, 1866. The hills we crossed were about 700 feet above Nyassa, generally covered with trees. No people were seen. We slept by the brook Sekochi. Rocks of hardened sandstone rested on mica schist, which had an efflorescence of alum on it. Above this was dolomite. The hills often capped with it and oak spar, giving a snowy appearance. We had a Wayuu party with us. 6 handsomely attired women carried huge pots of beer for their husbands, who very liberally invited us to partake. After 7 hours' hard traveling, we came to the village where we spend Sunday by the torrent Usingazi and a near remarkable mountain, Namasi. The chief, a one-eyed man, was rather coy, coming incognito to visit us, and as I suspected that he was present, I asked if the chief were an old woman, afraid to look at and welcome a stranger. All burst into a laugh and looked at him, when he felt forced to join in it, and asked what sort of food we liked best. Chuma put this clear enough by saying he eats everything eaten by the Wayao. This tribe, or rather the Machinga, now supersede the Manganga. We passed one village of the latter near this, a sad, tumble-down affair, while the Wayuu villages are very neat, with handsome straw or reed fences all around their huts. 24th September 1866. We went only 2.5 miles to the village of Marenga, a very large one, situated at the eastern edge of the bottom of the heel of the lake. The chief is ill of a loathsome disease derived direct from the Arabs. Raised patches of scab of circular form disfigure the face and neck as well as other parts. His brother begged me to see him and administer some remedy for the same complaint. He is at a village a little way off, and though sent for, was too ill to come or to be carried. The tribe is of Babisa origin. Many of these people had gone to the coast as traders, and returning with arms and ammunition, joined the Wayuu in their forays on the Manganja, and eventually set themselves up as an independent tribe. The women do not wear the lip ring, though the majority of them are Wayuu. They cultivate largely and have plenty to eat. They have cattle, but do not milk them. The bogs, or earthen sponges, of this country occupy a most important part in its physical geography, and probably explain the annual inundations of most of the rivers. Wherever a plain sloping towards a narrow opening in hills or higher ground exists, there we have the conditions requisite for the formation of an African sponge. The vegetation, not being of a healthy or peat-forming kind, falls down, rots, and then forms rich black loam. In many cases, a mass of this loam, 2 or 3 feet thick, rests on a bed of pure river sand, which is revealed by crabs and other aquatic animals bringing it to the surface. At present, in the dry season, the black loam is cracked in all directions, and the cracks are often as much as 3 inches wide and very deep. The whole surface has now fallen down and rests on the sand, but when the rains come, the first supply is nearly all absorbed in the sand. The black loam forms soft slush and floats on the sand. The narrow opening prevents it from moving off in a landslip, but an oozing spring rises at that spot. All the pools in the lower portion of this spring course are filled by the first rains, which happen south of the equator when the sun goes vertically over any spot. The second or greater rains happen in his course north again, when all the bogs and river courses being wet, the supply runs off and forms the inundation. This was certainly the case as observed on the Zambezi and Shiré, and taking the different times for the sun's passage north of the equator, it explains the inundation of the Nile. 25th September, 1866. Marenga's town on the west shore of Lake Nyassa is very large, and his people collected in great numbers to gaze at the stranger. The chief's brother asked a few questions, and I took the occasion to be a good one for telling him something about the Bible and the future state. The men said that their fathers had never told them aught about the soul, but they thought that the whole man rotted and came to nothing. What I said was very nicely put by a volunteer spokesman who seemed to have a gift that way, for all listened most attentively, and especially when told that our Father in heaven loved all, and heard prayers addressed to him. Marenga came dressed in a red-figured silk shawl, attended by about 10 court beauties, who spread a mat for him, then a cloth above, and sat down as if to support him. He asked me to examine his case inside a hut. He exhibited his loathsome skin disease, and being blacker than his wives, the blotches with which he was covered made him appear very ugly. He thought that the disease was in the country before Arabs came. Another new disease acquired from them was the smallpox. 26th September 1866. An Arab passed us yesterday, his slaves going by another route across the base of Cape Maclear. He told Musa that all the country in front was full of Mazitu, that 44 Arabs and their followers had been killed by them at Kasungu, and he only escaped. Musa and all the Johanna men now declared that they would go no further. Musa said, "No good country that. I want to go back to Johanna to see my father and mother and son." I took him to Marenga and asked the chief about the Mazitu. He explained that the disturbance was caused by the Manganja finding that Jumbe brought Arabs and ammunition into the country every year, and they resented it in consequence. They would not allow more to come because they were the sufferers and their nation was getting destroyed. I explained to Musa that we should avoid the Mazitu. Marenga added, "There are no Mazitu near where you are going." But Musa's eyes stood out with terror, and he said, "I can believe that man." But I inquired, "How can you believe the Arab so easily?" Musa answered, "I ask him to tell me, and he say true, true," etc. When we started, all the Johanna men walked off, leaving the goods on the ground. They have been such inveterate thieves that I am not sorry to get rid of them, for though my party is now inconveniently small, I could not trust them with flints in their guns, nor allow them to remain behind, for their object was invariably to plunder their loads. Here then we have Livingstone's account of the origin of that well-told story, which at first seemed too true. How Mr. Edward Young, R.N., declared it to be false and subsequently proved it untrue is already well known. This officer's quick voyage to Lake Nyassa reflected the greatest credit on him, and all hearts were filled with joy when he returned and reported the tale of Livingstone's murder to be merely an invention of Musa and his comrades. I ought to mention that the stealing by the Johanna men was not the effect of hunger. It attained its height when we had plenty. If one remained behind, we knew his object in delaying was stealing. He gave what he filched to the others, and Musa shared the dainties they bought with the stolen property. When spoken to, he would say, "I every day tell Johanna man no steal doctor's things." As he came away and left them in the march, I insisted out his bringing up all his men. This he did not relish, and the amount stolen was not small. One stole 15 pounds of fine powder, another 7, another left 6 tablecloths out of about 24, another called out a man to bring a fish, and he would buy it with beads, the beads being stolen, and Musa knew it all and connived at it, but it was terror that drove him away at last. With our goods and canoes, we went round the bottom of the heel of Nyassa, slept among reeds, and the next morning, 27th, landed at Masangwa, which is nearly opposite Kimsusas, or Katosas, as the Makololo called him. A man had been taken off by a crocodile last night. He had been drinking beer and went down to the water to cool himself, where he lay down, and the brute seized him. The water was very muddy, being stirred up by an east wind, which lashed the waves into our canoes and wetted our things. The loud wail of the women is very painful to hear. It sounds so dolefully. 28th September 1866. We reached Kinnisusas below Mount Mulindini of Kirk's Range. The chief was absent, but he was sent for immediately. His town has much increased since I saw it last. 29th September 1866. Another Arab passed last night with the tale that his slaves had all been taken from him by the Mazitu. It is more respectable to be robbed by them than by the Manganja, who are very much despised and counted nobodies. I propose to go west of this among the Moravi until quite away beyond the disturbances, whether of Mazitu or Manganja. 30th September 1866. We enjoy our Sunday here. We have abundance of food from Kimsusa's wife. The chief wished me to go alone and enjoy his drinking bout, and then we could return to this place together, but this was not to my taste. 1st October 1866. Kimsusa, or Mahusa, came this morning and seemed very glad again to see his old friend. He sent off at once to bring an enormous ram, which had either killed or seriously injured a man. The animal came tied to a pole to keep him off the man who held it, while a lot more carried him. He was prodigiously fat. This is a true African way of showing love, plenty of fat and beer. Accordingly, the chief brought a huge basket of pombe, the native beer, and another of nasima, or porridge, and a pot of cooked meat. To these were added a large basket of maize. So much food had been brought to us that we had at last to explain that we could not carry it. The doctor states a fact in the next few lines which shows that the Africans readily profit by advice which appeals to their common sense, and we make this observation in full knowledge of similar instances. Kimsusa says that they felt earthquakes at the place Mapanda now occupies, but none where he is now. He confirms the tradition that the Manganja came from the west or west-northwest. He speaks more rationally about the deity than some have done, and adds that it was by following the advice which I gave him the last time I saw him, and not selling his people, that his village is now 3 times its former size. He has another village besides, and he was desirous that I should see that too. That was the reason he invited me to come, but the people would come and visit me. 2nd October, 1866. Kimsusa made his appearance early with a huge basket of beer, 18 inches high and 15 inches in diameter. He served it out for a time, taking deep draughts himself, becoming extremely loquacious in consequence. He took us to a dense thicket behind his town, among numbers of lofty trees, many of which I have seen nowhere else. That under which we sat bears a fruit in clusters, which is eatable and called mbedwa. A space had been cleared, and we were taken to this shady spot as the one in which business of importance and secrecy is transacted. Another enormous basket of beer was brought here by his wives, but there was little need for it, for Kimsusa talked incessantly, and no business was done. 3rd October, 1866. The chief came early and sober. I rallied him on his previous loquacity and said one ought to find time in the morning if business was to be done. He took it in good part, and one of his wives joined in bantering him. She is the wife and the mother of the sons in whom he delights and who will succeed him. I proposed to him to send men with me to the Babisa country, and I would pay them there, where they could buy ivory for him with the pay, and bringing it back, he would be able to purchase clothing without selling his people. He says that his people would not bring the pay or anything else back. When he sends to purchase ivory, he gives the price to Arabs or Babisa, and they buy for him and conduct his business honestly. But his people, the Manganja, cannot be trusted. This shows a remarkable state of distrust, and from previous information, it is probably true. A party of the Arab Kamburi's people went up lately to the Moravi country above this, and immediately west of Kirk's Range, to purchase slaves. But they were attacked by the Moravi and dispersed with slaughter. This makes Kimsusa's people afraid to venture there. They had some quarrel with the Moravi also of their own, and no intercourse now took place. A path further south was followed by Mapanda lately, and great damage done, so it would not be wise to go on his footsteps. Kimsusa said he would give me carriers to go up to the Moravi, but he wished to be prepaid. To this I agreed, but even then he could not prevail on anyone to go. He then sent for an old Mobisa man, who has a village under him, and acknowledges Kimsusa's power. He says that he fears that, should he force his Manganja to go, they would leave us on the road, or run away on the first appearance of danger. But this Mobisa man would be going to his own country, and would stick by us. Meanwhile, the chief overstocks us with beer and other food. 4th October, 1866. The Mobisa man sent for came, but was so ignorant of his own country, not knowing the names of the chief Babisa town or any of the rivers, that I declined his guidance. He would have only been a clog on us, and anything about the places in front of us we could ascertain at the villages where we touch by inquiry as well as he could. A woman turned up here and persuaded Chuma that she was his aunt. He wanted to give her at once a fathom of calico and beads, and wished me to cut his pay down for the purpose. I persuaded him to be content with a few beads for her. He gave her his spoon and some other valuables, fully persuaded that she was a relative, though he was interrogated first as to his father's name and tribe, etc., before she declared herself. It shows a most forgiving disposition on the part of these boys to make presents to those who, if genuine relations, actually sold them. But those who have been caught young know nothing of the evils of slavery and do not believe in its ills. Chuma, for instance, believes now that he was caught and sold by the Manganja, and not by his own Wayu, though it was just in the opposite way that he became a slave, and he asserted and believes that no Wayu ever sold his own child. When reminded that Wakatani was sold by his own father, he denied it. Then that the father of Chimwala, another boy, sold him, his mother, and sister, he replied, "These are Machinga." This is another tribe of Wayu, but this showed that he was determined to justify his countrymen at any rate. I mention this matter because though the Oxford and Cambridge mission have an advantage in the instruction of boys taken quite young from slavers, yet these same boys forget the evils to which they were exposed and from which they were rescued, and it is even likely that they will, like Chuma, deny that any benefit was conferred upon them by their deliverance. This was not stated broadly by Chuma, but his tone led one to believe that he was quite ready to return to the former state. 5th October, 1866. The chief came early with an immense basket of beer, as usual. We were ready to start. He did not relish this, But I told him it was clear that his people set very light by his authority. He declared that he would force them or go himself with his wives as carriers. This dawdling and guzzling had a bad effect on my remaining people. Simon, a Nasic lad, for instance, overheard 2 words which he understood. These were Mazitsu and Ipululu, or desert. And from these he conjured up a picture of Mazitsu rushing out upon us from the jungle and killing all without giving us time to say a word. To this he added scraps of distorted information. Kamburi was a very bad chief in front, etc., all showing egregious cowardice. Yet he came to me for advice. On asking what he knew, as he could not speak the language, he replied that he had heard the above 2 words and that Shuma could not translate them, but he had caught them and came to warn me. The chief asked me to stay over today and he would go with his wives tomorrow. I was his friend and he would not see me in difficulties without doing his utmost. He says that there is no danger of our not finding people for carrying loads. It is probable that Kamburi's people went as marauders and were beaten off in consequence. 6th October, 1866. We marched about 7 miles to the north to the village opposite the pass to Piri and on a rivulet, Godidza. It was very hot. Kimsusa behaves like a king. His strapping wives come to carry loads and shame his people. Many of the young men turned out and took the loads, but it was evident that they feared retaliation if they ventured up the pass. One wife carried beer, another meal, and as soon as we arrived, cooking commenced. Porridge and roasted goat's flesh made a decent meal. A preparation of a meal called toku is very refreshing and brings out all the sugary matter in the grain. He gave me some in the way, and, seeing I liked it, a calabash full was prepared for me in the evening. Kimsusa delights in showing me to his people as his friend. If I could have used his pombe or beer, it would have put some fat on my bones, but it requires a strong digestion. Many of the chiefs and their wives live on it almost entirely. A little flesh is necessary to relieve the acidity it causes, and they keep all flesh very carefully, no matter how high it may become. Drying it on a stage over a fire prevents entire putridity. 7th October, 1866. I heard whooping cough in the village. We found our visitors so disagreeable that I was glad to march. They were Wayuu and very impudent, demanding gun or game medicine to enable them to shoot well. They came into the hut uninvited and would take no denial. It is probable that the Arabs derive a trade in gun medicine. It is inserted in cuts made above the thumb and on the forearm. Their superciliousness shows that they feel themselves to be the dominant race. The Manganja trust to their old bows and arrows. They are much more civil than Ajawa or Wayuu. The difference between these 2 great races is here well worthy of the further notice which Livingstone no doubt would have given it. As a rule, the Manganja are extremely clever in all the savage arts and manufactures. Their looms turn out a strong, serviceable cotton cloth. Their iron weapons and implements show a taste for design which is not reached by the neighboring tribes, and in all matters that relate to husbandry they excel. But in dash and courage they are deficient. The Wayuu, on the contrary, have round apple-shaped heads, as distinguished from the long, well-shaped heads of the poor Manganja. They are jocular and merry, given to traveling, and bold in war. These are qualities which serve them well, as they are driven from pillar to post through slave wars and internal dissension, but they have not the brains of the Manganja, nor the talent to make their mark in any direction where brains are wanted. A Manganja man, who formerly presented us with the whole haul of his net, came and gave me 4 fowls. Some really delight in showing kindness. When we came near the bottom of the pass to Piri, Kimsusa's men became loud against his venturing further. He listened, then burst away from them. He listened again, then did the same. And as he had now got men for us, I thought it better to let him go. In 3 hours and a quarter we had made a clear ascent of 2,200 feet above the lake. The first persons we met were 2 men and a boy who were out hunting with a dog and basket trap. This is laid down in the run of some small animal. The dog chases it, and it goes into the basket, which is made of split bamboo, and has prongs looking inwards, which prevents its egress. Mouse traps are made in the same fashion. I suspected that the younger of the men had other game in view, and meant, if fit opportunity offered, to insert an arrow in a Wayuu who was taking away his wife as a slave. He told me before we had gained the top of the ascent that some Wayuu came to a village separated from his by a small valley. picked a quarrel with the inhabitants, and then went and took the wife and child of a poorer countryman to pay these pretended offenses. 8th October, 1866. At the first village, we found that the people up here and those down below were mutually afraid of each other. Kim Sousa came to the bottom of the range, his last act being the offer of a pot of beer and a calabash of toku, which latter was accepted. I paid his wives for carrying our things. They had done well, and after we gained the village where we slept, sang and clapped their hands vigorously till 1 o'clock in the morning, when I advised them to go to sleep. The men he at last provided were very faithful and easily satisfied. Here we found the headman Kawa of Mapalapala quite as hospitable. In addition to providing a supper, it is custom to give breakfast before starting. Resting on the 8th to make up for the loss of rest on Sunday, we marched on Tuesday the 9th, but were soon brought to a stand by Gambwa, whose village, Tamamala, stands on another ridge. Gambwa, a laughing, good-natured man, said that he had sent for all his people to see me, and I ought to sleep, to enable them to look on one the like of whom has never come their way before. Intending to go on, I explained some of my objects in coming through the country, advising the people to refrain from selling each other, as it ends in war and depopulation. He was cunning and said, "Well, you must sleep here, and all my people will come and hear those words of peace." I explained that I had employed carriers who expected to be paid, though I had gone but a small part of a day. He replied, "But they will go home and come again tomorrow, and it will count but 1 day." I thus constrained to remain. 9th October, 1866. Both barometer and boiling point showed an altitude of upwards of 4,000 feet above the sea. This is the hottest month, but the air is delightfully clear and delicious. This country is very fine, lying in long slopes, with mountains rising all around, from 2,000 to 3,000 feet above this upland. They are mostly jagged and rough, not rounded like those near to Matakas. The long slopes are nearly denuded of trees, and the patches of cultivation are so large and often squarish in form, that but little imagination is requisite to transform the whole into the cultivated fields of England. But no hedgerows exist. The trees are in clumps on the tops of the ridges, or at the villages, or at the places of sepulture. Just now the young leaves are out, but are not yet green. In some lights they look brown, but with transmitted light, or when one is near them, crimson prevails. A yellowish green is met sometimes in the young leaves, and brown, pink, and orange-red. The soil is rich, but the grass is only excessively rank in spots. In general, it is short. A kind of trenching of the ground is resorted to. They hoe deep and draw it well to themselves. This exposes the other earth to the hoe. The soil is burned too. The grass and weeds are placed in flat heaps, and soil placed over them. The burning is slow, and most of the products of combustion are retained to fatten the field. In this way the people raise large crops. Men and women and children engage in field labor, but at present many of the men are engaged in spinning boughs and cotton. The former is made into a coarse, sacking-looking stuff, immensely strong, which seems to be worn by the women alone. The men are clad in uncomfortable goat skins. No wild animals seem to be in the country, and indeed the population is so large they would have very unsettled times of it. At every turning we meet people or see their villages, all armed with bows and arrows. The bows are unusually long. I measured one made of bamboo and found that along the bow string it measured 6 foot 4 inches. Many carry large knives of fine iron, and indeed the metal is abundant. Young men and women wear the hair long. A mass of small ringlets comes down and rests on the shoulders, giving them the appearance of the ancient Egyptians. One side is often cultivated, and the mass hangs jauntily on that side. Some few have a solid cap of it. Not many women wear the lip ring. The example of the Wayu has prevailed so far, but some of the young women have raised lines crossing each other on the arms, which must have cost great pain. They have also small cuts, covering in some cases the whole body. The Moravi or Manganja here may be said to be in their primitive state. We find them very liberal with their food. We give a cloth to the headman of the village where we pass the night, and he gives a goat, or at least cooked fowls and porridge, at night and morning. We were invited by Gambwa in the afternoon to speak the same words to his people that we used to himself in the morning. He nudged a boy to respond, which is considered polite, though he did it only with a rough hem at the end of each sentence. As for our general discourse, we mentioned our relationship to our Father, his love to all his children, the guilt of selling any of his children, the consequence, etc. It begets war, for they don't like to sell their own and steal from other villages who retaliate. Arabs and Wayu invited into the country by their selling, foster feuds, and war and depopulation ensue. We mentioned the Bible, future state, prayer, advise union, that they should unite as one family to expel enemies, who came first as slave traders and ended by leaving the country a wilderness. In reference to union, we showed that they ought to have seen justice done to the man who lost his wife and child at their very doors, but this want of cohesion is the bane of the Manganja. If the evil does not affect themselves, they don't care whom it injures, and Gambwa confirmed this by saying that when he routed Kamburi's people, the villagers west of him fled instead of coming to his aid. We hear that many of the Manganja up here are fugitives from Nyassa. 10th October, 1866. Kawa and his people were with us early this morning, and we started from Tamayala with them. The weather is lovely, and the scenery, though at present tinged with yellow from the grass, might be called glorious. The bright sun and delicious air are quite exhilarating. We passed a fine flowing rivulet called Levazie, going into the lake, and many smaller runnels of delicious cold water. On resting by a dark sepulchral grove, a tree attracted the attention, as nowhere else seen. It is called Bankonto, and said to bear eatable fruit. Many fine flowers were just bursting into full blossom. After about 4 hours' march, we put up at Chitimba, the village of Kanyigomba, and were introduced by Kawa, who came all the way for the purpose. 11th October, 1866. A very cold morning with a great bank of black clouds in the east, whence the wind came. Therm, 59 degrees. In hut, 69 degrees. The huts are built very well. The roof with the lower part plastered is formed so as not to admit a ray of light, and the only visible mode of ingress for it is by the door. This case shows that winter is cold. On proposing to start, breakfast was not ready. Then a plan was formed to keep me another day at a village close by belonging to one Kulu, a man of Kauma, to whom we go next. It was effectual, and here we are detained another day. A curiously cut-out stool is in my hut, made by the Mekwisa, who are southwest of this. It is of 1 block, but hollowed out, and all the spaces indicated are hollow too, about 2.5 feet long by 1.5 foot high. 12th October, 1866. We marched westerly with a good deal of southing. Kulu gave us a goat and cooked liberally for us all. He set off with us as if to go to Kauma's in our company, but after we had gone a couple miles, he slipped behind and ran away. Some are naturally mean, and some naturally noble. The mean cannot help showing their nature, nor can the noble. But the noble-hearted must enjoy life most. Kulu got a cloth, and he gave us at least its value, but he thought he had got more than he gave, and so by running away that he had done us nicely, without troubling himself to go and introduce us to Kauma. I usually request a headman of a village to go with us. They give a good report of us, if for no other reason than for their own credit, because no one likes to be thought giving his countenance to people other than respectable, and it costs little. We come close to the foot of several squarish mountains having perpendicular sides. One, called Ulazo Pamalungo, is used by the people, whose villages cluster round its base as a storehouse for grain. Large granaries stand on its top, containing food to be used in case of war. A large cow is kept up there, which is supposed capable of knowing and letting the owners know when war is coming. There is a path up, but it was not visible to us. The people are all Kanthunda, or climbers, not Maravi. Kimsusa said that he was the only Maravi chief, but this I took to be an ebullition of beer bragging. The natives up here, however, confirm this and assert that they are not Maravi, who are known by having markings down the side of the face. We spent a night at Kanthunda village on the western side of a mountain called Punzi, the H being an aspirate only. Many villages are planted round its base, but in front, that is westwards, we have plains, and there the villages are as numerous. Mostly they are within 1/2 mile of each other, and few are a mile from other hamlets. Each village has a clump of trees around it. This is partly for shade, partly for privacy, from motives of decency. The heat of the sun causes the effluvia to exhale quickly, so they are seldom offensive. The rest of the country, where not cultivated, is covered with grass, the seed stalks about knee-deep. It is gently undulating, lying in low waves stretching northeast and southwest. The space between each wave is usually occupied by a boggy spot or watercourse, which in some cases is filled with pools with trickling rills between. All people are engaged at present in making mounds 6 or 8 feet square and from 2 to 3 feet high. The sods in places not before hoed are separated from the soil beneath and collected into flattened heaps, the grass undermost. When dried, fire is applied and slow combustion goes on, most of the products of the burning being retained in the ground. Much of the soil is incinerated. The final preparation is effected by the men digging up the subsoil round the mound, passing each hoeful into the left hand, where it pulverizes and is then thrown onto the heap. It is thus virgin soil on the top of the ashes and burned ground of the original heap, very clear of weeds. At present, many mounds have beans and maize about 4 inches high. Holes, a foot in diameter and a few inches deep, are made irregularly over the surface of the mound, and about 8 or 10 grains put into each. These are watered by hand and calabash, and kept growing till the rains set in, when a very early crop is secured. 13th October, 1866. After leaving Punzé, we crossed the Livingstone, a rivulet which flows northward, and then into Lake Nyassa. The lines of the gentle undulation tend in that direction. Some hills appear on the plains, but after the mountains which we have left behind, they are mere mounds. We are over 3,000 feet above the sea, and the air is delicious, but we often pass spots covered with a plant which grows in marshy places, and its heavy smell always puts me in mind that at other seasons this may not be so pleasant a residence. The fact of even maize being planted on mounds where the ground is naturally quite dry tells a tale of abundant humidity of climate. Kauma, a fine tall man with bald head and pleasant manners, told us that some of his people had lately returned from the Chibisa or Babisa country, whither they had gone to buy ivory, and they would give me information about the path. He took a fancy to one of the boys' blankets, offering a native cloth, much larger in exchange, and even a sheep to boot. But the owner being unwilling to part with his covering, Kauma told me that he had not sent for his Babisa travelers on account of my boy refusing to deal with him. A little childish this, but otherwise he was very hospitable. He gave me a fine goat, which unfortunately my people left behind. The chief said that no Arabs ever came his way, nor Portuguese native traders. When advising them to avoid the first attempts to begin the slave trade, as it would inevitably lead to war and depopulation, Kauma replied that the chiefs had resolved to unite against the Wayu of Mapande should he come again on a foray up to the highlands. But they are like a rope of sand, there is no cohesion among them, and each village is nearly independent of every other. They mutually distrust each other. 14th October, 1866. Spent Sunday here. Kauma says that his people are partly Kathunda and partly Chipeta. The first are the mountaineers, the second dwellers on the plains. The Chipeta have many lines of marking. They are all only divisions of the great Manganja tribe, and their dialects differ very slightly from that spoken by the same people on the Shirai. The population is very great and very ceremonious. When we meet anyone, he turns aside and sits down. We clap the hand on the chest and say, Re Peta, Re Peta. That is, we pass, or let us pass. This is responded to at once by a clapping of the hands together. When a person is called at a distance, he gives 2 loud claps of assent, or if he rises from a near superior, he does the same thing, which is a sort of leave-taking. We have to ask who are the principal chiefs in the direction which we wish to take, and decide accordingly. Zombo was pointed out as a chief on a range of hills on our west. Beyond him lies Undi Msenga. I had to take this route, as my people have a very vivid idea of the danger of going northwards towards the Mazitu. We made more southing than we wished. One day, beyond Zomba and west-southwest, is the part called Chindando, where the Portuguese formerly went for gold. They don't seem to have felt it worthwhile to come here, as neither ivory nor gold could be obtained if they did. The country is too full of people to allow any wild animals, elbow room. Even the smaller animals are hunted down by means of nets and dogs. We rested at Pachoma, the headman offering a goat and beer, but I declined and went on to Malomba. Here, Kalma's carriers turned because a woman had died that morning as we left the village. They asserted that had she died before we started, not a man would have left. This shows a reverence for death, for the woman was no relative of any of them. The headman of Malomba was very poor but very liberal, cooking for us and presenting a goat. Another headman from a neighboring village, a laughing, good-natured old man named Chakala, brought beer and a fowl in the morning. I asked him to go on with us to Moronga, it being important, as above mentioned, to have the like of his kind in our company, and he consented. We saw Mount Ngala in the distance, like a large sugar loaf shot up in the air. In our former route to Kasungu, we passed north of it. 16th October, 1866. Crossed the rivulet Chaikuyo going north for the lake, and Moronga being but 1.5 hours off, we went on to Chipanga. This is the proper name of what on the Zambezi is corrupted into Chipanga. The headsman, a miserable hemp-consuming leper, fled from us. We were offered a miserable hut, which we refused. Chakala, meanwhile, went through the whole village seeking a better, which we ultimately found. It was not in this chief to be generous, though Chakala did what he could in trying to indoctrinate him. When I gave him a present, he immediately proposed to sell a goat. We got on pretty well, however. Zomha is in a range of hills to our west called Zala Nyama. The Portuguese, in going to Kasembe, went still further west than this. Passing on, we came to a smithy and watched the founder at work drawing off slag from the bottom of his furnace. He broke through the hardened slag by striking it with an iron instrument inserted in the end of a pole, when the material flowed out of the small hole left for the purpose in the bottom of the furnace. The ore, probably the black oxide, was like sand, and was put in at the top of the furnace, mixed with charcoal. Only one bellows was at work, formed out of a goat skin, and the blast was very poor. Many of these furnaces, or the remains, are met with on knolls. Those at work have a peculiarly tall hut built over them. On the eastern edge of a valley lying north and south, with the Diampe stream flowing along it, and the Dzala Nyama range on the western side, are 2 villages screened by fine specimens of the Ficus indica. One of these is owned by the headman Teresa, and there we spent the night. We made very short marches, for the sun is very powerful, and the soil, baked hard, is sore on the feet. No want of water, however, is felt, for we come to supplies every mile or 2. The people look very poor, having few or no beads, the ornaments being lines and cuttings on the skin. They trust more to boise than cotton. I noticed but 2 cotton patches. The women are decidedly plain, but monopolize all the boise cloth. Teresa was excessively liberal, and having informed us that Zomba lived some distance up the range and was not the principal man in these parts, we, to avoid climbing the hills, turned away to the north, in the direction of the paramount chief, Chisumpi, whom we found to be only traditionally great. 20th October, 1866. In passing along, we came to a village embowered in fine trees. The headman is Kaveta, a really fine specimen of the Canthuda, tall, well-made, with a fine forehead and Assyrian nose. He proposed to us to remain overnight with him, and I unluckily declined. Convoying us out a mile, we parted with this gentleman, and then came to a smith's village, where the same invitation was given and refused. A sort of infatuation drove us on, and after a long, hot march, we found the great Chinsumpi, the facsimile in black of Sir Colin Campbell. His nose, mouth, and the numerous wrinkles on his face were identical with those of the great general, but here all resemblance ceased. 2 men had proceeded to give us information, and when I followed, I saw that his village was one of squalid misery, the only fine things about being the lofty trees in which it lay. Chisumpi begged me to sleep at a village about half a mile behind. His son was browbeating him on some domestic affair, and the older man implored me to go. Next morning he came early to that village and arranged for our departure, offering nothing and apparently not wishing to see us at all. I suspect that though paramount chief, he is weak-minded and has thereby lost all his influence, but in the people's eyes he is still a great one. Several of my men exhibiting symptoms of distress, I inquired for a village in which we could rest Saturday and Sunday, and at a distance from Chisumpi. A headman volunteered to lead us to one west of this. In passing the sepulchral grove of Chisumpi, our guide remarked, "Chisumpi's forefathers sleep there." This was the first time I have heard the word sleep applied to death in these parts. The trees in these groves and around many of the villages are very large and show what the country would become if depopulated. We crossed the Diampwe or Adiampwe from 5 to 15 yards wide and well supplied with water even now. It rises near the Ndomo Mountains and flows northwards towards the Lintepe and lake. We found Chitakola's village called Paratala, a pleasant one on the east side of the Adampwe Valley. Many elephants and other animals feed in the valley, and we saw the Bechuana Hopo again after many years. The umbare, otherwise Nyumbo plant, has a pea-shaped or rather papilionaceous flower with a fine scent. It seems to grow quite wild. Its flowers are yellow. Chaula is the only poison used by the Moravi for their arrows. It is said to cause mortification. One of the wonders usually told of us in this upland region is that we sleep without fire. The boys' blankets suffice for warmth during the night when the thermometer sinks to 64 degrees to 60 degrees, but no one else has coverings sufficient. Some huts in process of building here show that a thick coating of plaster is put on outside the roof before the grass thatch is applied. Not a chink is left for the admission of air. Ohitikola was absent from Paritala when we arrived on some Malando or other. These Malandos are the business of their lives. They are like petty lawsuits. If one trespasses on his neighbor's rights in any way, it is a Malando, and the headmen of all the villages about are called on to settle it. Women are a fruitful source of Malando. A few ears of Indian corn had been taken by a person, and Chitikola had been called a full day's journey off to settle this Malando. He administered Moave, and the person vomited. Therefore, innocence was clearly established. He came in the evening of the 21st, footsore and tired, and at once gave us some beer. This perpetual reference to food and drink is natural inasmuch as it is the most important point in our intercourse. While the chief was absent, we got nothing. The queen even begged a little meat for his child, who was recovering from an attack of smallpox. There being no shops, we had to sit still without food. I took observations for longitude and whiled away the time by calculating the lunars. Next day, the chief gave us a goat cooked whole and plenty of porridge. I noticed that he too had the Assyrian type of face. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Last Journals of David Livingstone in Central Africa from 1865 to his death. Volume 1 of 2, 1866 through 1868, by David Livingstone and Horace Waller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Progress Northwards, An African Forest, Destruction by Mazitu, Native Salutations, A Disagreeable Chief, On the Watershed between the Lake and the Loangwa River, Extensive Iron Workings, An Old Nimrod, The Bois Evier, Lovely Scenery, Difficulties of Transport, Chalobe, An African Pythoness, Enlists 2 Wayu bearers, Ill, The Chitelabine, Rain sets in, Arrives at the Loangwa. We started with Chitikola as our guide on the 22nd of October, and he led us away westwards, across the Lilongwe River, then turned north till we came to a village called Mashumba, the headman of which was the only chief who begged anything except medicine, and he got less than we were in the habit of giving in consequence. We give a cloth usually, and clothing being very scarce, this is considered munificent. We had the Zalanyama range on our left, and our course was generally north, but we had to go in the direction of the villages which were on friendly terms with our guides, and sometimes we went but a little way, as they studied to make the days as short as possible. The headman of the last village, Chitoku, was with us, and he took us to a village of smiths, 4 furnaces and 1 smithy being at work. We crossed the Chinyambo, a strong river coming from the Zalanyama and flowing into the Mirangwe, which again goes into Lintipe. The country near the hills becomes covered with forest. The trees are chiefly Masuko mochenga, the gum copal tree, the bark cloth tree, and rhododendrons. The heath, known at the Cape as renosterbosch, occurs frequently, and occasionally we have thorny acacias. The grass is short, but there is plenty of it. 24th October, 1866. Our guide Mapanda led us through the forest by what he meant to be a shortcut to Chimunas. We came on a herd of about 15 elephants, and many trees laid down by these animals. They seemed to relish the roots of some kinds and spend a good deal of time digging them up. They chew woody roots and branches as thick as the handle of a spade. Many buffaloes feed here, and we viewed a herd of elands. They kept out of bowshot only. A herd of the Bama or hartebeest stood at 200 paces, and one was shot. While all were rejoicing over the meat, we got news from the inhabitants of a large village in full flight that the Mazitu were out on a foray. While roasting and eating meat, I went forward with Mapanda to get men from Chimuna to carry the rest, but was soon recalled. Another crowd were also in full retreat. The people were running straight to the Zalanyama range regardless of their feet, making a path for themselves through the forest. They had escaped from the Mazitu that morning. They saw them. Mapanda's people wished to leave and go to look after their own village, but we persuaded them, on pain of a Milando, to take us to the nearest village that was at the bottom of Zalanyama proper, and we took the spoor of the fugitives. The hard grass with stalks nearly as thick as quills must have hurt their feet sorely, but what of that in comparison with dear life? We meant to take our stand on the hill and defend our property in case of the Mazitu coming near, and we should, in the event of being successful, be a defense to the fugitives who crowded up its rocky sides. But next morning we heard that the enemy had gone to the south. Had we gone forward as we intended to search for men to carry the meat, we should have met the marauders, for the men of the second party of villagers had remained behind guarding their village till the Mazitu arrived, and they told us what a near escape I had from walking into their power. 25th October, 1866. Came along northwards to Chimuna's town, a large one of Chipeta, with many villages around. Our path led through the forest, and as we emerged into the open strath in which the villages lie, we saw large ant-hills, each the size of the end of a one-storied cottage, covered with men on guard watching for the Mazitu. A long line of villagers were just arriving from the south, and we could see at some low hills in that direction the smoke arising from the burning settlements. None but men were present. The women and the chief were at the mountain called Pombe. All were fully armed with their long bows, some flat in the bow, others round, and it was common to have the quiver on the back and a bunch of feathers stuck in the hair like those in our lancers' shakos. But they remained not to fight, but to watch their homes and stores of grain from robbers amongst their own people in case no Mazitu came. They gave a good hut and set off at once to let the chief at Pombe know of our arrival. We heard the cocks crowing up there in the mountain as we passed in the morning. Chimuna came in the evening and begged me to remain a day in his village, Pamaloa, as he was the greatest chief the Chipeta had. I told him all wished the same thing, and if I listened to each chief we should never get on, and the rains were near, but we had to stay over with him. 26th October, 1866. All the people came down today from Pombe and crowded to see the strangers. They know very little beyond their own affairs, though these require a good deal of knowledge, and we should be sorely put about if without their skill we had to maintain an existence here. Their furnaces are rather bottle-shaped and about 7 feet high by 3 broad. One toothless patriarch had heard of books and umbrellas, but had never seen either. The oldest inhabitant had never traveled far from the spot in which he was born, yet he has a good knowledge of soils and agriculture, hut building, basket making, pottery, and the manufacture of bark cloth and skins for clothing, as also making of nets, traps, and cordage. Chimuna had a most ungainly countenance, yet did well enough. He was very thankful for a blister on his loins to ease rheumatic pains, and presented with a huge basket of porridge before starting, with a fowl, and asked me to fire a gun that the Mzitu might hear and know that armed men were here. They all say that these marauders flee from firearms, so I think that they are not Zulus at all, though adopting some of their ways. In going on to Mapuyos, we passed several large villages, each surrounded by the usual euphorbia hedge, and having large trees for shade. We are on and level, or rather gently ambulating country, rather bare of trees. At the junctions of these earthen waves we have always an oozing bog. This often occurs in the slope down the trough of this terrestrial sea. Bushes are common and of the kind which were cut down as trees. Yellow hematite is very abundant. The other rocks scarcely appear in the distance. We have mountains both on the east and west. On arriving at Mapuyos village, he was, as often happens, invisible, but he sent us a calabash of fresh-made beer, which is very refreshing, gave us a hut, and promised to cook for us in the evening. We have to employ 5 or 6 carriers, and they rule the length of the day's march. Those from Chamuna's village growled at the cubit of calico with which we paid them, but a few beads pleased them perfectly, and we parted good friends. It is not likely I shall ever see them again, but I always like to please them, because it is right to consider their desires. Is that not what is meant in Blessed is he that considereth the poor? There is a great deal of good in these poor people. In cases of Milando, they rely on the most distant relations and connections to plead their cause, and seldom are they disappointed, though time at certain seasons, as for instance at present, is felt by all to be precious. Every man appears with hoe or axe on shoulder, and the people often only sit down as we pass and gaze at us till we are out of sight. Many of the men have large slits in the lobe of the ear, and they have their distinctive tribal tattoo. The women indulge in this painful luxury more than the men, probably because they have very few ornaments. The 2 central front teeth are hollowed at the cutting edge. Many have quite the Grecian facial angle. Mapuyo has thin legs and quite a European face. Delicate features and limbs are common, and the spur heel is as scarce as among Europeans. Small feet and hands are the rule. Clapping the hands in various ways is the polite way of saying, "Allow me," "I beg pardon," "Permit me to pass," "Thanks." It is resorted to in respectful introduction and leave-taking, and also is equivalent to "Hear, hear." When inferiors are called, they respond by 2 brisk claps of the hands, meaning "I am coming." They are very punctilious amongst each other. A large ivory bracelet marks the headman of a village. There is nothing else to show differences of rank. 28th October, 1866. We spent Sunday at Mapuyos and had a long talk with him. His country is in a poor state from the continual incursions of the Mzitu, who are wholly unchecked. 29th October, 1866. We marched westwards to Makosa's village and could not go farther, as the next stage is long and through an ill-peopled country. The morning was lovely, the whole country bathed in bright sunlight, and not a breath of air disturbed the smoke as it slowly curled up from the heaps of burning weeds, which the native agriculturalist wisely destroys. The people generally were busy hoeing in the cool of the day. One old man in a village where we rested had trained the little hair he had left into a tail, which, well plastered with fat, he had bent on itself and laid flat on his crown. Another was carefully paring a stick for stirring the porridge, and others were enjoying the cool shade of the wild fig trees which are always planted at villages. It is a sacred tree all over Africa and India, and the tender roots which drop down towards the ground are used as medicine, a universal remedy. Can it be a tradition of its being like the tree of life, which Archbishop Whately conjectures may have been used in paradise to render man immortal? One kind of fig tree is often seen hacked all over to get the sap, which is used as bird lime. Bark cloth is made of it too. I like to see the men weaving or spinning or reclining under these glorious canopies as much as I love to see our more civilized people lolling on their sofas or ottomans. The first rain, a thunder shower, fell in the afternoon. Air in shade before it, 92 degrees. Wet bulb, 74 degrees. At noon, the soil in the sun was 140 degrees, perhaps more, but I was afraid of bursting the thermometer, as it was graduated only few degrees above that. This rain happened at the same time that the sun was directly overhead on his way south. It was but a quarter of an inch, but its effect was to deprive us of all chance of getting the 5 carriers we needed. All were off to their gardens to commit the precious seed to the soil. We got 3, but no one else would come, so we have to remain here over today. 30th October. 30th October, 1866. The black traders come from Tet to this country to buy slaves, and as a consequence, here we come to Bugs again, which we left when we passed the Arab slave traders' beat. 31st October, 1866. We proceed westwards and a little south through a country covered with forest trees, thickly planted, but small, generally of bark cloth and gum copal trees, masucos, rhododendrons, and a few acacias. At one place we saw 10 wild hogs in a group, but no other animal, though marks of elephants, buffaloes, and other animals having been about in the wet season were very abundant. The first few miles were rather more scant of water than usual, but we came to the Loue, a fine little stream with plenty of water sand from 20 to 30 yards wide. It is said by the people to flow away westwards into the Loangwa. 1st November, 1866. In the evening we made the Chikamokori, a nice rivulet where we slept, and the next morning we proceeded to Kangene, whose village is situated on a mass of mountains, and to reach which we made more southing than we wished. Our appearance on the ascent of the hill caused alarm, and we were desired to wait till our spokesman had explained the unusual phenomenon of a white man. This kept us waiting in the hot sun among heated rocks, and the chief, being a great, ugly, public-house keeper-looking person, excused his incivility by saying that his brother had been killed by the Mzitu, and he was afraid that we were of the same tribe. On asking if Mzitu wore clothes like us, he told some untruths, and, what has been an unusual thing, began to beg powder and other things. I told him how the other chiefs had treated us, which made him ashamed. He represented the country in front to the northwest to be quite impassable from want of food. The Mzitu had stripped it of all provisions, and the people were living on what wild fruits they could pick up. 2nd November, 1866. Kangeni is very disagreeable naturally, and as we have to employ 5 men as carriers, we are in his power. We can scarcely enter into the feelings of those who are harried by marauders. Like Scotland in the 12th and 13th centuries, harassed by Highland Celts on one side and by English marchmen on the other, and thus kept in the rearward of civilization, these people have rest neither for many days nor for few. When they fill their garners, they can seldom reckon on eating the grain, for the Mzitu come when the harvest is over, and to catch as many able-bodied young persons as they can carry away the corn. Thus it was in Scotland, so far as security for life and property was concerned, but the Scotch were apt pupils of more fortunate nations. To change the country they were as indifferent as the Romans of the olden times. They were always welcome in France, either as pilgrims, scholars, merchants, or soldiers. But the African is different. If let alone, the African's mode of life is rather enjoyable. He loves agriculture, and land is to be had anywhere. He knows nothing of other countries, but he has imbibed the idea of property in man. This Kangene told me that he would like to give me a slave to look after my goats. I believe he would rather give a slave than a goat. We were detained by the illness of Simon for 4 days. When he recovered, we proposed to the headman to start off with 5 of his men, and he agreed to let us have them, but having called them together, such an enormous demand was made for wages and in advance that on the 7th of November we took 7 loads forward through a level, uninhabited country generally covered with small trees, slept there, and on the morning of the 8th, after leaving 2 men at our depot, came back and took the remaining 5 loads. Kangene was disagreeable to the last. He asked where we had gone, and having described the turning point as near the hill Chimbimbe, he complimented us on going so far, and then sent an offer of 3 men. But I preferred not to have those who would have been spies unless he could give 5 and take on all the loads. He said that he would find the number, and after detaining us some hours, brought 2, one of whom, primed with beer, babbled that he was afraid of being killed by us in front. I asked whom we had killed behind and moved off. The headman is very childish, does women's work, cooking and pounding, and in all cases of that kind the people take after their leader. The chiefs have scarcely any power unless they are men of energy. They have to court the people rather than be courted. We came much further back on our way from Mapuyos than we liked. In fact, our course is like that of a vessel baffled with foul winds. This is mainly owing to being obliged to avoid places stripped of provisions or suffering this spoliation. The people, too, can give no information about others at a distance from their own abodes. Even the smiths, who are a most plodding set of workers, are as ignorant as the others. They supply the surrounding villages with hoes and knives, and combining agriculture with handicraft, pass through life. An intelligent smith came as our guide from Chimbimbe Hill on the 7th, and did not know a range of mountains about 20 miles off. It was too far off for him to know the name. 9th November, 1866. The country over which we actually travel is level and elevated, but there are mountains all about, which when put on the map make it appear to be a mountainous region. We are on the watershed, apparently between the Luangwa of Zumbo on the west and the lake on the east. The Lue or Luia is said by the people to flow into the Luangwa, the Chikugomkore coming from the north in front, eastward of Irangwe, the same mountains on which Kangene skulks out of sight of Mazitu, flows into the Lue, and north of that we have the Mando, a little stream flowing into the Bua. The rivulets on the west flow in deep defiles, and the elevation on which we travel makes it certain that no water can come from the lower lands on the west. It seems that the Portuguese, in traveling to Casembe, did not inquire of the people where the streams they crossed went, for they are often wrongly put and indicate the direction only in which they appeared to be flowing at their crossing places. The natives have a good idea generally of the rivers into which the streams flow, though they are very deficient in information as to the condition of the people that live on their banks. Some of the Portuguese questions must have been asked through slaves, who would show no hesitation in answering. Machinga or Machinga means mountains only. Once or twice it is put down Saxa de Machinga or Makanga, which translated from the native tongue means rocks of mountains or mountains of rocks. 10th November 1866. We found the people on the Mando to be Chawo or Ajawa, but not of the Wayu race. They are Manganja, and this is a village of smiths. We got 5 men readily to go back and bring up our loads, and the sound of the hammer is constant, showing a great deal of industry. They combine agriculture and hunting with nets with their handicraft. A herd of buffaloes came near the village, and I went and shot one, thus procuring a supply of meat for the whole party and villagers too. The hammer which we hear from dawn till sunset is a large stone, bound with the strong inner bark of a tree, and loops left which form handles. 2 pieces of bark form the tongs, and a big stone sunk into the ground the anvil. They make several hoes in a day, and the metal is very good. It is all from yellow hematite, which abounds all over this part of the country. The bellows consist of 2 goat skins with sticks at the open ends, which are opened and shut at every blast. 13th November 1866. A lion came last night and gave a growl or 2 on finding he could not get our meat. A man had lent us a hunting net to protect it, and us, from intruders of this sort. The people kept up a shouting for hours afterwards in order to keep him away by the human voice. We might have gone on, but I had a galled heel from new shoes. Wild figs are rather nice when quite ripe. 14th November 1866. We marched northwards round the end of Chisia Hill and remained for the night at a blacksmith's, or rather founder's village. The 2 occupations of founders and smith are always united, and boys taught to be smiths in Europe or India would find themselves useless if unable to smelt the ore. A good portion of the trees of the country have been cut down for charcoal, and those which now spring up are small. Certain fruit trees alone are left. The long slopes on the undulating country, clothed with fresh foliage, look very beautiful. The young trees alternate with patches of yellow grass not yet burned. The hills are covered with a thick mantle of small green trees, with, as usual, large ones at intervals. The people at Kalambi, on the Mando, where we spent 4 days, had once a stockade of wild fig, Ficus indica, and euphorbia round their village, which has a running rill on each side of it. But the trees which enabled them to withstand a siege by Mazitu fell before elephants and buffaloes during a temporary absence of the villagers. The remains of the stockade are all around it yet. Lions sometimes enter huts by breaking through the roof. Elephants certainly do, for we saw a roof destroyed by one. The only chance for the inmates is to drive a spear into the belly of the beast while so engaged. A man came and reported the Mazitu to be at Chanyandula's village where we are going. The headman advised remaining at his village till we saw whether they came this way or went by another path. The women were sent away, but the men went on with their employments. 2 proceeded with the building of a furnace on an anthill, where they are almost always placed, and they keep a lookout while working. We have the protection of an all-embracing providence, and trust that He, whose care of His people exceeds all that our utmost self-love can attain, will shield us and make our way prosperous. 16th November, 1866. An elephant came near enough last night to scream at us, but passed on, warned perhaps by the shouting of the villagers not to meddle with man. No Mazitu having come, we marched on and crossed the Bua, 8 yards wide and knee-deep. It rises in the northern hills a little beyond Chanyandula's village, winds round his mountains, and away to the east. The scenery among the mountains is very lovely. They are covered with a close mantle of green, with here and there red and light-colored patches, showing where grass has been burned off recently and the red clay soil is exposed. The lighter portions are unburned grass or rocks. Large trees are here more numerous and give an agreeable change of contour to the valleys and ridges of the hills. The boughs of many still retain a tinge of red from young leaves. We came to the Bua again before reaching the Kanyenje, as Chanyandula's place is called. The iron trade must have been carried on for an immense time in this country, for one cannot go a quarter of a mile without meeting pieces of slag and broken pots, calcined pipes, and fragments of the furnaces, which are converted by the fire into brick. It is curious that the large stone sledgehammers now in use are not called by the name stone hammers, but by a distinct word, kama. Nyundo is one made out of iron. When we arrived at Kanyenje, Chanyandula was out collecting charcoal. He sent a party of men to ask if we should remain next day. An old, unintellectual-looking man was among the number sent, who had 27 rings of an elephant's skin on his arm, all killed by himself with the spear alone. He had given up fighting elephants since the Mazitu came, whom we heard had passed away to the southeast of this place, taking all the crops of last year, and the chief alone has food. He gave us some, which was very acceptable, as we got none at the 2 villages south of this. Chanyandula came himself in the evening, an active, stern-looking man, but we got on very well with him. The people say that they were taught to smelt iron by Chimsumpi, which is the name of Mulungu, God, and that they came from Lake Nyasa originally. If so, they are greatly inferior to the Manganja on the lake in pottery, for the fragments as well as modern whole vessels are very coarse. The ornamentation is omitted or merely dots. They never heard of aerolites, but no hail. I notice here that the tree mfu or mo, having sweet-scented leaves, yields an edible plum in clusters. Buabois is another edible fruit tree with palmated leaves. Mbeu is a climbing arboraceous plant and yields a very pleasant fruit, which tastes like gooseberries. Its seeds are very minute. 18th and 19th November, 1866. Rain fell heavily yesterday afternoon and was very threatening today. We remained to sew a calico tent. 20th November, 1866. Chanyandula came with 3 carriers this morning instead of 5, and joined them in demanding prepayment. It was natural for him to side with them, as they have more power than he has. In fact, the chiefs in these parts all court their people, and he could feel more interest in them than in an entire stranger whom he might never see again. However, we came on without his people, leaving 2 to guard the loads. About 4 miles up the valley, we came to a village named Kenyanjere Mapanda, at the fountain eye of the Bua, and thence sent men back for the loads, while we had the shelter of good huts during a heavy thunder shower, and made us willing to remain all night. The valley is lovely in the extreme. The mountains on each side are gently rounded, and, as usual, covered over with tree foliage, except where the red soil is exposed by recent grass burnings. Quartz rocks jut out, and much drift of that material has been carried down by the gullies into the bottom. These gullies being in compact clay, the water has but little power of erosion, so they are worn deep but narrow. Some fragments of the titaniferous iron core, with hematite changed by heat and magnetic, lay in the gully, which had worn itself a channel on the north side of the village. The Bua, like most African streams whose sources I have seen, rises in an oozy, boggy spot. Another stream, the Tembwe, rises near the same spot and flows northwest into the Luangwa. We saw charre palms in its bed. 21st November 1866. We left Bua Fountain, latitude 30 degrees 40 minutes south, and made a short march to Mokatoba, a stockaded village where the people refused to admit us till the headman came. They have a little food here and sold us some. We have been rather short commons for some time, and this made our detention agreeable. We rose a little in altitude after leaving this morning, then, though in the same valley, made a little descent towards the north-northwest. High winds came driving over the eastern range, which is called Machinje, and bring large masses of clouds, which are the rain-givers. They seem to come from the southeast. The scenery of the valley is lovely and rich in the extreme. All the foliage is fresh, washed, and clean. Young herbage is bursting through the ground. The air is deliciously cool, and the birds are singing joyfully. One, called Mizé, is a good songster with a loud, melodious voice. Large game abounds, but we do not meet with it. We are making our way slowly to the north, where food is said to be abundant. I divided about 50 pounds of powder among the people of my following to shoot with, and to buy goats or other food as we could. This reduces our extra loads to 3, 4 just now, Simon being sick again. He rubbed goat's fat on a blistered surface and caused an eruption of pimples. Mem. The people assent by lifting up the head instead of nodding it down as we do. Deaf mutes are said to do the same. 22nd November 1866. Leaving Mokataba village and proceeding down the valley, which on the north is shut up apparently by a mountain called Kokwe, we crossed the Kasamba about 2 miles from Mokatoba, and yet found it, though so near its source, 4 yards wide and knee-deep. Its source is about a mile above Mokatoba in the same valley with the Bua and Tembwe. We were told that elephants were near, and we saw where they had been an hour before, but after seeking about could not find them. An old man in the deep defile between Kokwe and Yasika mountains pointed to the latter and said, "Elephants? Why, there they are. Elephants or tusks, walking on foot, are never absent." But though we were eager for flesh, we could not give him credit, and went down the defile which gives rise to the Sindili River. Where we crossed it in the defile, it was a mere rill, having large trees along its banks, yet it is said to go to the Luanga of Zumbo, northwest or north-northwest. We were now, in fact, upon the slope which inclines to that river, and made a rapid descent in altitude. We reached Salubi's village on the base of a rocky detached hill. No food to be had, all taken by Mazitu, so Salubi gave me some masuko fruit instead. They find that they can keep the Mazitu off by going up a rocky eminence and hurling stones and arrows down on the invaders. They can defend themselves also by stockades, and these are becoming very general. On leaving Salubi's village, we went to a range of hills, and after passing through, found that we had a comparatively level country on the north. It would be called a well-wooded country if we looked at it only from a distance. It is formed into long ridges, all green and wooded, but clumps of large trees, where villages have been, or are still situated, show that the sylvan foliage around and over the whole country is that of mere hop poles. The whole of this upland region might be called woody, if we bear in mind that where the population is dense and has been long undisturbed, the trees are cut down to the size of low bush. Large districts are kept to about the size of hop poles, growing on pollards 3 or 4 feet from the ground, by charcoal burners, who in all instances are smiths too. On reaching Zior's village on the Lukwaza, we found it stockaded and stagnant pools round 3 sides of it. The Mazitu had come, pillaged all the surrounding villages, looked at this, and then went away, so the people had food to sell. They here call themselves Achiwa, and have a different marking from the Atimboka. The men have the hair dressed as if a number of the hairs of elephants' tails were stuck around the head. The women wear a small lip ring and a straw or piece of stick in the lower lip, which dangles down about level with the lower ridge of the chin. Their clothing in front is very scanty. The men know nothing of distant places, the Manganja being very stay-at-home people. The stockades are crowded with huts, and the children have but small room to play in the narrow spaces between. 25th November 1866, Sunday at Zaores. The villagers thought we prayed for rain, which was much needed. The cracks in the soil have not yet come together by the swelling of soil produced by moisture. I disabused their minds about rain-making prayers and found the headman intelligent. I did not intend to notice the Lakuzwa. It is such a contemptible little rill, and not at present running, but in going to our next point, Mapande's village, we go along its valley and cross it several times as it makes for the Luanga in the north. The valley is of rich, dark red loam, and so many lilies of the amaryllis kind have established themselves as completely to mask the color of the soil. They form a covering of pure white where the land has been cleared by the hoe. As we go along this valley to the Luanga, we descend in altitude. It is said to rise at Nombe Rume, as we formerly heard. 27th November 1866. Zaores people would not carry without prepayment, so we left our extra loads as usual and went on, sending men back for them. These, however, did not come till the 27th, and then 2 of my men got fever. I groan in spirit and do not know how to make our gear into 9 loads only. It is the knowledge that we shall be detained some 2 or 3 months during the heavy rains that makes me cleave to it as means of support. Advantage has been taken by the people of spots where the Lakuzwa goes around 3 parts of a circle to erect their stockaded villages. This is the case here, and the water being stagnant engenders disease. The country abounds in fine, light blue flowering perennial pea, which the people make use of as a relish. At present the blossoms only are collected and boiled. In acquiring the name Chilobe, the men asked me if we had none in our country. On replying in the negative, they looked with pity on us. What a wretched country not to have Chilobe! It is on the highlands above. We never saw it elsewhere. Another species of pea, Chilobe wiza, with reddish flowers, is eaten in the same way, but it has spread but little in comparison. It is worth remarking that porridge of maize or sorghum is never offered without some pulse, beans, or bean leaves, or flowers. They seem to feel the need of it or of pulse, which is richer in flesh formers than the porridge. Last night, a loud clapping of hands by the men was followed by several half-suppressed screams by a woman. They were quite eldritch, as if she could not get them out. Then succeeded a lot of utterances as if she were in ecstasy, to which a man responded, "Moio, moio." The utterances, so far as I could catch, were in 5-syllable snatches, abrupt and labored. I wondered if this bubbling or boiling over has been preserved as the form in which the true prophets of old gave forth their burdens. One sentence frequently repeated towards the close of the effusion was "Linyama uta," flesh of the bow, showing that the pythoness loved venison killed by the bow. The people applauded and attended, hoping, I suppose, that rain would follow her efforts. Next day she was duly honored by drumming and dancing. Prevalent beliefs seem to be persistent in certain tribes. That strange idea of property in man that permits him to be sold to another is among the Arabs, Manganja, Makoa, Wayu, but not among Kafirs or Zulus and Bechuanas. If we exclude the Arabs, 2 families of African alone are slavers on the east side of the continent. 30th November 1866. We marched to Chalundas or Emboras, still on the Lakuzwa, now a sand stream about 20 yards wide, with pools in its bed. Its course is pretty much north or north-northwest. We are now near the Luanga country, covered with a dense dwarf forest, and the people collected in stockades. This village is on a tongue of land between Lakuzwa and another sluggish rivulet, chosen for its strength. It is close to a hill named Chipemba, and there are ranges of hills both east and west in the distance. Mbora came to visit us soon after we arrived, a tall man with a Yankee face. He was very much tickled when asked if he were a Mutuboka. After indulging in laughter at the idea of being one of such a small tribe of Manganja, he said proudly that he belonged to the Achua, who inhabited all the country to which I was going. They are generally smiths. A mass of iron had just been brought into him from some outlying furnaces. It is made into hose, which are sold for native cloths down the Luanga. 3rd December, 1866. March through a hilly country covered with dwarf forest to Kande's village, still on the Lakuzwa. We made some westing. The village was surrounded by a dense hedge of bamboo and a species of bushy fig that loves edges of water-bearing streams. It is not found where the moisture is not perennial. Conde is a fine, tall smith. I asked him if he knew his antecedents. He said that he had been bought by Babisa at Chipeta and left at Chalundas and therefore belonged to no one. 2 Wayu now volunteered to go on with us as they declared their masters were killed by the Mazitu, and Conde seemed to confirm them. We let them join. In general, runaway slaves are bad characters, but these 2 seem good men, and we want them to fill up our complement. Another volunteer we employ as a goat herd. A continuous tapping in the villages shows that bark cloth is being made. The bark, on being removed from the tree, is steeped in water or in a black muddy hole till the outer of the 2 inner barks can be separated. Then commences the tapping with a mallet to separate and soften the fibers. The head of this is often of ebony, with the face cut into small furrows, which without breaking, separate and soften the fibers. 4th December 1866. Marched westwards over a hilly, dwarf forest-covered country. As we advanced, trees increased in size, but no people inhabited it. We spent a miserable night at Katete, wetted by a heavy thunder shower, which lasted a good while. Morning 5th December, muggy, clouded all over, and rolling thunder in the distance. Went 3 hours with, for a wonder, no water, but made westing chiefly, and got on to the Lakuzwa again. All the people are collected on it. 6th December 1866, too ill to march. 7th December 1866, went on and passed Masumbe's village, also protected by bamboos, and came to the hill Maparwe, with the village perched on its northern base and well up its sides. The Babisa have begun to imitate the Mazitu by attacking and plundering Minganja villages. Mwasi's brother was so attacked and now is here and eager to attack in return. In various villages we have observed miniature huts about 2 feet high, very neatly thatched and plastered. Here we notice them in dozens. On inquiring, we were told that when a child or relative dies, one is made, and when any pleasant food is cooked or beer brewed, a little is placed in the tiny hut for the departed soul, which is believed to enjoy it. The Lakuzwa is here some 50 yards wide and running. Numerous large pit holes in the fine-grained schist in its bed show that much water has flown in it. 8th December 1866. A kind of bean called chiteta is eaten here. It is an old acquaintance in the Bechuana country, where it is called mositsane, and is a mere plant. Here it becomes a tree from 15 to 20 feet high. The root is used for tanning, the bean is pounded and then put into a sieve of bark cloth to extract, by repeated washings, the excessively astringent matter it contains. Where the people have plenty of water, as here, it is used copiously in various processes. Among Bechuanas it is scarce, and its many uses unknown. The pod becomes from 15 to 18 inches long and an inch in diameter. 9th December 1866. A poor child whose mother had died was unprovided for. No one, not a relative, will nurse another's child. It called out piteously for its mother by name, and the women, like the servants in the case of the poet Cowper when a child, said, "She is coming." I gave it a piece of bread, but it was far too gone, and is dead today. An alarm of Mazitu sent all the villagers up the sides of Mpware this morning. The affair was a chase of a hyena, but everything is Mazitu. The Babisa come here, but were surrounded and nearly all cut off. Mwasi was so eager to be off with the party to return the attack on the Mazitu that when deputed by the headman to give us a guide, he got the man to turn at the first village, so we had to go on without guides and made about due north. 11th December 1866. We are now detained in the forest at a place called Conde Forest by set-in rains. It rains every day and generally in the afternoon, but the country is not wetted till the set-in rains commence. The cracks in the soil then fill up and everything rushes up with astonishing rapidity. The grass is quite crisp and soft. After the fine-grained schist, we came on granite with large flakes of talc in it. This forest is of good-sized trees, many of them mapane. The birds now make much melody and noise, all intent on building. 12th December 1866. Across an undulating forest country north, we got a man to show us the way, if a pathless forest can be so called. We used a game path as long as it ran north, but left it when it deviated, and rested under a baobab tree with a marabou's nest, a bundle of sticks on a branch. The young ones uttered a hard chuck-chuck when the old ones flew over them. A sunbird, with bright scarlet throat and breast, had its nest on another branch. It was formed like the weaver's nest, but without a tube. I observed the dam picking out insects from the bark and leaves of the baobab, keeping on the wing the while. It would thus appear to be insectivorous as well as a honeybibber. Much spore of elands, zebras, gnus, camas, pallas, buffaloes, reed bucks with tsetse and their parasites. 13th December 1866. Reached the Tokasusi, which is said to rise at Nombe Rume, about 20 yards wide and knee-deep, swollen by the rains. It had left a cake of black, tenacious mud on its banks. Here I got a pala antelope and a very strange flower called katende, which was a whorl of 72 flowers sprung from a flat, round root, but it cannot be described. Our guide would have crossed the Tokasusi, which was running northwest to join the Luanga, and then gone to that river. But when we have any difficulty, the lazies exhibit themselves. We had no grain, and 3 remained behind, spending 4 hours at what we did in an hour and a quarter. Our guide became tired and turned, not before securing another, but he would not go over the Luangwa. No one likes to go out of his own country. He would go westwards to Miranda's and nowhere else. A set-in rain came on after dark, and we went on through slush, the trees sending down heavier drops than the showers as we neared the Luangwa. We forded several deep gullies, all flowing north or northwest into it. The paths were running with water, and when we emerged from the large Mapane forest, we came on the plain of excessively adhesive mud, on which Miranda's stronghold stands on the left bank of the Luanga, here a good-sized river. The people were all afraid of us, and we were mortified to find that food is scarce. The Mazitu have been here 3 times, and the fear they have inspired, though they were successfully repelled, has prevented agricultural operations from being carried on. Mem, a flake of reed, is often used in surgical operations among the natives as being sharper than their knives. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Last Journals of David Livingstone in Central Africa from 1865 to his death. Volume 1 of 2, 1866 through 1868, by David Livingstone and Horace Waller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Crosses the Luangwa. Distressing March. The King Hunter. Great Hunger. Christmas Feast necessarily postponed. Loss of Goats. Honey Hunters. A Meal at Last. The Babisa. The Mazitu Again. Chitembos. End of 1866. The New Year. The northern brim of the Great Luangwa Valley. Accident to chronometers. Meal gives out. Escape from a cobra capella. Pushes for the Chambeze. Death of Chitene. Great pinch for food. Disastrous loss of medicine chest. Bead currency. Babisa. The Chambeze. Beaches Chitapwangwa's town. Meets Arab traders from Zanzibar. Sends off letters. Chitapwangwa and his people. Complications. 16th December 1866. We could get no food at any price on 15th, so we crossed the Luangwa and judged it to be from 70 to 100 yards wide. It is deep at present, and it must always be so, for some Atumboka submitted to the Mazitu and ferried them over and back again. The river is said to rise in the north. It has alluvial banks with large forest trees along them, bottom sandy, and great sand banks are in it like the Zambezi. No guide would come, so we went on without one. The lazies of the party seized the opportunity of remaining behind, wandering, as they said, though all the cross paths were marked. This evening we secured the latitude 12 degrees 40 minutes 48 seconds south, which would make our crossing place about 12 degrees 45 minutes south. Clouds prevented observations, as they usually do in the rainy season. 17th December 1866. We went on through a bushy country without paths and struck the Pamazi, a river of 60 yards wide, in steep banks and in flood, and held on as well as we could through a very difficult country, the river forcing us northwest. I heard hippopotami in it. Game is abundant but wild. We shot 2 poku antelopes, here called tsabulas, which drew a hunter to us, who consented for meat and pay to show us a ford. He said that the Pamazi rises in a range of mountains we can now see. In general, we could see no high ground during our marches for the last fortnight. We forded it, thigh deep on one side and breast deep on the other. We made only about 3 miles of northing and found the people on the left bank uncivil. They would not lend a hut, so we soon put up a tent of waterproof cloth and branches. 18th December 1866. As the men grumbled at their feet being pierced by thorns in the trackless portions we had passed, I was anxious to get a guide, but the only one we could secure would go to Molengas only. So I submitted, though this led us east instead of north. When we arrived, we were asked what we wanted. Seeing we brought neither slaves nor ivory, I replied it was much against our will that we came, but the guide had declared that this was the only way to Casembes, our next stage. To get rid of us, they gave a guide, and we set forth northwards. The Mopane forest is perfectly level, and after rains the water stands in pools, but during most of the year it is dry. The trees here were very large and planted some 20 or 30 yards apart. As there are no branches on their lower parts, animals see very far. I shot a gnu, but wandered in coming back to the party and did not find them till it was getting dark. Many parts of the plain are thrown up into heaps of about the size of one's cap, probably by crabs, which now, being hard, are difficult to walk over. Under the trees it is perfectly smooth. The mopane tree furnishes the ironwood of the Portuguese pau-ferro. It is pretty to travel in and look at the bright sunshine of early morning, but the leaves hang perpendicularly as the sun rises high and afford little or no shade through the day. So as the land is clayey, it becomes hard-baked thereby. We observed that the people had placed corn granaries at different parts of this forest and had been careful to leave no track to them, a provision in case of further visits of Mazitu. King hunters abound and make the air resound with their stridulous notes, which commence with a sharp, shrill cheep, and then follows a succession of notes which resembles a pea in a whistle. Another bird is particularly conspicuous at present by its chattering activity. Its nest consists of a bundle of fine seed stalks of grass hung at the end of a branch, the free ends being left untrimmed, and no attempt at concealment made. Many other birds are now active, and so many new notes are heard that it is probable this is a richer ornithological region than the Zambezi. Guinea fowl and francolins are in abundance, and so indeed are all the other kinds of game, as zebras, pallas, gnus. 18th December 1866. I got a fine male kudu. We have no grain and live on meat alone, but I am better off than the men, inasmuch as I get a little goat's milk besides. The kudu stood 5 feet 6 inches high, horns 3 feet on the straight. 20th December 1866. We reached Kasembe, a miserable hamlet of a few huts. The people here are very suspicious and will do nothing but with a haggle for prepayment. We could get no grain or even native herbs, though we rested a day to try. After a short march, we came to the Nyamazi, another considerable rivulet coming from the north to fall into the Luangwa. It has the same character of steep alluvial banks as Pamazi, and about the same width, but much shallower, loin deep, though somewhat swollen, from 50 to 60 yards wide. We came to some low hills, of coarse sandstone, and on crossing these we could see, by looking back, that for many days we had been traveling over a perfectly level valley, clothed with a mantle of forest. The barometers had shown no difference of level from about 1,800 feet above the sea. We began our descent into this great valley when we left the source of the Bua, and now these low hills, called Ngale or Ungaloa, though only 100 feet or so above the level we had left, showed that we had come to the shore of an ancient lake, which probably was let off when the rent of Quebrabassa on the Zambezi was made, for we found immense banks of well-rounded shingle above, or rather they may be called mounds of shingle, all of hard siliceous schist, with a few pieces of fossil wood among them. The gullies reveal a stratum of this well-rounded shingle, lying on a soft greenish sandstone, which again lies on the coarse sandstone first observed. This formation is identical with that observed formerly below the Victoria Falls. We have the mountains still on our north and northwest, the so-called mountains of Bisa or Babisa, and from them the Nyamazi flows, while Pamazi comes round the end, or what appears to be the end, of the higher portion. 22nd December 1866, shot a bush buck and slept on the left bank of Nyamazi. 23rd December 1866, hunger sent us on, for meat diet is far from satisfying. We all felt very weak on it and soon tired on a march, but today we hurried on to Kavimba, who successfully beat off the Mazitu. It is very hot, and between 3 and 4 hours is a good day's march. On sitting down to rest before entering the village, we were observed, and all the force of the village issued a kill us as Mazitu. But when we stood up, the mistake was readily perceived, and the arrows were placed again in their quivers. In the hut, 4 Mazitu shields show that they did not get it all their own way. They are miserable imitations of Zulu shields, made of eland and waterbuck's hides, and ill sewn. A very small return present was made by Kavimba, and nothing could be bought except at exorbitant prices. We remained all day on the 24th, haggling and trying to get some grain. He took a fancy to a shirt and left it to his wife to bargain for. She got the length of cursing and swearing, and we bore it, but could only get a small price for it. We resolved to hold our Christmas some other day and in a better place. The women seem irregulated here. Kavimba's brother had words with his spouse, and at the end of every burst of vociferation on both sides called out, "Bring the Mwavi, bring the Mwave," or ordeal. Christmas Day, 1866. No one being willing to guide us to Mwera's, I hinted to Kavimba that should we see a rhinoceros, I would kill it. He came himself and led us on, where he expected to find these animals, but we saw only their footsteps. We lost our 4 goats somewhere, stolen or strayed in the pathless forest, we do not know which, but the loss I felt very keenly, for whatever food we had, a little milk made all right, and I felt strong and well, but coarse food, hard of digestion, without it was very trying. We spent the 26th in searching for them, but all in vain. Kavimba had a boy carrying 2 huge elephant spears. With these he attacks that large animal single-handed. We parted from him, as I thought, good friends, but a man who volunteered to act as guide saw him in the forest afterwards, and was counseled by him to leave us, as we should not pay him. This hovering near us after we parted makes me suspect Kavimba of taking the goats, but I am not certain. The loss affected me more than I could have imagined. A little indigestible porridge, scarcely of any taste, is now my fare, and it makes me dream of better. 27th December, 1866. Our guide asked for his cloth to wear on the way, as it was wet and raining, and his bark cloth was a miserable covering. I consented, and he bolted on the first opportunity. The forest being so dense, he was soon out of reach of pursuit. He had been advised to this by Kavimba, and nothing else need have been expected. We then followed the track of a traveling party of Babisa, but the grass springs up over the paths, and it was soon lost. The rain had fallen early in these parts, and the grass was all in seed. In the afternoon we came to the hills in the north where Nyamazi rises, and went up the bed of a rivulet for some time, and then ascended out of the valley. At the bottom of the ascent and in the rivulet, this shingle stratum was sometimes 50 feet thick. Then, as we ascended, we met mica schist tilted on edge, then gray gneiss, and at last an igneous trap among quartz rocks, with a great deal of bright mica and talc in them. On resting near the top of the first ascent, 2 honey hunters came to us. They were using the honey guide as an aid. The bird came to us as they arrived, waited quietly during the half hour they smoked and chatted, and then went on with them. The tsetse flies, which were very numerous at the bottom, came up the ascent with us, but as we increased our altitude by another 1,000 feet, they gradually dropped off and left us. Only one remained in the evening, and he seemed out of spirits. Near sunset we encamped by water on the cool height and made our shelters with boughs of leafy trees. Mine was rendered perfect by Dr. Stenhouse's invaluable patent cloth, which is very superior to Mackintosh. Indeed, the India rubber cloth is not to be named in the same day with it. 28th December, 1866. 3 men, going to hunt bees, came to us as we were starting and assured us that Mwera's was near. The first party had told us the same thing, and so often have we gone long distances as Pafupi, near, when in reality they were Patari, far, that we began to think Pafupi means I wish you to go there, and Patari the reverse. In this case, near meant an hour and 3/4 from our sleeping place to Moera's. When we look back from the height to which we have ascended, we see a great plain clothed with dark green forest, except at the line of yellowish grass, where probably the Luangwa flows. On the east and southeast, this plain is bounded at the extreme range of our vision by a wall of dim blue mountains 40 or 50 miles off. The Luangwa is said to rise in the Chibali country due north of this Malambwe, in which district Moera's village is situated, and to flow southeast, then round to where we found it. Moera came to visit me in my hut, a rather stupid man, though he has a well-shaped and well-developed forehead, and tried the usual little arts of getting us to buy all we need here, though the prices are exorbitant. No people in front, great hunger there. We must buy food here, and carry it to support us. On asking the names of the next headmen, he would not inform me till I told him to try and speak like a man. Then he told us that the first Lobemba chief was Matuna, and the next Chafunga. We have nothing, as we saw no animals in our way hither, and hunger is ill to bear. By giving Moera a good large cloth, he was induced to cook a mess of mayeri, or millet, and elephant's stomach. It was so good to get a full meal that I could have given him another cloth, and the more so as it was accompanied by a message that he would cook more next day and in larger quantity. On inquiring next evening, he said the man had told lies. He had cooked nothing more. He was prone to lie himself, and was a rather bad specimen of a chief. The Babisa have round bullet heads, snub noses, often high cheekbones, and upward slant of the eyes, and look as if they had a lot of bushman blood in them, and a good many would pass for bushmen or Hottentots. Both Babisa and Wayu may have a mixture of the race, which would account for their roving habits. The women have the fashion of exposing the upper part of the buttocks by letting a very stiff cloth fall down behind. Their teeth are filed to points, they wear no lip ring, and the hair is parted so as to lie in a net at the back part of the head. The mode of salutation among men is to lie down nearly on the back, clapping the hands, and making a rather inelegant half-kissing sound with the lips. 29th December 1866. We remain a day at Malambwe, but get nothing save a little mayer, which grates in the teeth and in the stomach. To present the Mazitu starving them, they cultivate small round patches placed at wide intervals in the forest, with which the country is covered. The spot, some 10 yards or a little more in diameter, is manured with ashes and planted with this millet and pumpkins, in order that should Mazitu come, they may be enabled to carry off the pumpkins or gather the millet, the seed of which is very small. They have no more valor than the other Africans, but more craft, and are much given to falsehood. They will not answer common questions except by misstatements, but this may arise in our case from our being in disfavor, because we will not sell all our goods to them for ivory. 30th December 1866, marched for Chitembas, because it is said he has not fled from the Mazitu and therefore has food to spare. While resting, Moera, with all his force of men, women, and dogs, came up on his way to hunt elephants. The men were furnished with big spears, and their dogs are used to engage the animal's attention while they spear it. The women cook the meat and make huts, and a smith goes with them to mend any spear that may be broken. We pass over level plateaus on which the roads are wisely placed, and do not feel that we are traveling in a mountainous region. It is all covered with a dense forest, which in many cases is pollarded, from being cut for bark cloth or for hunting purposes. Masuko fruit abounds. From the sisal panay and gum copal trees, bark cloth is made. We now come to large masses of hematite, which is often ferruginous. There is conglomerate, too, many quartz pebbles being intermixed. It seems as if, when the lakes existed in the lower lands, the higher levels gave forth great quantities of water from the chalybeate fountains, which deposited this iron ore. Gray granite or quartz with talc in it, or gneiss, lie under the hematite. The forest resounds with singing birds intent on nidification. Francolins abound but are wild. Whippoorwills, and another bird which has a more labored treble note and voice, o. Gay flowers blush unseen, but the people have a good idea of what is eatable and what is not. I looked at a woman's basket of leaves which she had collected for supper, and it contained 8 or 10 kinds, with mushrooms and orchidaceous flowers. We have a succession of showers today from northeast and east-northeast. We are uncertain when we shall come to a village, as the Babisa will not tell us where they are situated. In the evening we encamped beside a little rill and made our shelters, but we had so little to eat that I dreamed in the night long of dinners I had eaten, and might have been eaten. I shall make this beautiful land better known, which is an essential part of the process by which it will become the pleasant haunts of men. It is impossible to describe its rich luxuriance, but most of it is running to waste through the slave trade and internal wars. 31st December 1866. When we started this morning after rain, all the trees and grass dripping, a lion roared, but we did not see him. A woman had come a long way and built a neat miniature hut in the burnt-out ruins of her mother's house. The food offering she placed in it in the act of filial piety no doubt comforted this poor mourner's heart. We arrived at Chitembo's village and found it deserted. The Babisa dismantled their huts and carry off the thatch to their gardens, where they live till harvest is over. This following of the framework destroys many insects, but we observed that wherever Babisa and Arab slavers go, they leave the breed of the domestic bug. It would be well if that were all the ill they did. Chitembo was working in his garden when we arrived, but soon came and gave us the choice of all the standing huts. He is an old man, much more frank and truthful than our last headman, and says that Chichapanga is paramount chief of all the Abemba. 3 or 4 women, whom we saw performing a rain dance at Moera's, were here doing the same, their faces smeared with meal and axes in their hands, imitating as well as they could the male voice. I got some maer or millet here and a fowl. We now end 1866. It has not been so fruitful or useful as I intended. We'll try to do better in 1867, and be better, more gentle and loving, and may the Almighty, to whom I commit my way, bring my desires to pass and prosper me. Let all the sins of 66 be blotted out for Jesus' sake. 1st January, 1867. May he who was full of grace and truth impress his character on mine. Grace, eagerness to show favor. Truth, truthfulness, sincerity, honor, for his mercy's sake. We remain today at Mbulakuta Chitembo's district, by the boy's desire, because it is New Year's Day and also because we can get some food. 2nd and 3rd January 1867. Remain on account of a threatened set-in rain. Bought a senze, Alucadautus swindernuius, a rat-looking animal, but I was glad to get anything in the shape of meat. January 4th, 1867. It is a set-in rain. The boiling point thermometer shows an altitude of 3,565 feet above the sea. Barometer, 3,983 feet ditto. We get a little maer here and prefer it to being drenched and our goods spoiled. We have neither sugar nor salt, so there are no soluble goods, but cloth and gunpowder get damaged easily. It is hard fare and scanty. I always feel hungry, and am constantly dreaming of better food when I should be sleeping. Savory viands of former times come vividly up before the imagination, even in my waking hours. This is rather odd, as I am not a dreamer. Indeed, I scarcely ever dream, but when I am going to be ill, or actually so. We are on the northern brim, or northwestern rather, of the great Luangwa Valley we lately crossed. The rain coming from the east strikes it and is depositive both above and below, while much of the valley itself is not yet well wetted. Here all the grasses have run up to seed, and yet they are not more than 2 feet or so in the seed stalks. The pasturage is very fine. The people employ these continuous or set-in rains for hunting the elephant, which gets bogged and sinks in from 15 to 18 inches in soft mud. Then even he, the strong one, feels it difficult to escape. 5th January 1867. Still storm stayed. We shall be off as soon as we get a fair day and these heavy rains cease. 6th January 1867. After service, 2 men came and said that they were going to Lobemba and would guide us to Matuna's village. Another came a day or 2 ago, but he had such a villainous look we all shrank from him. These men's faces pleased us, but they did not turn out all we expected, for they guided us away westwards without a path. It was a drizzling rain, and this made us averse to striking off in the forest without them. No inhabitants now except at wide intervals, and no animals either. In the afternoon we came to a deep ravine full of gigantic timber trees and bamboos, with the Mavoche River at the bottom. The dampness had caused the growth of lichens all over the trees, and the steep descent was so slippery that 2 boys fell, and he who carried the chronometers twice. This was a misfortune, as it altered the rates, as was seen by the first comparison of them together in the evening. No food at Matuna's village, yet the headman tried to extort 2 fathoms of calico on the ground that he was owner of the country. We offered to go out of his village and make our own sheds on God's land, that is, where it is uncultivated, rather than have any words about it. He then begged us to stay. A very high mountain called Chikokwe appeared west-southwest from this village. The people who live on it are called Matumba. This part is named Lakumbi, but whatever the name, all the people are Babisa, the dependents of the Babema, reduced by their own slaving habits to a miserable, jungly state. They feed much on wild fruits, roots, and leaves, and yet are generally plump. They use a wooden hoe for sowing their ma'er. It is a sort of V-shaped implement made from a branch with another springing out of it, about 1 inch in diameter at the sharp point, and with it they claw the soil after scattering the seed. About 12 young men were so employed in the usual small pastures as we passed in the morning. The country now exhibits the extreme leafiness, and the undulations are masses of green leaves, as far as the eye can reach. With distinctness, it rests on a mantle of that hue, and beyond the scene becomes dark blue. Near at hand, many gay flowers peep out. Here and there the scarlet martagon, Lilium caldesonium, bright blue or yellow gingers, red, orange, yellow, and pure white orchids, pale lobelias, etc., but they do not mar the general greenness. As we ascend higher on the plateau, grasses which have pink and reddish-brown seed vessels imparted distinct shades of their colors to the lawns, and were grateful to the eye. We turned aside early in our march to avoid being wetted by rains, and took shelter in some old babisa sheds. These, when the party is a slaving one, are built so as to form a circle, with but one opening. A ridge pole, or rather a succession of ridge poles, form one long shed all round, with no partitions in the roof-shaped hut. On the 9th of January, we ascended a hardened sandstone range. 2 men who accompanied our guide called out every now and again to attract the attention of the honey guide, but none appeared. A water buck had been killed and eaten at one spot, the ground showing marks of a severe struggle, but no game was to be seen. Buffaloes and elephants come here at certain seasons. At present they have migrated elsewhere. The valleys are very beautiful. The ouzes are covered with a species of short wiry grass, which gives the valleys the appearance of well-kept gentlemen's parks, but they are full of water to overflowing, immense sponges in fact, and one has to watch carefully in crossing them to avoid plunging into deep water holes made by the feet of elephants or buffaloes. In the ooze, generally the water comes halfway up the shoe, and we go plash, plash, plash in the lawn-like glade. There are no people here now in these lovely wild valleys, but today we came to mounds made of old for planting grain and slag from iron furnaces. The guide was rather offended because he did not get meat and meal, though he is accustomed to leaves at home, and we had none to give except by wanting ourselves. He found a mess without much labor in the forest. My stock of meal came to an end today, but Simon gave me some of his. It is not the unpleasantness of eating unpalatable food that teases me, but we are never satisfied. I could brace myself to dispose of a very unsavory mess and think no more about it, but this ma'er engenders a craving which plagues day and night incessantly. 10th January, 1867. We crossed the Mawasi, flowing strongly to the east to the Luwanga River. In the afternoon, an excessively heavy thunderstorm wetted us all to the skin before any shelter could be made. 2 of our men wandered, and the other 2 remained behind lost, as our track was washed out by the rains. The country is a succession of enormous waves, all covered with jungle, and no traces of paths. We were in a hollow, and our firing was not heard till this morning, when we ascended a height and were answered. I am thankful that up one was lost, for a man might wander a long time before reaching a village. Simon gave me a little more of his meal this morning, and went without himself. I took my belt up 3 holes to relieve hunger. We got some wretched wild fruit like that called jambos in India, and at midday reached the village of Chafunga. Famine here too, but some men had killed an elephant and came to sell the dried meat. It was high, and so were their prices, but we are obliged to give our best from this craving hunger. 12th January, 1867. Sitting down this morning near a tree, my head was just 1 yard off a good-sized cobra, coiled up in the sprouts at its root, but it was benumbed with cold. A very pretty little puff adder lay in the path, also benumbed. It is seldom that any harm is done by the reptiles here, although it is different in India. We bought up all the food we could get, but it did not suffice for the marches we expect to make to get to the Shambesi, where food is said to be abundant. We were therefore again obliged to travel on Sunday. We had prayers before starting, but I always feel that I am not doing right. It lessens the sense of obligation in the minds of my companions, but I have no choice. We went along a rivulet till it ended in a small lake, Mapampa or Chimbwe, about 5 miles long and 1.5 broad. It had hippopotami, and the poku fed on its banks. 15th January 1867. We had to cross the Chimbwe at its eastern end, where it is fully a mile wide. The guide refused to show another and narrower ford up the stream, which emptied into it from the east, and I, being the first to cross, neglected to give orders about the poor little dog, Chichene. The water was waist deep, the bottom soft, peaty stuff with deep holes in it, and the northern side infested by leeches. The boys were, like myself, all too much engaged with preserving their balance to think of the spirited little beast, and he must have swam till he sunk. He was so useful in keeping all the country curs off our huts, none dared to approach and steal, and he never stole himself. He shared the staring of the people with his master. Then, in the march, he took charge of the whole party, running to the front and again to the rear to see that all was right. He was becoming yellowish-red in color, and, poor thing, perished in what the boys call Chichene's water. 16th January, 1867. March through the mountains, which are of beautiful white and pink dolomite, scantily covered with upland trees and vegetation. The rain, as usual, made us halt early, and wild fruits helped to induce us to stay. In one place, we lighted on a party of people living on masuko fruit and making mats of the shaware palm petioles. We have hard lines ourselves, nothing but a little Meyer porridge and dampers. We roast a little grain and boil it, to make believe that it is coffee. The guide, a maundering fellow, turned because he was not fed better than at home, and because he knew that but for his obstinacy we should not have lost the dog. It is needless to repeat all that is forest on the northern slopes of the mountains. Open glade and miles of forest, ground at present all sloppy, oozes full and overflowing, feet constantly wet. Rivulets rush strongly with clear water, though they are in flood. We can guess which are perennial and which mere torrents that dry up. They flow northwards and westwards to the Chambesi. 17th January, 1867. Detained in an old Babisa slaving encampment by set-in rain till noon, then set off in the midst of it. Came to hills of dolomite, but all the rocks were covered with white lichens, ash-colored. The path took us thence along a ridge which separates the Lotiri, running westwards, and the Lobo, going northwards, and we came at length to the Lobo, travelling along its banks till we reached the village called Lusunga, which was about 5 yards broad and very deep in flood, with clear water, as indeed all our rivulets now. They could only be crossed by felling a tree on the bant and letting it fall across. They do not abrade their banks. Vegetation protects them. I observed that the brown ibis, a noisy bird, took care to restrain his loud, harsh voice when driven from the tree in which his nest was placed, and when about 1/4 of a mile off, then commenced his loud ha ha ha. 18th January, 1867. The headman of Lusunga, Choakilla, took our present and gave nothing in return. A deputy from Chittapangua came afterwards and demanded a larger present, as he was the greater man, and said that if we gave him 2 fathoms of calico, he would order all the people to bring plenty of food, not here only, but all the way to the paramount chief of Lobemba, Chittapangua. I proposed that he should begin by ordering Choakilla to give us some in return for our present. This led, as Choakilla told us, to the cloth being delivered to the deputy, and we saw that all the starvelings south of the Chambesi were poor dependents on the Babemba, or rather their slaves, who cultivate little, and then only in the rounded patches above mentioned, so as to prevent their conquerors from taking away more than a small share. The subjects are Babisa, a miserable, lying lot of serfs. This tribe is engaged in the slave trade, and the evil effects are seen in their depopulated country and utter distrust for everyone. 18th January, 1867, raining most of the day. Worked out the longitude of the mountain station said to be Mapini, but it will be better to name it Chitanese, as I could not get the name from our maundering guide. He probably did not know it. Latitude 11 degrees 9 hours 2 minutes south. Longitude 32 degrees 1 hour 30 minutes east. Altitude above sea barometer 5,353 feet. Altitude above sea boiling point 5,385 feet. Difference 32. Nothing but famine and famine prices, the people living on mushrooms and leaves. Of mushrooms we observed that they chose 5 or 6 kinds and rejected 10 sorts. One species becomes as large as the crown of a man's hat. It is pure white with a blush of brown in the middle of the crown, and is very good roasted. It is named Motenta, another Mofetta, third Bosefwe, fourth Nakabausa, fifth Chisimbe, lobulated green outside and pink and fleshy inside, as a relish to others. Some experience must have been requisite to enable them to distinguish the good from the noxious, of which they reject 10 sorts. We get some elephant's meat from the people, but Hai is no name for its condition. It is very bitter, but we used it as a relish to the Mayer porridge. None of the animal is wasted. Skin and all is cut up and sold. Not one of us would touch it with the hand if we had aught else, for the gravy in which we dip our porridge is like an aqueous solution of aloes, but it prevents the heartburn which Mayer causes when taken alone. I take mushrooms boiled instead, but the meat is never refused when we can purchase it, as it seems to ease the feeling of fatigue which jungle fruit and fare engenders. The appetite in this country is always very keen and makes hunger worse to bear. The want of salt probably makes the gnawing sensation worse. We now come to a disaster which cannot be exaggerated in importance when we witness its after effects month by month on Dr. Livingstone. There can be little doubt that the severity of his subsequent illnesses mainly turned upon it, and it is hardly too much to believe that his constitution from this time was steadily sapped by the effects of fever poison which he was powerless to counteract, owing to the want of quinine. In his allusion to Bishop Mackenzie's death, we have only a further confirmation of the one rule in all such cases which must be followed, or the traveler in Africa goes, not with his life in hand, but in some luckless box, put in the charge of careless servants. Bishop Mackenzie had all his drugs destroyed by the upsetting of a canoe, in which was his case of medicines, and in a moment everything was soaked and spoilt. It cannot be too strongly urged on explorers that they should divide their more important medicines in such the way that a total loss shall become well nigh impossible. 3 or 4 tin canisters containing some calomel, Dover's powder, colocynth, and above all a supply of quinine can be distributed in different packages, and then, if a mishap occur similar to that of which Livingstone relates, the disaster is not beyond remedy. 20th January, 1867. A guide refused, so we marched without one. The 2 Wayuu who joined us at Conde's village now deserted. They had been very faithful all the way and took our part in every case. Knowing the language well, they were extremely useful, and no one thought that they would desert, for they were free men. Their masters had been killed by the Mazitu, and this circumstance and their uniform good conduct made us trust them more than we should have done any others who had been slaves. But they left us in the forest. The heavy rain came on, which obliterated every vestige of their footsteps. To make the loss more galling, they took what we could least spare, the medicine box, which they would only throw away as soon as they came to examine their booty. One of these deserters exchanged his load that morning with a boy called Baraka, who had charge of the medicine box, because he was so careful. This was done because with the medicine chest were packed 5 large cloths and all Baraka's clothing and beads, of which he was very careful. The Wayuu also offered to carry this burden a stage to help Baraka, while he gave his own load, in which there was no cloth, in exchange. The forest was so dense and high there was no chance of getting a glimpse of the fugitives, who took all the dishes, a large box of powder, the flour we had purchased dearly to help us as far as the Chambeze, the tools, 2 guns, and a cartridge pouch. But the medicine chest was the sorest loss of all. I felt as if I had now received the sentence of death, like poor Bishop Mackenzie. All the other goods I had divided in case of loss or desertion, but had never dreamed of losing the precious quinine and other remedies. Other losses and annoyances I felt as just parts of that undercurrent of vexations which is not wanting even in the smoothest life, and certainly not worthy of being moaned over in the experience of an explorer anxious to benefit a country and people. But this loss I felt most keenly. Everything of this kind happens by the permission of the one who watches over us with most tender care, and this may turn out for the best by taking away a source of suspicion among more superstitious, charm-dreading people further north. I meant it as a source of benefit to my party and to the heathen. We returned to Lusunga, and 2 men got off to go back to Chifunga's village and intercept the deserters if they went there, but it is likely that having our supply of flour, they will give our route a wide berth and escape altogether. It is difficult to say from the heart, "Thy will be done," but I shall try. These Wayuu had few advantages. Sold into slavery in early life, they were in the worst possible school for learning to be honest and honorable. They behaved well for a long time, but having had hard and scanty fare in Lobisa, wet and misery in passing through dripping forest, hungry nights and fatiguing days, their patience must have been worn out, and they had no sentiments of honor, or at least none so strong as we ought to have. They gave way to the temptation which their good conduct had led us to put in their way. Some we have come across in this journey seemed born essentially mean and base, a great misfortune to them and all who have to deal with them. But they cannot be so blamable as those who have no natural tendency to meanness, and whose education has taught them to abhor it. True, yet this loss of the medicine box gnaws at the heart terribly. 21st and 22nd January 1867. Remained at Lusunga, raining nearly all day, and we bought all the maer the chief would sell. We were now forced to go on and made for the next village to buy food. Want of food and rain are our chief difficulties now. More rain falls here on this northern slope of the upland than elsewhere. Clouds come up from the north and pour down their treasures in heavy thunder showers, which deluge the whole country south of the edge of the plateau. The rain clouds come from the west chiefly. 23rd January 1867. A march of 5 3/4 hours brought us yesterday to a village. Chibandi's stockade, where no food was the case as usual. We crossed a good-sized rivulet, the Mpampa, probably 10 yards wide, dashing along to the east. All the rest of the way was in dark forest. I sent off the boys to the village of Mossy to buy food. If successful, tomorrow we march for the Chambeze, on the other side of which all the reports agree in the statement that there is plenty of food to be had. We all feel weak and easily tired, and an incessant hunger teases us, so it is no wonder if so large a space of this paper is occupied by stomach affairs. It has not been merely want of nice dishes, but real, biting hunger and faintness. 24th January 1867. 4 hours through unbroken dark forest brought us to the Mavushi, which here is a sluggish stream winding through and filling a marshy valley a mile wide. It comes from southeast and falls into the Chambeze, about 2 hours north of our encampment. The village of Mwaba is on the east side of the marshy valley of the Mavuhi, and very difficult to be approached as the water is chin deep in several spots. I decided to make sheds on the west side and send over for food, which, thanks to the providence which watches over us, we found at last in a good supply of maer and some groundnuts. But through all this upland region, the trees yielding bark cloth, or nyanda, are so abundant that the people are all well clothed with it and care but little for our cloth. Red and pink beads are in fashion, and fortunately we have red. We may here add a few particulars concerning beads, which form such an important item of currency all through Africa. With a few exceptions, they are all manufactured in Venice. The greatest care must be exercised, or the traveler, ignorant of the prevailing fashion in the country he is about to explore, finds himself with an accumulation of beads of no more value than tokens would be if tendered in this country for coin of the realm. Thanks to the kindness of Messrs. Levin and Co., the bead merchants of Bevis Marks, E.C., we have been able to get some idea of the more valuable beads through a selection made by Susi and Chuma in their warehouse. The Wayuu prefer exceedingly small beads the size of mustard seed and of various colors, but they must be opaque. Amongst them, dull white chalk varieties called cachecolo are valuable, besides black and pink, named respectively babubu and secundareche, the dregs of Pombe. One red bead of various sizes which has a white center is always valuable in every part of Africa. It is called sami sami by the Swahili, chita karaka by the Wayuu, mangazi, blood, by the Nyasa, and was found popular even amongst the Mayunema under the name of maso kantusi, bird's eyes. While speaking of this distant tribe, it is interesting to observe that one peculiar long bead recognized as common in the VIII land is only sent to the west coast of Africa and never to the east. On Chuma pointing to it as a sort found at the extreme limit explored by Livingstone, it was at once seen that he must have touched that part of Africa which begins to be within the reach of the traders in the Portuguese settlements. Machua Kanga, guinea fowl's eyes, is another popular variety, and the Moio Pio, new heart, a large pale blue bead, is a favorite amongst the Wabisa, but by far the most valuable of all is a small, white, oblong bead, which, when strung, looks like the joints of the cane root, from which it takes its name, Salani, cane. Susie says that 1 pound weight of these beads would buy a tusk of ivory at the south end of Tanganyika, so big that a strong man could not carry it more than 2 hours. 25th January 1867. Remain and get our Mayer ground into flour. Moaba has cattle, sheep, and goats. The other side of the Chambezi has everything in still greater abundance, so we may recover our lost flesh. There are buffaloes in this quarter, but we have not got a glimpse of any. If game was to be had, I should have hunted, but the Hopo way of hunting prevails, and we pass miles of hedges by which many animals must have perished. In passing through the forest, it is surprising to see none but old footsteps of the game, but the Hopo destruction accounts for its absence. When the hedges are burned, then the manured space is planted with pumpkins and calabashes. I observed at Chibandas a few green mushrooms, which on being peeled showed a pink, fleshy inside. They are called chisimba, and only 1 or 2 are put into the mortar, in which the women pound the other kinds, to give relish, it was said, to the mass. I could not ascertain what properties chisimba had when taken alone, but mushroom diet, in our experience, is good only for producing dreams of the roast beef of bygone days. The saliva runs from the mouth in these dreams, and the pillow is wet with it in the mornings. These babisa are full of suspicion. Everything has to be paid for accordingly in advance, and we found that giving a present to a chief is only putting it in his power to cheat us out of a supper. They give nothing to each other for nothing, and if this is enlargement of mind produced by commerce, commend me to the untrading African. Fish now appear in the rivulets. Higher altitudes have only small things not worth catching. An owl makes the woods resound by night and early morning with his cries, which consist of a loud double initial note, and then a succession of lower descending notes. Another new bird, or at least new to me, makes the forests ring. When the vultures see us making our sheds, they conclude that we have killed some animal, but after watching a while and seeing no meat, they depart. This is suggestive of what other things prove, that it is only by sight they are guided. With respect to the native headdresses, the coloring matter nkola, which seems to be camwood, is placed as an ornament on the head, and some is put on the bark cloth to give it a pleasant appearance. The tree, when cut, is burned to bring out the strong color, and then, when it is developed, the wood is powdered. The gum copal trees now pour out gum where wounded, and I have seen masses of it fallen on the ground. 26th January, 1867. Went northwards along the Mavushi, near to its confluence with Chambeze, and then took lodging in a deserted temporary village. In the evening I shot a poku, or tsabula, full-grown male. It measured from snout to insertion of tail 5 feet 3 inches, tail 1 foot, height at withers 3 feet, circumference of chest 5 feet, face to insertion of horns 9.5 inches, horns measured on curve 16 inches. 12 rings on horns, and one had a ridge behind, 1/2 inch broad, 1/2 inch high, and tapering up the horn, probably accidental. Color, reddish yellow, dark points in front of foot and on the ear, belly nearly white. The shell went through from behind the shoulder to the spleen and burst on the other side, yet he ran 100 yards. I felt very thankful to the giver of all good for this meat. 27th January, 1867. A set-in rain all the morning, but having meat, we were comfortable in the old huts. In changing my dress this morning, I was frightened at my own emaciation. 28th January, 1867. We went 5 miles along the Mavushi and the Chambeze to a crossing place said to avoid 3 rivers on the other side, which requires canoes just now and have none. Our latitude 10 degrees 34 hours south. The Chambezi was flooded with clear water, but the lines of bushy trees which showed its real banks were not more than 40 yards apart. It showed its usual character of abundant animal life in its waters and on its banks as it wended its way westwards. The canoe man was excessively suspicious. When prepayment was acceded to, he asked a piece more, and although he was promised full payment as soon as we were all safely across, he kept the last man on the south side as a hostage for this bit of calico. He then ran away. They must cheat each other sadly. Went northwards, wading across 2 miles of flooded flats onto which the Clarius capensis, a species of Silurus, comes to forage out of the river. We had the Linkendazi, a sedgy stream, with hippopotami on our right. Slept in forest without seeing anyone. The next day we met with a party who had come from their village to look for us. We were now in Loemba, but these villagers had nothing but hopes of plenty at Chitapanguas. This village had 1/2 mile of ooze and sludgy marsh in front of it, and a stockade as usual. We observed that the people had a great fear of animals at night, and shut the gates carefully, of even temporary villages. When at Molemba, Chitapangua's village, afterwards, 2 men were killed by a lion, and great fear of crocodiles was expressed by our canoe-men at the Chambezi, when one washed in the margin of that river. There was evidence of abundance of game, elephants and buffaloes, but we saw none. 29th January, 1867. When near our next stage end, we were shown where lightning had struck. It ran down a gum copal tree without damaging it, then 10 yards horizontally, and dividing there into 2 streams, it went up an ant hill. The withered grass showed its course very plainly, and next day, 31st, on the banks of the Mabula, we saw a dry tree which had been struck. Large splinters had been riven off and thrown a distance of 60 yards in one direction and 30 yards in another. Only a stump was left, and patches of withered grass where it had gone horizontally. 30th January, 1867. 30th January, 1867. Northwards through almost trackless, dripping forests and across oozing bogs. 31st January, 1867. Through forest, but gardens of larger size than in Lobisa now appear. A man offered a thick bar of copper for sale, 1 foot by 3 inches. The hard-leafed acacia and mohempe abound. The valleys with the oozes have a species of grass, having pink seed stalks and yellow seeds. This is very pretty. At midday we came to the Lopiri, the rivulet which waters Chitapanga's stockade, and soon after found that his village has a triple stockade, the inner being defended also by a deep, broad ditch and hedge of a solanaceous, thorny shrub. It is about 200 yards broad and 500 long. The huts not planted very closely. The rivulets were all making for the Chambezi. They contain no fish except very small ones, probably fry. On the other or western side of the ridge, near which Malemba is situated, fish abound worth catching. Chitapangua, or Matoka, as he is also called, sent off to inquire if we wanted an audience. We must take something in our hands the first time we came before so great a man. Being tired from marching, I replied, not till the evening, and sent notice at 5 p.m. of my coming. We passed through the inner stockade and then on to an enormous hut, where sat Chitapangua, with 3 drummers and 10 or more men, with 2 rattles in their hands. The drummers beat furiously, and the rattlers kept time to the drums, 2 of them advancing and receding in a stooping posture, with rattles near the ground, as if doing the chief obeisance, but still keeping time with the others. I declined to sit on the ground, and an enormous tusk was brought for me. The chief saluted courteously. He has a fat, jolly face, and legs loaded with brass and copper leglets. I mentioned our losses by the desertion of the Wayu, but his power is merely nominal, and he could do nothing. After talking a while, he came along with us to a group of cows and pointed out one. "That is yours," said he. The tusk on which I sat was sent after me too as being mine because I had sat upon it. He put on my cloth as a token of acceptance and sent 2 large baskets of sorghum to the hut afterwards, and then sent for one of the boys to pump him after dark. 1st January 1867. We found a small party of black Arab slave traders here, from Bagamoyo, on the coast, and as the chief had behaved handsomely as I thought, I went this morning and gave him one of our best cloths, but when we were about to kill the cow, a man interfered and pointed out a smaller one. I asked if this was by the orders of the chief. The chief said that the man had lied, but I declined to take any cow at all if he did not give it willingly. The slavers, the headman of whom was Magaru Mafupi, came and said that they were going off on the 2nd February 1867, but by payment I got them to remain a day and was all day employed in writing dispatches. 3rd February 1867, Maguru Mafupi left this morning with a packet of letters, for which he is to get RS 10 at Zanzibar. They came by a much shorter route than we followed, in fact, nearly due west or southwest, but not a soul would tell us of this way of coming into the country when we were at Zanzibar. Bagamoyo is only 6 hours north of Kurdari Harbor. It is possible that the people of Zanzibar did not know of it themselves, as this is the first time they have come so far. The route is full of villages and people who have plenty of goats and very cheap. They number 15 stations, or sultans, as they call the chiefs, and will be at Bagamoyo in 2 months. 1. Chasa, 2. Lombe, 3. Uchere, 4. Nyamiro, 5. Zonda, 6. Zambi, 7. Leoti, 8. Merere, 9. Kirangabana, 10. Nkongozi, 11. Sombogo, 12. Shire, 13. Lamolasenga, 14. Kapas, 15. Chanze. They are then in the country adjacent to Bagamoyo. Some of these places are 2 or 3 days apart from each other. They came to 3 large rivers, 1. Wembo, 2. Luaha, 3. Luvo, but I had not time to make further inquiries. They had one of Specky's companions to Tanganyika with them, named Janje, or Janja, who could imitate a trumpet by blowing into the palm of his hand. I ordered another supply of cloth and beads, and I sent for a small quantity of coffee, sugar, candles, French preserved meats, a cheese in tin, 6 bottles of port wine, quinine, calomel, and resin of jalap to be sent to Ujiji. I proposed to go a little way east with this route to buy goats, but Chitapangwa got very angry, saying I came only to show my things and would buy nothing. He then altered his tone and requested me to take the cow first presented and eat it, and as we were all much in need, I took it. We were only to give what we liked in addition, but this was a snare, and when I gave 2 more claws, he sent them back and demanded a blanket. The boys alone have blankets, so I told them these were not slaves, and I could not take from them what I had once given. Though it is disagreeable to be thus victimized, it is the first time we have tasted fat for 6 weeks and more. 6th February, 1867. Chitapangwa came with his wife to see the instruments, which I explained to them as well as I could, and the books, as well as the book of books, and to my statements he made intelligent remarks. The boys are sorely afraid of him. When Abraham does not like to say what I state, he says to me, I don't know the proper word, but when I speak without him, he soon finds them. He and Simon thought that talking in a cringing manner was the way to win him over, so I let him try it with a man he sent to communicate with us, and the result was this fellow wanted to open their bundles, pulled them about, and kept them awake most of the night. Abraham came at night. Sir, what shall I do? They won't let me sleep. You have had your own way, I replied, and must abide by it. He brought them over to me in the morning, but I soon dismissed both him and them. 7th February, 1867. I sent to the chief either to come to me or say when I should come to him and talk. The answer I got was that he would come when shaved, but afterwards he sent a man to hear what I had in advance. This I declined, and when the rain ceased, I went myself. On coming to his hut, I stated that I had given him 4 times the value of his cow, but if he thought otherwise, let us take the 4 cloths to his brother Moamba, and if he said that I had not given enough, I would buy a cow and send it back. This he did not relish at all. O great Englishman, why should we refer a dispute to an inferior? I am the great chief of all this country. Ingles Mokulu, you are sorry that you have to give so much for the ox you have eaten. You would not take a smaller, and therefore I gratified your heart by giving the larger. And why should not you gratify my heart by giving cloth sufficient to cover me and please me? I said that my claws would cover him and his biggest wife too all over. He laughed about this, but still held out. And as we have meat, and he sent maize and calabashes, I went away. He turns round now and puts the blame of greediness on me. I cannot enter into his ideas or see his point of view, cannot, in fact, enter his ignorance, his prejudices or delusions, so it is impossible to pronounce a true judgment. One who has no humor cannot understand one who has. This is an equivalent case. Rain and clouds so constantly I could not get our latitude till last night. 10 degrees, 14 hours, 6 minutes south. On 8th got lunars. Longitude 31 degrees, 46 hours, 45 minutes east. Altitude above sea, 4,700 feet by boiling point and barometer. 8th February 1867, the chief demands one of my boxes and a blanket. I explain that one day's rain would spoil the contents, and the boys who have blankets, not being slaves, I cannot take from them what I have given. I am told that he declares that he will take us back to the Luangwa, make war and involve us in it, deprive us of food, etc. This succeeds in terrifying the boys. He thinks that we have some self-interest to secure in passing through the country, and therefore he has a right to a share in the gain. When told it was for public benefit, he pulled down the underlid of the right eye. He believes we shall profit by our journey, though he knows not in what way. It is possibly only a coincidence, but no sooner do we meet with one who accompanied Speke and Burton to Tanganyika than the system of mulcting commences. I have no doubt but that John Jay told this man how his former employers paid down whatever was demanded of them. 10th February 1867. I had service in the open air, many looking on, and spoke afterwards to the chief, but he believes nothing save what Speke and Burton's man has told him. He gave us a piece of corn and ground nuts and said he did not order the people to not sell grain to us. We must stop and eat green maize. He came after the evening service, and I explained a little to him and showed him woodcuts in the Bible dictionary, which he readily understood. 11th February 1867. The chief sent us a basket of hippopotamus flesh from the Chambezi and a large one of green maize. He says the 3 cloths I offered are still mine. All he wants is a box and a blanket. If not a blanket, a box must be given, a tin one. He keeps out of my way by going to the gardens every morning. He is good-natured, and our intercourse is a laughing one. But the boys betray their terrors in their tone of voice and render my words powerless. The black and white and the brownish-gray water wagtails are remarkably tame. They come about the huts and even into them, and no one ever disturbs them. They build their nests about the huts. In the Bechuana country, a fine is imposed on any man whose boys kill one, but why, no one can tell me. The boys with me aver that they are not killed because the meat is not eaten, or because they are so tame. 13th February, 1867. I gave one of the boxes at last, Chichapangwa offering a heavy Arab wooden one to preserve our things, which I declined to take, as I parted with our own, partly to lighten a load. Abraham unwittingly told me that he had not given me the chief's statement in full when he pressed me to take his cow. It was, take and eat the one you like and give me a blanket. Abraham said he has no blanket. Then he said to me, take it and eat it and give him any pretty thing you like. I was thus led to mistake the chief, and he, believing he had said explicitly he wanted a blanket for it, naturally held out. It is difficult to get these lads to say what one wants uttered. Either with enormous self-conceit, they give different and, as they think, better statements, suppress them altogether, or return false answers. This is the great and crowning difficulty of my intercourse. I got ready to go, but the chief was very angry and came with all his force, exclaiming that I wanted to leave against his will and power, though he wished to adjust matters and send me away nicely. He does not believe that we have no blankets. It is hard to be kept waiting here, but all may be for the best. It has always turned out so, and I trust in him on whom I can cast all my cares. The Lord look on this and help me. Though I have these 9 boys, I feel quite alone. I gave the chief some seeds, peas, and beans, for which he seemed thankful, and returned little presents of food and beer frequently. The beer of Mayer is stuffed full of the growing grain as it begins to sprout. It is as thick as porridge, very strong and bitter, and goes to the head, requiring a strong digestion to overcome it. February 1867. I showed the chief one of the boys' blankets, which he is willing to part with for 2 of our cloths, each of which is larger than it, but he declines to receive it because we have new ones. I invited him, since he disbelieved my assertions, to look in our bales, and if he saw none, to pay us a fine for the insult. He consented in a laughing way to give us an ox. All our personal intercourse has been of the good-natured sort. It is the communications to the boys, by 3 men who are our protectors, or rather spies, that is disagreeable. I won't let them bring those fellows near me. 10th February 1867. He came early in the morning, and I showed that I had no blanket, and he took the old one and said the affair was ended. A long misunderstanding would have been avoided had Abraham told me fully what the chief said at first. 16th February, 1867. The chief now offered me a cow for a red piece of serge, and after a deal of talk and Chittapangua swearing that no demand would be made after the bargain was concluded, I gave the serge, a cloth, and a few beads for a good fat cow. The serge was 2 fathoms, a portion of that which Miss Coutts gave me when leaving England in 1858. The chief is not so bad, as the boys are so cowardly. They assume a chirping, piping tone of voice in speaking to him, and do not say what at last has to be said, because in their cringing souls they believe they know what should be said better than I do. It does not strike them in the least that I have grown gray amongst these people, and it is immense conceit in mere boys to equal themselves to me. The difficulty is greater, because when I do ask their opinions, I only receive the reply, "It is as you please, sir." Very likely some men of character may arise and lead them, but such as I have would do little to civilize. 17th February, 1867. Too ill with rheumatic fever to have service. This is the first attack of it I have ever had, and no medicine. But I trust in the Lord who healeth his people. 18th February, 1867. The cow we divided at once. The last one we cooked and divided a full hearty meal to all every evening. The booming of water dashing against or over the rocks is heard at a good distance from most of the burns in this upland region, hence it is never quite still. The rocks here are agricilious schist, red and white. Keel, Scottish. 19th February, 1867. Chittapangua begged me to stay another day that one of the boys might mend his blanket. It has been worn every night since April, and I, being weak and giddy, consented. A glorious day of bright sunlight after a night's rain. We scarcely ever have a 24 hours without rain, and never half that period without thunder. The camwood is here called molumboa, and grows very abundantly. The people take the bark, boil, and grind it fine. It is then a splendid blood red, and they use it extensively as an ornament, sprinkling it on the bark cloth or smearing it on the head. It is in large balls, and is now called mancola. The tree has pinnated, alternate, lanceolate leaves, and attains a height of 40 or 50 feet, with a diameter of 15 or 18 inches, finely and closely veined above, more widely beneath. I am informed by Abraham that the numbu or mumbo, is easily propagated by cuttings or by cuttings of the roots. A bunch of the stalks is preserved in the soil for planting next year, and small pieces are cut off and take root easily. It has a pea-shaped flower, but we never saw the seed. It is very much better here than I have seen it elsewhere, and James says that in his country it is quite white and better still. What I have seen is of a greenish tinge after it is boiled. Amongst the articles brought to the coast, the men took care not to lose a number of seeds which they found in Dr. Livingstone's boxes after his death. These have been placed in the hands of the authority at Kew, and we may hope that in some instances they have maintained vitality. It is a great pity that there is such a lack of enterprise in the various European settlements on the east coast of Africa. Were it otherwise, a large trade in valuable woods and other products would assuredly spring up. Ebony and lignum vitae abound. Dr. Livingstone used hardly any other fuel when he navigated the Pioneer, and no wood was found to make such good steam. India rubber may be had for the collecting, and we see that even the natives know some of the dye woods, besides which the palm oil tree is found. Indigo is a weed everywhere, and coffee is indigenous. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the Last Journals of David Livingstone in Central Africa, from 1865 to his death, Volume 1 of 2, 1866 to 1868, by David Livingstone and Horace Waller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Chittapangua's Parting Oath, Course Laid for Lake Tanganyika, Mwamba's Village, Another Watershed, the Babemba Tribe, Ill with Fever, Threatening Attitude of Chibue's People, Continued Illness, Reaches Cliffs Overhanging Lake Liemba, Extreme Beauty of the Scene, Dangerous Fit of Insensibility, Leaves the Lake, Pernambuco Cotton, Rumors of War between Arabs and Nasama, Reaches Chitimba's village. Presents Sultan's letter to principal Arab Harems. The war in Ottawa. Geography of the Arabs. Ivory traders and slave dealers. Appeal to the Quran. Gleans intelligence of the Wasongo to the eastward, and their chief, Merere. Harnees sets out against Nasama. Tedious sojourn. Departure for Ponda. Native cupping. 20th February, 1867. I told the chief before starting that my heart was sore because he was not sending me away so cordially as I liked. He at once ordered men to start with us and gave me a brass knife with ivory sheath, which he had long worn as a memorial. He explained that we ought to go north as, if we made easting, we should ultimately be obliged to turn west, and all our cloth would be expended ere we reached the lake Tanganyika. He took a piece of clay off the ground and rubbed it on his tongue as an oath that what he said was true, and came along with us to see that all was right, and so we parted. We soon ascended the plateau, which encloses with its edge the village and stream of Molemba. Wild pigs are abundant, and there are marks of former cultivation. A short march brought us to an ooze, surrounded by hedges, game traps, and pitfalls, where, as we are stiff and weak, we spent the night. Rocks abound of the same dolomite kind as on the ridge further south, between the Luanga and Chambeze, covered, like them, with lichens, orchids, euphorbias, and upland vegetation, hard-leafed acacias, rhododendrons, masucos. The gum copal tree, when perforated by a grub, exudes from branches no thicker than one's arm, masses of soft, gluey-looking gum, brownish yellow and light gray, as much as would fill a soup plate. It seems to yield this gum only in the rainy season, and now all the trees are full of sap and gum. 21st February, 1867. A night with loud and near thunder and much heavy rain, which came through the boys' sheds. Roads all plashy or running with water, oozes full and rivulets overflowing. Rocks of dolomite jutting out here and there. I noticed growing here a spikenard-looking shrub 6 feet high and a foot in diameter. The path led us west against my will. I found one going north, but the boys pretended that they did not see my mark and went west, evidently afraid of incurring Mwamba's displeasure by passing him. I found them in an old hut and made the best of it by saying nothing. They said that they had wandered, that was, they had never left the west-going path. 22nd February, 1867. We came to a perennial rivulet running north, the Marengu. Here we met Mwamba's people, but declined going to his village as huts are disagreeable. They often have vermin, and one is exposed to the gaze of a crowd through a very small doorway. The people in their curiosity often make the place dark, and the impudent ones offer characteristic remarks, then raise a laugh and run away. We encamped on the Menungu's right bank in forest, sending word to Mwamba that we meant to do so. He sent a deputation, first of all his young men, to bring us, then old men, and lastly he came himself with about 60 followers. I explained that I had become sick by living in a little hut at Molemba, that I was better in the open air, that huts contained vermin, and that I did not mean to remain any while here, but go on our way. He pressed us to come to his village and gave us a goat and kid with a huge calabash full of beer. I promised to go over and visit him the next day, and went accordingly. 23rd February, 1867. Mwamba's village was a mile off, and on the left bank of the Merenge, a larger stream than the Marungu, flowing north and having its banks and oozes covered with fine, tall, straight, evergreen trees. The village is surrounded with a stockade and a dry ditch some 15 or 20 feet wide and as many deep. I had a long talk with Mwamba, a big, stout, public-house-looking person, with a slight outward cast in his left eye, but intelligent and hearty. I presented him with a cloth, and he gave me as much maer meal as a man could carry, with a large basket of ground nuts. He wished us to come to the Merenge, if not into his village, that he might see and talk with me. I also showed him some pictures in Smith's Bible Dictionary, which he readily understood, and I spoke to him about the Bible. He asked me to come next day and tell him about prayer to God. This was a natural desire after being told that we prayed. He was very anxious to know why we were going to Tanganyika, for what we came, what we should buy there, and if I had any relations there. He then showed me some fine large tusks, 8 feet 6 in length. What do you wish to buy, if not slaves or ivory? I replied that the only thing I had seen worth buying was a fine fat chief like him as a specimen, and a woman feeding him as he had with beer. He was tickled at this and said that when we reached our country I must put fine clothes on him. This led us to speak of our climate and the production of wool. 24th February, 1867. I went over after service, but late as the rain threatened to be heavy. A case was in process of hearing, and one old man spoke an hour on end, the chief listening all the while with the gravity of a judge. He then delivered his decision in about 5 minutes, the successful litigant going off luluing. Each person before addressing him turns his back to him and lies down on the ground, clapping the hands. This is the common mode of salutation. Another form here in Lobemba is to rattle the arrows or an arrow on the bow, which all carry. We had a little talk with the chief, but it was late before the cause was heard through. He asked us to come and spend one night near him on the Marenga, and then go on, so we came over in the morning to the vicinity of his village. A great deal of copper wire here is made, the wire drawers using for one part of the process a 7-inch cable. They make very fine wire, and it is used chiefly as leglets and anklets, the chief's wives being laden with them and obliged to walk in a stately style from the weight. The copper comes from Katanga. 26th February, 1867. The chief wishes to buy a cloth with 2 goats, but his men do not bring them up quickly. Simon, one of the boys, is ill of fever, and this induces me to remain, though moving from one place to another is the only remedy we have in our power. With the chief's men we did not get on well, but with himself all was easy. His men demanded prepayment for canoes to cross the river Luombe, but in the way that he put it, the request was not unreasonable, as he gave a man to smooth our way and to get canoes or whatever else was needed all the way to Chipuis. I gave a cloth when he put it thus, and he presented a goat, a spear ornamented with copper wire, abundance of meal and beer, and numbo. So we parted good friends, as his presents were worth the cloth. Holding to a northwesterly course, we met with the Chicosho flowing west, and thence came to the Lacombe by a high ridge called La Suasa, which runs a long way westward. It is probably a watershed between streams going to the Chambezi and those that go to the northern rivers. We have the Lacopa, Loombe, Nikalengi, then Lofubu or Lovu. The last goes north into Liambe, but the accounts are very confused. The Chambezi rises in the Mbamvi country, which is northeast of Moamba, but near to it. The forest through which we passed was dense but scrubby, trees unhealthy, and no drainage except through oozes. On the keel which forms a clay soil the rain runs off, and the trees attain a large size. The roads are not soured by the slow process of the ooze drainage. At present all the slopes having loamy or sandy soil are oozes, and full to overflowing. A long time is required for them to discharge their contents. The country generally may be called one covered with forest. 6th March, 1867. We came after a short march to a village on the Molalanga, flowing east into the Loombe. Here we met with bananas for the first time, called, as in Lunda, Nakande. A few trophies from Mazitu are hung up. Chitapangwa had 24 skulls ornamented his stockade. The Babemba are decidedly more warlike than any of the tribes south of them. Their villages are stockaded and have deep, dry ditches round them, so it is likely that Mochimbe will be effectually checked and forced to turn his energies to something else than to marauding. Our man from Moamba here refused to go further, and we were put on the wrong track by the headman wading through 3 marshes, each at least half a mile broad. The people of the first village we came to shut their gates on us, then came running after us, but we declined to enter their village. It is a way of showing their independence. We made our sheds on a height in spite of their protests. They said that the gates were shut by the boys, but when I pointed out the boy who had done it, he said that he had been ordered to do it by the chief. If we had gone in now, we should have been looked on as having come under considerable obligations. 8th March, 1867. We went on to a village on the Loombe, where the people showed an opposite disposition, for not a soul was in it. All were out at their farms. When the good wife of the place came, she gave us all huts, which saved us from a pelting shower. The boys herding the goats did not stir as we passed down the sides of the lovely valley. The Lawambe looks a sluggish stream from at a distance. The herdsman said we were welcome, and he would show the crossing next day. He also cooked some food for us. Guided by our host, we went along the Lawambe westwards till we reached the bridge, rather a rickety affair, which when the water is low may be used as a weir. The Lawambe main stream is 66 feet wide, 6 feet deep, with at least 200 feet of flood beyond it. The water was knee-deep on the bridge, but clear. The flooded part beyond was waist-deep, and the water flowing fast. All the people are now transplanting tobacco from the spaces under the eaves of the huts into the fields. It seems unable to bear the greater heat of summer. They plant also a kind of lironda, proper for the cold weather. We thought that we were conferring a boon in giving peas, but we found them generally propagated all over the country already, and in the cold time too. We went along the Diola River to an old hut and made a fire, thence across country to another river called the Loandawe, 6 feet wide and 9 feet deep. 10th March, 1867. I have been ill of fever ever since we left Moambas. Every step I take jars in the chest, and I am very weak. I can scarcely keep up the march, though formerly I was always first, and had to hold in my place not to leave the people altogether. I have a constant singing in the ears, and can scarcely hear the loud tick of the chronometers. The appetite is good, but we have no proper food, chiefly maer meal or beans, or mapemba or ground nuts, rarely a fowl. The country is full of hopo hedges, but the animals are harassed, and we never see them. 11th March, 1867. Detained by a set-in rain. Marks on masses of dolomite elicited the information that a party of Londa smiths came once to this smelting ground and erected their works here. We saw an old iron furnace and masses of hematite, which seems to have been the ore universally used. 12th March, 1867. Rain held us back for some time, but we soon reached Chiboué, a stockaded village. Like them all, it is situated by a stream with a dense clump of trees on the waterside of some species of mangrove. They attain large size, have soft wood and succulent leaves. The roots intertwine in the mud, and one has to watch that he does not step where no roots exist, otherwise he sinks up to the thigh. In a village, the people feel that we are on their property and crowd upon us inconveniently, but outside, where we usually erect our sheds, no such feeling exists. We are each on a level, and they don't take liberties. The Balungu are marked by 3 or 4 little knobs on the temples, and the lobes of the ears are distended by a piece of wood, which is ornamented with beads. Bands of beads go across the forehead and hold up the hair. Chibui's village is at the source of the Loquena, which goes north and northeast. A long range of low hills is on our northeast, which are the Mabembwe, or part of them. The Chambeze rises in them but further south. Here, the Loquena, round whose source we came on starting this morning to avoid wet feet, and all others north and west of this, go to the Lofu or Lobu and into Liamba Lake. Those from the hills on our right go east into the Luanzu and so into the lake. 15th March, 1867. We are now making for Kasonso, the chief of the lake, and a very large country all around it, passing the Lokenje, 5 yards wide and knee-deep, then to the Chenyumba, all flowing very rapidly just now and are flooded with clean water. Everyone carries an axe, as if constantly warring with the forest. My long-continued fever ill disposes me to enjoy the beautiful landscape. We are evidently on the ridge, but people have not a clear conception of where the rivers run. 19th March, 1867. A party of young men came out of the village near which we had encamped to force us to pay something for not going into their village. The son of a great chief ought to be acknowledged, etc. They had their bows and arrows with them, and all ready for action. I told them we had remained near them because they said we could not reach Casonoso that day. Their headman had given us nothing. After talking a while and threatening to do a deal tomorrow, they left, and through an almighty providence nothing was attempted. We moved on northwest in forest, with long green tree-covered slopes on our right, and came to a village of Kensoso in a very lovely valley. Great green valleys are now scooped out, and many, as the Kakanza, run into the Lovu. 20th March, 1867. These same features of the country prevailed. Indeed, it was impossible to count the streams flowing northwest. We found Kasonso situated at the confluence of 2 streams. He shook hands a long while and seems a frank sort of man. A shower of rain set the driver ants on the move, and about 2 hours after we had turned in, we were overwhelmed by them. They are called kalandu or naklanda. To describe this attack is utterly impossible. I wakened, covered with them. My hair was full of them. One by one they cut into the flesh, and the more they are dispersed, the more vicious are their bites. They become quite insolent. I went outside the hut, but there they swarmed everywhere. They covered the legs, biting furiously. It is only when they are tired that they leave off. One good trait of the Balunga up here is they retire when they see food brought to anyone. Neither Babisa nor Makoa had this sense of delicacy. The Babemba are equally polite. We have descended considerably into the broad valley of the lake, and it feels warmer than on the heights. Cloth here is more valuable, inasmuch as bark cloth is scarce. The skins of goats and wild animals are used, and the kilt is very diminutive among the women. 22nd March, 1867. Cross Loela, 30 feet wide and 1 deep, and meet with tsetse fly, though we have seen none since we left Chitapanguas. Consoso gave us a grand reception, and we saw men present from Tanganyika. I saw cassava here, but not in plenty. 28th March, 1867. Set in rain, and Chuma fell ill. There are cotton bushes of very large size here of the South American kind. After sleeping in various villages and crossing numerous streams, we came to the Mombos village, near the ridge overlooking the lake. 31st March and 1st April, 1867. I was too ill to march through. I offered to go on the 1st, but Consonso's son, who was with us, objected. We went up a low ridge of hills at its lowest point, and soon after passing the summit, the blue water loomed through the trees. I was detained, but soon heard the boys firing their muskets on reaching the edge of the ridge, which allowed of an undisturbed view. This is the southeastern end of Liemba, or, as it is sometimes called, Tanganyika. We had to descend at least 2,000 feet before we got to the level of the lake. It seems about 18 or 20 miles broad, and we could see about 30 miles up to the north. 4 considerable rivers flow into the space before us. The nearly perpendicular ridge of about 2,000 feet extends with breaks all around, and there, embosomed in tree-covered rocks, reposes the lake peacefully in a huge cup-shaped cavity. I never saw anything so still and peaceful as it lies all the morning. About noon, a gentle breeze springs up and causes the waves to assume a bluish tinge. Several rocky islands rise in the eastern end, which are inhabited by fishermen who capture abundance of fine, large fish, of which they enumerate about 24 species. In the north it seems to narrow into a gateway, but the people are miserably deficient in geographical knowledge and can tell us nothing about it. They suspect us, and we cannot get information, or indeed much of anything else. I feel deeply thankful at having got so far. I am excessively weak, cannot walk without tottering, and have constant singing in the head, but the highest will lead me further. Latitude of the spot we touched at first, 2nd April, 1867, latitude 8 degrees, 46 minutes, 54 seconds south, longitude 31 degrees, 57 minutes. But I only worked out, and my head is out of order, one set of observations. Height above level of the sea over 2,800 feet by boiling point thermometers and barometer. The people won't let me sound the lake. After being a fortnight at this lake, it still appears one of surpassing loveliness. Its peacefulness is remarkable, though at times it is said to be lashed up by storms. It lies in a deep basin whose sides are nearly perpendicular, but covered well with trees. The rocks which appear are bright red agricilious schist, the trees at present all green. Down some of these rocks come beautiful cascades, and buffaloes, elephants, and antelopes wander and graze on the more level spots, while lions roar by night. The level place below is not 2 miles from the perpendicular. The village, Pambete, at which we first touched the lake, is surrounded by palm oil trees. Not the stunted ones of Lake Nyassa, but the real West Coast palm oil tree, requiring 2 men to carry a bunch of the ripe fruit. In the morning and evening, huge crocodiles may be observed quietly making their way to their feeding grounds. Hippopotami snort by night and at early morning. After I had been a few days here, I had a fit of insensibility, which shows the power of fever without medicine. I found myself floundering outside my hut and unable to get in. I tried to lift myself from my back by laying hold of 2 posts at the entrance, but when I got nearly upright, I let them go and fell back heavily on my head on a box. The boys had seen the wretched state I was in and hung a blanket at the entrance of the hut, that no stranger might see my helplessness. Some hours elapsed before I could recognize where I was. As for the Balungu, as they are called, they have a fear of us. They do not understand our objects, and they keep aloof. They promise everything and do nothing. But for my excessive weakness, we should go on. But we wait for a recovery of strength. As people, they are greatly reduced in numbers by the Mazitu, who carried off very large numbers of the women, boys, girls, and children. They train or like to see the young men arrayed as Mazitu, but it would be more profitable if they kept them to agriculture. They are all excessively polite. The clapping of hands on meeting is something excessive, and then the string of salutations that accompany it would please the most fastidious Frenchman. It implies real politeness, for in marching with them they always remove branches out of the path and indicate stones or stumps in it carefully to a stranger. Yet we cannot prevail on them to lend carriers to examine the lake, or to sell goats, of which, however, they have very few, and all on one island. The lake discharges its water northwestward, or rather northwestwards. We observe weeds going in that direction, and as the Lanzua, the Kowe, the Kapata, and the Loise, and the Kalambwe flow into it near the east end, and the Lovu or Lafubu or Lofu from the southwest near the end, it must find an exit for so much water. All these rivers rise in or near the Mambe country in latitude 10 degrees south, whereto the Chambezi rises. Liemba is said to remain of about the same size as we go northwest, but this we shall see for ourselves. Elephants come all about us. One was breaking trees close by. I fired into his ear without effect. I am too weak to hold the gun steadily. 30th April, 1867. We began our return march from Liemba, slept at a village on the lake, and went on next day to Pambete, where we first touched it. I noticed that here the people pound tobacco leaves in a mortar after they have undergone partial fermentation by lying in the sun. Then they put the mass in the sun to dry for use. The reason why no palm oil trees grow further east than Pambete is said to be the stony soil there, and this seems a valid one, for it loves rich, loamy meadows. 1st May, 1867. We intended to go northwest to see whether this lake narrows or not, for all assert that it maintains its breadth such as we see it beyond Pemba as far as they know it. But when about to start, the headman and his wife came and protested so solemnly that by going northwest we should walk into the hands of a party of Mazitu there, that we deferred our departure. It was not without a full persuasion of the truth of the statement that I consented, but we afterwards saw good evidence that it was true, and that we were safe from being plundered. These marauders have changed their tactics, for they demand so many people and so many cloths and then leave. They made it known that their next scene of mulcting would be Mumbo's village, and there they took 12 people, 4 slaves, and many cloths, then went south to the hills they inhabit. A strict watch was kept on their movements by our headman and his men. They trust to fleeing into a thicket on the west of the village should the Mazitu come. I have been informed on good authority that Kasonso was on his way to us when news arrived that his young son had died. He had sent on beer and provisions for us, but the Mazitu intervening, they were consumed. The Mazitu having left, we departed and slept halfway up the ridge. I had another fit of insensibility last night. The muscles of the back lose all power, and there is constant singing in the ears and the inability to do the simplest sum. Cross the Azi, which makes a waterfall 15 yards wide and knee-deep. The streams like this are almost innumerable. Mumbo's village. It is distressingly difficult to elicit accurate information about the lake and rivers because the people do not think accurately. Mumbo declared that 2 Arabs came when we were below and inquired for us, but he denied our presence, thinking thereby to save us trouble and harm. The cotton cultivated is of the Pernambuco species, and the bushes are 7 or 8 feet high. Much cloth was made in these parts before the Mazitu raids began. It was striped black and white, and many shawls are seen in the country yet. It is curious that this species of cotton should be found only in the middle of this country. In going westwards on the upland country is level and covered with scraggy forest as usual. Long lines of low hills, or rather ridges of denudation, run north and south on our east. This is called Moami country, full of elephants, but few are killed. They do much damage, eating the sorghum in the gardens unmolested. 11th May, 1867. A short march today brought us to a village on the same Moami, and to avoid a Sunday in the forest we remained. The elephants had come into the village and gone all about it, and to prevent their opening the corn safes, the people had bedaubed them with elephants' droppings. When a cow would not give milk, save to its calf, a like device was used at Kolobang. The cow's droppings were smeared on the teats, and the calf was too much disgusted to suck. The cow then ran till she was distressed by the milk fever and was willing to be relieved by the herdsman. 12th and 13th May, 1867. News that the Arabs had been fighting with Nasama came, but this made us rather anxious to get northward along Liemba, and we made for Mokambola's village, near the edge of the precipice which overhangs the lake. Many Chouare Raffier palms grow in the river which flows past it. As we began our descent, we saw the Lofu coming from the west and entering Liemba. A projection of Liemba comes to meet it, and then it is said to go away to the north or northwest as far as my informants knew. Some pointed due north, others northwest, so probably its true course amounts to north-northwest. We came to a village about 2 minutes west of the confluence, whose headman was affable and generous. The village has a meadow some 4 miles wide on the land side, in which buffaloes disport themselves, but they are very wild and hide in the gigantic grasses. Sorghum, ground nuts, and voandesia grow luxuriantly. The Lofu is 1/4 of a mile wide, but higher up 300 yards. The valley was always clouded over at night, so I could not get an observation except early in the morning when the cold had dispersed the clouds. We remained here because 2 were lame and all tired by the descent of upwards of 2,000 feet, and the headman sent for fish for us. He dissuaded us strongly from attempting to go down the Liemba, as the son of Nasina, Kapoma, was killing all who came that way in revenge for what the Arabs had done to his father's people, and he might take us for Arabs. A Swahili Arab came in the evening and partly confirmed the statements of the headman of Karambo. I resolved, therefore, to go back to Chitembas in the south, where the chief portion of the Arabs are assembled, and hear from them more certainly. The last we heard of Liemba was that at a great way northwest it is dammed up by rocks, and where it surmounts these there is a great waterfall. It does not, it is said, diminish in size so far, but by bearings protracted it is 2 miles wide. 18th May, 1867. Return to Mokambola's village and leave for Chitembas. Baraka stopped behind at the village, and James ran away to him, leaving his bundle, containing 3 chronometers, in the path. I sent back for them, and James came up in the evening. He had no complaint and no excuse to make. The 2 think it will be easy to return to their own country by begging, though they could not point it out to me when we were much nearer to where it is supposed to be. 19th May, 1867. Where we were brought to a standstill was miserably cold, 55 degrees, so we had prayers and went on south and southwest to the village of Chisaka. 20th May, 1867. Chitimba's village was near in the same direction. Here we found a large party of Arabs, mostly black Swahilis. They occupied an important portion of the stockaded village, and when I came in, politely showed me to a shed where they are in the habit of meeting. After explaining whence I had come, I showed them the Sultan's letter. Harniz presented a goat, 2 fowls, and a quantity of flour. It was difficult to get to the bottom of the Nasama affair, but according to their version, the chief sent an invitation to them, and when they arrived, called for his people, who came in crowds, as he said, to view the strangers. I suspect that the Arabs became afraid of the crowds and began to fire. Several were killed on both sides, and Nasama fled, leaving his visitors in possession of the stockaded village and all it contained. Others say that there was a dispute about an elephant and that Nasama's people were the aggressors. At any rate, it is now all confusion. Those who remain at Nasama's village help themselves to food in the surrounding villages and burn them, while Chitimba has sent for the party who are quartered here to come to him. An hour or 2 after we arrived, a body of men came from Kasono with the intention of proceeding into the country of Nasama, and if possible catching Nasama, he having broken public law by attacking people who brought merchandise into the country. This new expedition makes the Arabs resolve to go and do what they can to injure their enemy. It will just be a plundering foray, each catching what he can, whether animal or human, and retiring when it is no longer safe to plunder. This throws the barrier of a broad country between me and Lake Morero in the west, but I trust in Providence a way will be opened. I think now of going southwards and then westwards, thus making a long detour round the disturbed district. The name of the principal Arab is Hamiz Woudim Tag. The other is Saidi bin Ali bin Mansur. They are connected with one of the most influential native mercantile houses in Zanzibar. Hemis has been particularly kind to me in presenting food, beads, cloth, and getting information. Thami bin Snalim is the Arab to whom my goods are directed at Ujiji. 24th May, 1867. At Chintamba's, we are waiting to see what events turn up to throw light on our western route. Some of the Arabs and Kasonso's men went off today. They will bring information, perhaps, as to Nasama's haunts, and then we shall move south and thence west. Wrote to Sir Thomas McClere, giving the position of Liemba, and to Dr. Seward, in case other letters miscarry. The hot season is beginning now. This corresponds to July, further south. 3 goats were killed by a leopard close to the village in open day. 28th May, 1867. Information came that Nasama begged pardon of the Arabs and would pay all that they had lost. He did not know of his people stealing from them. We shall hear in a day or two whether the matter is to be patched up or not. While some believe his statements, the others say Nasama's words of peace are simply to gain time to make another stockade. In the meantime, Kasonso's people will ravage all his country on this eastern side. Hemis is very anxious that I should remain a few days longer till Kasonso's son, Kampaba, comes with certain information, and then he will see to our passing safely to Chiwere's village from Kasonso's. I'll have confidence in this last-named chief as an upright man. 1st June, 1867. Another party of marauders went off this morning to plunder Nasama's country to the west of the confluence of the Lofu as a punishment for a breach of public law. The men employed are not very willing to go, but when they taste the pleasure of plunder, they will relish it more. The watershed begins to have a northern slope about Moamba's latitude 10 degrees 10 minutes south, but the streams are very tortuous, and the people have very confused ideas as to where they run. The Lokopa, for instance, was asserted by all the men at Moamba's to flow into Lokolu and then into a river going to Liemba. But a young wife of Moamba, who seemed very intelligent, maintained that Lokopa and Lokolu went to the Chambezi. I therefore put it down thus. The streams which feed the Chambezi and the Liemba overlap each other, and it will require a more extensive survey than I can give to disentangle them. North of Moamba, on the Merenge, the slope begins to Liemba. The Lofu rises in Chibue's country, and with its tributaries we have long ridges of denudation, each some 500 or 600 feet high and covered with green trees. The valleys of denudation enclosed by these hill ranges guide the streams towards Liemba or the 4 rivers which flow into it. The country gradually becomes lower, warmer, and tsetse and mosquitoes appear, so at last we come to the remarkable cup-shaped cavity in which Liemba reposes. Several streams fall down the nearly perpendicular cliffs and form beautiful cascades. The lines of denudation are continued, one range rising behind another as far as the eye can reach to the north and east of Liemba, and probably the slope continues away down to Tanganyika. The watershed extends westwards to beyond Kasembe, and the Luapula or Chambezi rises in the same parallels of latitude as does the Lofu and the Lanzna. The Arabs inform me that between this and the sea, about 200 miles distant, lies the country of the Wasango, called Usango, a fair people, like Portuguese, and very friendly to strangers. The Wasango possess plenty of cattle. Their chief is called Marere. They count this 25 days, while the distance thence to the sea at Bagamoyo is 1 month and 25 days, say 440 miles. Uchere is very far off northwards, but a man told me that he went to a salt manufactory in that direction in 8 days from Kansoso's. Marere goes frequently on marauding expeditions for cattle, and is instigated thereto by his mother. What we understand by primeval forest is but seldom seen in the interior here, though the country cannot be described otherwise than as generally covered with interminable forests. Insects kill or dwarf some trees, and men maim others for the sake of the bark cloth. Elephants break down a great number, and it is only here and there that gigantic specimens are seen. They may be expected in shut-in valleys among mountains, but on the whole the trees are scraggy, and the varieties not great. The different sorts of birds which sing among the branches seem to me to exceed those of the Zambezi region, but I do not shoot them. The number of new notes I hear astonishes me. The country in which we now are is called by the Arabs and natives Ulungu. That farther northwest is named Marunga. Hermes is on friendly terms with the Mazitu, Watuta, in the east, who do not plunder. The chief sent a man to Kasonso lately, and he, having received a present, went away highly pleased. Hermes is certainly very anxious to secure my safety. Some men came from the northeast to inquire about the disturbance here, and they recommended that I should go with them, and then up the east side of the lake to Ujiji. But that would ruin my plan of discovering Morero and afterwards following the watershed, so as to be certain that this is either the watershed of the Congo or Kyle. He was not well pleased when I preferred to go south than westwards, as it looks like rejecting his counsel. But he said if I waited till his people came, then we should be able to speak with more certainty. On inquiring if any large mountains exist in this country, I was told that Mofipa, or Fipa, opposite the lower end of the lake, is largest. One can see Tanganyika from it. It probably gives rise to the Nakalembwe River and the Luaze. There is nothing interesting in a heathen town. All are busy preparing food or clothing, mats or baskets, whilst the women are cleaning or grinding their corn, which involves much hard labor. They first dry this in the sun, then put it into a mortar, and afterwards with a flat basket clean off the husks and the dust, and grind it between two stones. The next thing is to bring wood and water to cook it. The chief here was aroused the other day and threatened to burn his own house and all his property because the people stole from it, but he did not proceed so far. It was probably a way of letting the Arab dependents know that he was aroused. Some of the people who went to fight attacked a large village and killed several men, but in shooting in a bushy place, they killed one of their own party and wounded another. On inquiring of an Arab who had sailed on Tanganyika which way the water flowed, he replied, to the south. The wagtails build in the thatch of the huts. They are busy, and men and other animals are active in the same way. I am rather perplexed how to proceed. Some Arabs seem determined to go westwards as soon as they can make it up with Nasama, whilst others distrust him. One man will send his people to pick up what ivory they can, but he himself will retire to the Usango country. Nasama is expected today or tomorrow. It would be such a saving of time and fatigue for us to go due west rather than south and then west, but I feel great hesitation as to setting out on the circuitous route. Several Arabs came from the Liemba side yesterday. One had sailed on Tanganyika and described the winds there as very baffling, but none of them has a clear idea of the lake. They described the lower part as a sea and thought it different from Tanganyika. Close observation of the natives of Ulungu makes me believe them to be extremely polite. The mode of salutation among relatives is to place the hands round each other's chests, kneeling. They then clap their hands close to the ground. Some more abject individuals kiss the soil before a chief. The generality kneel only, with the forearms close to the ground, and the head bowed down to them, saying, O Ajadla Cheusa Mari Abuino. The Usanga say, Aje Senga. The clapping of hands to superiors and even equals is in some villages a perpetually reoccurring sound. Aged persons are usually saluted. How this extreme deference to each other could have arisen, I cannot conceive. It does not seem to be fear of each other that elicits it. Even the chiefs inspire no fear, and those cruel old platitudes about governing savages by fear seem unknown. Yet governed they certainly are, and upon the whole very well. The people were not very willing to go to punish Nasama's breach of public law, yet on the decision of the chiefs they went, and came back, one with a wooden stool, another with a mat, a third with a calabash of ground nuts or some dried meat, a hoe or a bow. Poor, poor pay for a fortnight's hard work hunting fugitives and burning villages. 16th June, 1867. News came today that an Arab party in the southwest, in Lunda, lost about 40 people by the smallpox, Ndue, and that the people there, having heard of the disturbance with Nasama, fled from the Arabs and would sell neither ivory nor food. This looks like another obstacle to our progress thither. 17th through 19th June, 1867. Hermes went to meet the party from the southwest, probably to avoid bringing the smallpox here. They remain at about 2 hours' distance. Hermes reports that though the strangers had lost a great many people by smallpox, they had brought good news of certain Arabs still further west. One, Saidi ben Umali, or Salem, lived at a village near Kasembe 10 days distant, and another, Juma Maracano, or Katata Katanga, at another village further north, and Side ben Habib was at Fueto, which is nearer Tanganyika. This party comprises the whole force of Hermes, and he now declares that he will go to Nasama and make the matter up, as he thinks that he is afraid to come here, and so he will make the first approach to friendship. On pondering over the whole subject, I see that, tiresome as it is to wait, it is better to do so than go south and then west, for if I shall go, I shall miss seeing Marrero, which is said to be 3 days from Nasama's present abode. His people go there for salt, and I could not come to it from the south without being known to them, and perhaps considered to be an Arab. Hamies remarked that it was the Arab way first to smooth the path before entering upon it, sending men in presents first, thereby ascertaining the disposition of the inhabitants. He advises patience and is in hopes of making a peace with Nasama. That his hopes are not unreasonable, he mentioned that when the disturbance began, Nasama sent men with 2 tusks to the village whence he had just been expelled, offering thereby to make the matter up. But the Arabs, suspecting treachery, fired upon the carriers and killed them. Then 10 goats and 1 tusk were sent with the same object and met with a repulse. Hamies thinks that had he been there himself, the whole matter would have been settled amicably. All complain of cold here. The situation is elevated, and we are behind a clump of trees on the rivulet Chiloa, which keeps the sun off us in the mornings. This cold induces the people to make big fires in their huts, and frequently their dwellings are burned. Minimum temperature is as low as 46 degrees, sometimes 33 degrees. 24th June, 1867. The Arabs are all busy reading their Quran or Quran and in praying for direction. Tomorrow they will call a meeting to deliberate as to what steps they will take in the Nasama affair. Hamies, it seems, is highly thought of by that chief who says, "Let him come and all will be right." Hamies proposes to go with but a few people. These Zanzibar men are very different from the slavers of the Wayu country. 25th June, 1867. The people, though called, did not assemble, but they will come tomorrow. Young wagtails, nearly full-fledged, took wing, leaving one in the nest. From not being molested by the people, they took no precautions, and ran out of the nest on approach of the old ones, making a loud chirping. The old ones tried to induce the last one to come out too, by flying to the nest and then making a sally forth, turning round immediately to see if he followed. He took a few days longer. It was decided at the meeting that Hamies, with a few people, should go to Nasama on the first day after the appearance of the new moon. They are very particular on this point. The present month having been an unhappy one, they will try the next. 28th June, 1867. A wedding took place among the Arabs today. About 100 blank cartridges were fired off, and a procession of males, dressed in their best, marched through the village. They sang with all their might, though with but little music in the strain. Women sprinkled grain on their heads as wishes for plenty. Nasama is said to be waiting for the Arabs in his new stockade. It is impossible to ascertain exactly who is to blame in this matter, for I hear one side only. But the fact of the chiefs in this part of the country turning out so readily to punish his breach of public law, and no remonstrance coming from him, makes me suspect that Nasama is the guilty party. If he had been innocent, he certainly would have sent to ask the Balunga or Balungu why they had attacked his people without cause. Here is an entry concerning the tribe living far to the east. The Wasongo seem much like Zulus. They go naked. They have prodigious numbers of cattle, which occupy the same huts with their owners. Oxen, 2 shukas each, plenty of milk. Marere is very liberal with his cattle and gives everyone an ox. There is no rice, but maize in Maere. Hamies left the people to cultivate rice. Marere had plenty of ivory when the Arabs came first, but now has none. 1st July, 1867. New moon today. They are very particular as to the time of offering up prayers and in making charms. One tonight was at 10 p.m. exactly. A number of Kabbalistic figures were drawn by Halfani, and it is believed that by these Nasama's whereabouts may be ascertained. They are probably remains of the secret arts which prevailed among Arabs before Muhammad appeared. These Swahili Arabs appear to have come down the coast before that prophet was born. 3rd July, 1867. Kasonso's people are expected. All the captives that were taken are to be returned, and a quantity of cloth given to Nasama in addition. So far all seems right. The new moon will appear tonight. The Arabs count from one appearance to the next, not as we do, from its conjunction with the sun to the next. 4th July, 1867. Katawanya came from near Liemba to join the peacemakers. He and his party arrived at Liemba after we did. He sent his people all round to seek ivory. They don't care for anything but ivory and cannot understand why I don't do the same. 6th July, 1867, an earthquake happened at 3:30 p.m., accompanied with a hollow rumbling sound. It made me feel as if afloat, but it lasted only a few seconds. The boys came running to ask me what it was. Nowhere could it be safer. The huts will not fall, and there are no high rocks near. Barometer 25.0, temperature 68 degrees 5 minutes. Heavy cumuli hanging about, no rain afterwards. 7th July, 1867. Hamies started this morning with about 300 followers dressed all in their finery, and he declares that his sole object is peace. Kansonso, Mombo, Chitimba send their people, and go themselves to lend all their influence in favor of peace. Side stops here. Before starting, Side put some incense on hot coals, and all the leaders of the party joined in a short prayer. They seem earnest and sincere in their incantations, according to their knowledge and belief. I wished to go too, but Hamies objected as not being quite sure whether Nasama would be friendly, and he would not like anything to befall me when with him. 8th July, 1867. Kasonso found an excuse for not going himself. 2 men, Arabs it was said, came to Chibuis and were there killed, and Kasonso must go to see about it. The people who go carry food with them, evidently not intending to live by plunder this time. While the peacemakers are gone, I am employing time in reading Smith's Bible Dictionary and calculating different positions which have stood over in traveling. I don't succeed well in the Balungo dialect. The owners of huts lent to strangers have a great deal of toil and consequence. They have to clean them after the visitors have withdrawn. Then, in addition to this, to clean themselves, all soiled by the dust left by the lodgers. Their bodies and clothes have to be cleansed afterwards. They add food, too, in all cases of acquaintanceship, and then we have to remember the labor of preparing that food. My remaining here enables me to observe that both men and women are in almost constant employment. The men are making mats or weaving or spinning. No one could witness their assiduity in their little affairs and conclude that they were a lazy people. The only idle time I observe here is in the mornings about 7 o'clock, when all come and sit to catch the first rays of sun as he comes over our clump of trees. But even that time is often taken as an opportunity for stringing beads. I hear that some of Nasama's people cross the Lovu at Karambo to plunder in retaliation for what they have suffered, and the people there were afraid to fish lest they be caught by them at a distance from their stockades. The Balungu men are in general tall and well-formed. They use bows over 6 feet in length and but little bent. The facial angle is as good in most cases as Europeans, and they have certainly as little of the lark heel as whites. 1 or 2 of the under front teeth are generally knocked out in women and also in men. 14th July, 1867. Side added to his other presents some more beads. All have been very kind, which I attribute in a great measure to Syed Majid's letter. Hamis crossed the Lovu today at a fordable spot. The people on the other side refused to go with a message to Nasama, so Hamis had to go and compel them by destroying their stockade. A second village acted in the same way, though told it was only peace that was sought of Nasama. This stockade suffered the same fate, and then the people went to Nasama, and he showed no reluctance to have intercourse. He gave abundance of food, pombe, and bananas, the country being extremely fertile. Nasama also came and ratified the peace by drinking blood with several of the underlings of Hamis. He is said to be an enormously bloated old man who cannot move unless carried, and women are constantly in attendance pouring pombe into him. He gave Hamis 10 tusks and promised him 20 more, and also to endeavor to make his people return what goods they plundered from the Arabs, and he is to send his people over here to call us after the new moon appears. It is tiresome beyond measure to wait so long, but I hope to see Morero for this exercise of patience, and I could not have visited it had Hamis not succeeded in making peace. 17th July, 1867. A lion roared very angrily at the village last night. He was probably following the buffaloes that sometimes come here to drink at night. They are all very shy, and so is all the game, from fear of animals. A curious disease has attacked my left eyelid and surrounding parts. A slight degree of itchiness is followed by great swelling of the part. It must be a sort of lichen. Exposure to the sun seems to cure it, and this leads me to take long walks therein. This is about 30 degrees 19 minutes east longitude, latitude 8 degrees 57 minutes 55 seconds south. 24th July, 1867. A fire broke out at 4 a.m., and there being no wind, the straw roofs were cleared off in front of it on our side of the village. The granaries were easily unroofed as the roof is not attached to the walls, and the Arabs tried to clear a space on their side, but were unable, and then moved all their ivory and goods outside the stockade. Their side of the village was all consumed, and 3 goats perished in the flames. Tchimba has left us from a fear of his life. He says, it is probable that he means this flight to be used as an excuse to Nasama after we are gone. And I, too, was obliged to flee from my village to save my life. What could I do? This is to be his argument, I suspect. A good many slaves came from the 2 villages that were destroyed. On inquiry, I was told that these would be returned when Nasama gave the ivory promised. When Nasama was told that an Englishman wished to go past him to Marero, he replied, bring him, and I shall send men to take him thither. Hamis is building a tembe, or house with a flat roof and walls plastered over with mud, to keep his ivory from fire while he is absent. We expect that Nasama will send for us a few days after the 2nd August, when the new moon appears. If they do not come soon, Hamis will send men to Nasama without waiting for his messengers. 28th July, 1867. Prayers with the Litany. Slavery is a great evil wherever I have seen it. A poor old woman and child are among the captives. The boy, about 3 years old, seems a mother's pet. His feet are sore from walking in the sun. He was offered for 2 fathoms, and his mother for 1 fathom. He understood it all and cried bitterly, clinging to his mother. She had, of course, no power to help them. They were separated at Kurungu afterwards. The above is an episode of everyday occurrence in the wake of the slave dealer. 2 fathoms, mentioned as the price of the boy's life, the more valuable of the 2, means 4 yards of unbleached calico, which is a universal article of barter throughout the greater part of Africa. The mother was bought for 2 yards. The reader must not think that there are no lower prices. In the famines which succeeded the slave dealer's raids, boys and girls are at times to be purchased by the dealer for a few handfuls of maize. 29th July, 1867. Went 2.5 hours west to the village of Ponda, where a head Arab called by the natives Tipo Tipo lives. His name is Hamid bin Muhammad bin Juma Borajib. He presented a goat, a piece of white calico, and 4 big bunches of beads, also a bag of holcus sorghum, and apologized because it was so little. He had lost much by Nasama and received 2 arrow wounds there. They had only 20 guns at the time, but some were in the stockade, and though the people of Nasama were very numerous, they beat them off, and they fled, carrying the bloated carcass of Nasama with them. Some reported that boxes were found in the village which belonged to parties who had perished before, but Side assured me this was a mistake. Moero is 3 days distant, and as Nasama's people go thither to collect salt on its banks, it would have been impossible for me to visit it from the south without being seen, and probably suffering loss. The people seem to have no family names. A man takes the name of his mother, or should his father die, he may assume that. Marriage is forbidden to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd degrees. They call 1st and 2nd cousins brothers and sisters. A woman, after cupping her child's temples for sore eyes, threw the blood over the roof of her hut as a charm. In the above process, a goat's horn is used with a small hole at the pointed end. The base is applied to the part from which the blood is to be withdrawn, and the operator, with a small piece of chewed India rubber in his mouth, exhausts the air, and at the proper moment plasters the small hole up with his tongue. When the cupping horn is removed, some cuts are made with a small knife, and it is again applied. As a rough appliance, it is a very good one, and in great repute everywhere. End of chapter 8.